Chapter 501, Body of Steel, Part II. Eden was a newly promoted knight in King's City who had no land and no inheritable title, placing him in the lowest rank among the nobles. Some great nobles even believed that knights were not part of the nobles and only held honorary titles. Thus, he was very excited to enforce Timothy's blockade order, since he had sailing experience from his younger days, and the king preferred new recruits. He eventually became the captain of a hawk-headed ship. He believed that he was a good judge of opportunity. This blockade was his chance to prove himself and be crowned as a real nobleman, since most of the noblemen were not willing to leave the comfort of their homes to fight on ships for months. It was also easy for him to prove himself, because both merchant ships and caravans stood no chance against him. If local lords sent knights to protect the caravans on land, the merchant ships would be left vulnerable. As long as he was not too greedy, he would be able to complete this mission to His Majesty Timothy's satisfaction. Of course, His Majesty's satisfaction depends on how much money and cargo I can seize. At this thought, he glanced coldly at the happy rats on the boat across from him. They had intercepted a merchant ship from Redwater City yesterday. And although the captain insisted he was sailing to Fallen Dragon Ridge, they still seized all his cargo and killed most of the crew. The cargo mostly consisted of furs, wine, and a jar of gold royals. And these idiots dared to treat the seized cargo like their own spoils, and divided it among themselves according to Black Street rules. Eden chuckled coldly at this thought. The rats have no clue that their only purposes in this blockade are to openly plunder ships and to appease local lords. When the rebel king Roland is defeated, the rats' heads will be sent to the lords who were affected by the blockade as an apology from the king. Then the seized goods will definitely be added to the palace's vault. But these rats see this mission as a chance to strike rich and have no clue about their imminent deaths. How ironic. "My lord, there's movement ahead," shouted the sailor from the lookout position. Eden peered out from the bow and saw a puff of black smoke in the distance, as if something was burning on the river. After a while, a gray smudge emerged and began to approach them. It was definitely a ship, but he could not see its sail. "Isn't it traveling a little too fast for a ship?" asked his assistant after staring for a while. Eden had also noticed this. Its speed was frighteningly fast, even for going downstream, and it had grown to the size of his palm from a gray speck in less than half an hour. He could also tell by its distance that it was much larger than regular merchant ships. The other two hawk-headed ships had also spotted the target, and one of them began paddling quickly to reach this strange merchant ship before everyone else. "My lord, should we approach as well?" asked Eden's assistant. Eden pondered for a while and said, "Let's wait and observe first." He noticed that the hawk-headed ship behind him that was commanded by Baron Derrick was also holding back, while Rat's ship was already preparing to board the strange ship. When he got a clear view of the approaching boat, Eden gasped in shock, and everyone on deck also exclaimed. The sailor on the mast shouted, "My God, my lord, what in the world is that?" Unlike sea ships with copper bottoms, the entire ship made of uniform glistening metal, including the strange iron tower on top of it. Its bow parted the river like a shuttle in fabric, and the foam it stirred up revealed how fast this steel vessel was going. Hum! The boat gave off a deep whistle as it plowed forward and turned to crash straight into the first hawk-headed ship. The hawk-headed ship was sailing sideways in order to board the approaching boat, a tactic that worked with slow merchant boats, but left them vulnerable against this fast steel vessel. Before it could turn around and escape, the vessel had already crashed into its defenseless side. Its wood sides split open with a loud crack, and the entire ship almost turned over into the river, as if it had been pushed by a giant hand. Fierce waves crashed onto the deck, and many men were flung straight into the water. God. Eden's assistant stared in fear. "It's heading straight towards us. The enemies are attacking," shouted the sailors. "My lord, the enemies are attacking." People began scrambling to set up bows and fill their flintlocks with ammunition. Eden saw the flag of the tower and twin guns on top of the steel vessel, gulped and ordered, gritting his teeth. "Tell the rowers to start moving and take us close to shore." He had never seen this flag before, but he guessed that such a terrifying thing could only be invented by the prince of the western region, who was rumored to deal with demons. Not only was it giant, but its speed was also faster than slim galleys. A mortal could never achieve this. "Aren't we going to retreat?" asked his assistant, trembling. "Retreat?" Eden yelled angrily. "How can we outrun a ship that is faster than us? Our only hope is to stay near the shore to prevent it from crashing into us and try to board it by circling behind. Damn it, go relay my orders." He pushed his panicking assistant aside and felt a chill as he saw the damaged, hawk-headed ship. He could imagine how bad the situation inside the hull was. The steel vessel's bow was completely stuck inside its side, wrecking, if not completely splitting, the thin and flimsy hawk-headed ship. The unluckiest sailors were the rowers, who were either smashed to death by the steel bow or worse, trapped in the hull and drowned. Cries and curses erupted from the boat, and the fear they conveyed made Eden pity even the rats on board. Their circumstances were reversed. The hunter had become the prey. As the current kept flowing and the steel vessel slowed down, the twisted hawk-headed ship fell off of the enemy's hull and turned over, spilling bloody river water from its hole. The second hawk-headed ship was desperately trying to turn around and run away. But the ominous whistle sounded again, and with a deafening rumble and long cloud of smoke, the steel vessel began advancing towards its next target. Chapter 502, Body of Steel, Part III. The second hawk-headed ship was still turning around, so its side was directly facing the steel vessel, making it even more vulnerable than the first. The rats were all terrified by the incoming steel vessel, but a few of them still attempted to shoot the enemy with bolts. However, the bolts were as tiny as a needle compared to the giant boat, and did not even make a dent. Soon, the unstoppable steel vessel directly smashed into the center of the hawk-headed ship's side, instantly crushing a dozen of its paddles. Then, to Eden's disbelief, the river current and force of the impact caused the hawk-headed ship to flip sideways, which also lifted the bow of the enemy ship into the air. The steel bow rose up and then crashed down heavily onto the hawk-headed ship's deck. The hawk-headed ship cracked with a shrill sound, and the unharmed rats jumped into the water to escape, while the others trailed blood all over the deck, screaming in pain from their injuries. Eden watched the steel vessel slowly lower into the thin hawk-headed ship, which fell apart under the weight with a series of cracking sounds. Its hull could not withstand the pressure and suddenly snapped in half, causing both ends to shoot upwards with a great splash. The two halves did not immediately sink, but floated like corpses on the river with only half of the side port above water. On the other hand, the steel vessel did not have a single scratch on it, and instead began to charge toward Eden's ship. Eden heard the sailors around him gasp in fear. His hawk-headed ship was about to be the fifth one to be instantly snapped in half, and he was preparing to abandon the ship. Luckily, he had given the right orders before. His ship was completely pressed against the shore, and the enemy was turning to pursue the remaining barren derrick, which was trying to escape. "Raise all your bows and torches." Eden took a deep breath and roared, "I want all of these cowards hiding in this metal shell dead. I'll give you 1 gold royal for every enemy you kill. Do you hear me? 1 gold royal." If he survived and escaped back to King City, he would definitely never be promoted, so his only chance of gaining Timothy's approval was to defeat the rebel king's ship. Even though this ship might have been produced by demons, the crew on it was still human and defeatable. The sailors seemed to regain some of their confidence after dodging the last round of the enemy's attacks. These men all dealt with murder in their previous jobs, so they were used to seeing blood and gore. As long as they were not going to be completely slaughtered, they were still willing to earn a gold royal or two. When the hawk-headed ship was completely safe from being hit, it left the shore and sailed parallel to the steel vessel, slowly inching toward its course, until the two ships were sailing alongside each other. Before the steel vessel passed them, and when the two ships were only meters apart, the sailors raised their various weapons. They would first fire at the passing ship and then board it to attack the crew, which was the common tactic used against merchant ships. However, there was not a single man on deck, only a dark tube encased in metal and containing a row of small holes, pointing directly at the sailors. Before Eden could figure out what this thing was, the tube began to spit tongues of flames. Bursts of blood began to appear among the row of armed men, and wooden fragments and gore flew everywhere. The sailors were cut down like rows of grass, while the surviving ones immediately began to search for cover. However, neither barrels nor masts were a match against the metal tube, which shattered the barrels and snapped the masts with a loud crack. After the sails fell into the water, the hawk-headed ship began to slow down. Eden did not get the victory he had dreamed of. He realized that the tube was some sort of flintlock, but it was much faster and shot out streams of bullets with a hissing sound. However, he could not understand how the rebel king managed to drastically improve such a slow and inaccurate weapon. Perhaps this could only be explained as the power of the devil. Soon, he was struck by a shower of bullets. This was Rodney's first time witnessing such a battle. The Roland barreled its solid bow straight through the enemy ships as if they were dry weeds, leaving them completely helpless. He waited by the cannons for an order to open fire, but that order never came. When the fourth enemy ship was left floating in pieces in the river, the battle was officially over. The enemy's screams and groans filled the air, while the survivors gave up their faith, swam to shore, and escaped without hesitation into the forest. His Highness did not order the crew to chase after these deserters and left them to run off on their own. There were also some badly injured men who were holding onto their last breaths and lying against the broken ships, but no one tried to save them from their inevitable deaths. What a shame. Jop put the unused shells back in their cases. I thought we'd be able to show off the true power of cannons to those fellows in the gun battalion. Yes, agreed Nelson disappointedly. Compared to the ammunition we used for the heavy machine guns, a round of cannon shells uses about the same amount and is much more effective. That's enough. Miss Anna personally made these, so they're much more valuable than machine gun bullets, which are produced by the 100 every day, said Vanner with a frown. You'll get your chance when we attack the city, so be sure to aim well and save face for the artillery battalion. I handpicked all of you. To join your elite team, Commander, you've told us this many times, said Nelson, splaying his hands. Don't worry, it won't take more than 3 shells to blow open the gate in King's City. He nudged Rodney. Hey, say something. I want a battleship like this one. What? The other 4 men were shocked. I hope to own a shallow water gunboat like this one someday. He repeated, his eyes glittering with excitement. I'm going to call it the Rodney. Wait, don't you think your elder brother deserves this honor first? The second boat should be called the Nelson. No way, I'm not giving you that right. Save it, you two. The second boat will definitely be called the Vanner. Don't forget that I brought all of you into the elite mortar team. Here we go again. Cat's Claw sighed. Could it be called the Cat's Claw or the Jop? Jop mumbled quietly. No, responded the 3 men in unison. After the concrete boats caught up to the flagship, the expedition fleet resumed its journey. 2 days later, King's City's gray city wall emerged into sight. Chapter 503. The Battle of King's City, Part 1. Your Highness, there's a platoon guarding the pier area. Lightning, who was responsible for monitoring the enemy's situation, reported. There are about 100 of them, and judging from their uniforms, they seem to be militia. Only 100. Roland was slightly surprised. It was predictable that Timothy would deploy troops to the pier of the outlying district. The massive fleet was certain to be noticed when it passed through Redwater City and Silver City. Those steamships were much faster than sailing ships, and could in 5 days cover a distance which the latter would require 7 days for. They were still not as fast as messengers, who continuously changed horses and traveled round the clock, not to mention pigeons. If the new king's spies used pigeons to deliver their report, Timothy would have received the news 2 or 3 days in advance. But it was unexpected that Timothy would deploy only 100 men to defend the pier. Roland had imagined that the first battle would take place in its vicinity. He anticipated that crossbowmen, musketeers, and even mangonels would be stationed along both banks of the river in order to prevent his troops from landing on shore successfully. This was why he wanted to build inland river gunboats in time for the spring offensive. The efficiency of transportation by water was much higher than that of by land, but its disadvantage was that the troops had to alight at a dock and thus could be easily ambushed. If his army had the capability to attack across the shore, it would be able to handle any ambush easily and create a secure landing point. It seemed as though Timothy had already given up on the massive advantage he would have while Roland's troops were landing. From Roland's perspective, although this was the right decision, it was unjustifiable. It was impossible that Timothy knew about the range and power of his 152 naval artillery. As Roland thought about this, he beckoned Sylvie over. "Are the militiamen carrying any berserk pills?" Sylvie summoned her eye of magic and took some time to observe the scene. "I don't see anything that looks like a pill. Some of them don't even have any weapons on them, but there's something strange about the ground." "The ground? They have buried a few things in the ground. There are also some on the pier." Sylvie strained her brows to observe even more carefully. "Crocks and barrels. They're filled with dark gray powder." "Gunpowder?" Nightingale exclaimed uncontrollably. "Well, that makes sense," Roland said, acting as calm as he could. "The militia is just a bait to draw our attention. By presenting us with a false opportunity to scramble ashore and capture the pier, Timothy will then ignite the gunpowder and blow all of us up." In his heart, he was not as calm as he appeared. This strategy was similar to the landmine warfare of the past, and was indeed a good plan. Though he saw through it early, his troops would still need to land on shore. Having made the choice to travel by water, the pier was a necessary crossing, and it seemed that Timothy was aware of this inevitability. He probably hoped to catch Roland by surprise by setting up an ambush instead of fighting straight up. If Sylvie was not around, there was a chance that Roland would have walked right into the trap. The solution to this was fairly accomplishable. As Timothy did not have wireless methods to ignite the gunpowder, he would have to deploy people near the barrels to do the ignition. All that Roland had to do was to eliminate these people. In any case, it was important to preserve the pier, or else he would not be able to transport his cannons and ammunition on shore. Through Sylvie's careful observation, Roland was able to pinpoint 2 places where the ignition was likely to be carried out. One was situated in a shack on the edge of the pier, as evident from a long iron pipe that connected it to the nearest barrel. The other was situated in the pier's warehouse. The 2 places had a similar feature, a shifting black hole formed by a god's stone of retaliation. After some discussion with Iron Axe, Roland quickly decided the battle plan. First, Nightingale would sneak into the warehouse, silently dispose of the ignition crew, and guard the gate against substitutes running in and igniting the gunpowder. Then Roland would use the naval artillery to destroy the shack. There was no problem even if it caused the gunpowder to ignite, so long as the pier remained in good condition. Leaning against a battlement on the west side of King's City, the Steelheart Knight, Weimar, raised his telescope and observed the movement on the river. The long and thin canal was like a strip of glittering gold ribbon which cut through the brown and white plains, of which much of the accumulated snow had already melted to reveal a vivid green that came from the sprouting of grass. This was proof that earthly things were coming back to life. Such a view was always pleasurable regardless of the occasion. The only things that did not fit the scene were the billows of black smoke that drifted through the air directly above the canal. It's the fleet of the rebel king, Roland Wimbledon. I never thought that he'd really dare to attack King's City. Although Weimar felt that it was laughable, he also developed a hint of admiration for Roland. Ever since this capital city was built more than 200 years ago, it had never been attacked. Once an enemy saw the towering and magnificent bluestone walls of the city, the courage to attack would naturally fizzle away. Not everyone possessed the audacity to fight when it was clear that the enemy held an absolute advantage. At least, Timothy Wimbledon surely doesn't possess this courage. While the person who does possess it is our enemy, unfortunately, the knight was committed to his honor. As the guardian knight of King's City, he was entrusted with the responsibility of defending it, and would have to fulfill his duty until the very end. "Sir, the rebel king's fleet is here." A squire ran up to the battlements and yelled, "Hush, I saw it long ago." Weimar placed his telescope down and spat out some saliva. "Convey my order that the 1st and 2nd Cavalry shall mount their horses and await my command behind the city gate, while the mercenaries shall follow closely behind the cavalries. Tell them not to piss their pants when the gunpowder explodes. The oil boilers will also be set on fire, even though I doubt that the enemy will be able to touch this side of the city wall." The knights nearby burst into laughter at once. According to the plan, after allowing the rebel king's platoon to occupy the pier, flags would be raised along the city wall. At this time, the snow powder buried near the pier would be ignited, which would be certain to disarray and damage the enemy substantially. Then, the city gates would be opened for the cavalries to launch their attack, ultimately delivering a comfortable victory. Those country bumpkins from the western region probably believe that King's City is comparable to their grandest city, Longsong's stronghold. Just climb a ladder and the city can be seized. The Iron Feather Knight, Scar, chimed in. "I think that you can save the firewood and bring them home to burn, just for precaution." What a fool, Weimar silently thought. Even if things like the boiling oil or the rolling stones aren't effective in battle, they must still be displayed for His Highness' sake. Trying to be cheap just because the enemy's too weak to break in. With this kind of mentality, he'll surely be kicked out of the city's knightage by Timothy sooner or later. He raised up the telescope once again, only to see the front-most sailless ship detach from the rest of the fleet and head towards the pier on its own. The top of the ship billowed black smoke which could be seen from miles away, while there were no paddles on either side of the ship. It was unclear to him how the ship operated, but these were unimportant details. No matter how weird a ship was, it could not come on shore and fight. The sailless ship gradually reduced its speed and unhurriedly docked at the pier on the opposite shore. What are they trying to do? Scar raised his eyebrows. Do they intend to alight on the opposite shore? Don't tell me that 100 militiamen scare the rebel king. Weimar also felt surprised. Usually, when an enemy saw that the pier's defense was paper-thin, it would try to capture the pier quickly. He opened his mouth to say something, but just then, a blaze of fire lit up in front of the strange-looking ship. The orange-red flames seemed to create a new dawn. Chapter 504, The Battle of King's City, Part 2. A few seconds after the flames blazed, Weimar heard a dull, thunderous sound. It came from a far distance away. Although its tone was not high, it was nevertheless powerful. He saw that right next to the shack, a pillar of earth rose up in tune with the sound. What just happened? Was the snow powder ignited? Doesn't seem like it. It seems to have been done by that ship. What a joke. It's about a mile away. The knights were busy discussing among themselves. Weimar frowned and wondered. Could it be that the enemy has noticed something strange about the ground? According to the intelligence gathered from various channels, the rebel king possessed extremely powerful snow powder weapons, which were superior in both range and accuracy to anything the king's city blacksmiths were able to knock up. Hence, from the beginning, Timothy had decided not to engage in direct combat, but instead to use the snow powder barrels as ambush so that Roland's weapons would be rendered useless. The things that released fire at the front of the ship were likely to be enlarged versions of the weapons. They were able to load more snow powder and shoot a more powerful projectile. The only issue was that they were much more difficult to manufacture than handheld weapons. Already, despite Timothy putting all of the city's blacksmiths to work throughout the winter, the devices they were able to create were not even as good as trebuchets. After a short while, the flames appeared once again, followed by the same thunderous sound. This time, the earth pillar attached itself firmly to the shack and flew up, causing mud to splotch all over the roof of the shack. Weimar's guess was proven correct. Clearly, the enemy had conceived a plan to get to the shack, which meant that they knew about the snow powder hidden near to the pier. As such, Timothy's ambush tactic failed. Weimar quietly thought to himself, perhaps they do have a chance to touch the city wall. After this battle, it would become evident whether the snow powder weapons were more powerful or the walls of King's City were sturdier. Just then, a booming sound was heard from the battlements. It was louder and more sonorous than anything the knights had ever heard, as though thunder clapped right beside their ears. A small hill began to arch upward in the space in front of the pier. Dirt and stones were hurled into the air before smoke and fog burst out of the dirt, forming a visible cloud-shaped gaseous mass. Violent quakes swept through the land, and in an instant, the top of the city wall began to sway terribly. Weimar instinctively crouched his body, but Scar suffered a foot sprain and fell to the ground beside him. After reaching its maximum height, the flying soil began to fall like torrential rain. Yet it did not make any noise when it hit the ground. Weimar's ears buzzed for a while, and it took some time for him to regain his senses after the tremors. Damn it, that fool didn't wait for the flag signal to ignite the snow powder. The ground, which was originally flat, now looked as if it had been chewed upon. Bumps and hollows were everywhere, while hot and white smoke emitted from the loose black mud, filling the air with the smell of gunpowder. Weimar leaned one side of his head out from behind the battlement. He saw that in the distance, the fleet began to move once again. The ships formed a straight line as they headed toward the pier. The decoy militiamen were either paralyzed on the pier or had dropped their weapons and fled in various directions. Who was responsible for the ignition? Scar, who was angry from embarrassment, held a guard by the collar and interrogated. "I'll wring his head off. It was a person arranged by His Highness." Weimar snapped. "Watch the enemy carefully. They're coming on shore any time now. Prepare to raise the blue flag." "I hope the fella hiding in the warehouse will be able to complete his mission," he thought. However, there was no movement in the pier area at all, and the enemy's crews were able to land the shore easily. Alan Alba was busy maintaining his rapier when the thunderous booms sounded and shook the earth. The violent explosions and tremors almost caused him to drop the rapier out of shock. Though he knew in advance that this would happen, he did not expect the sound of exploding snow powder to be so loud and terrifying. After all, it took place at least 2 miles away from where he was. How does it feel like on the scene? He wondered. Using his hands, he soothed his mount, which had turned restless. Then he kept his rapier in its sheath and beckoned toward the cavalries behind him. "When the gate opens, you'll follow my charge. Don't hold back your horse's energy. They have no way to retreat." From the uncertain response he received, it was apparent that few among the horsemen had recovered from the thunderous shock waves. Alan cried out loudly, "This is a trap set by His Highness. The wrath of thunder shall punish our enemies, not us. Gather yourselves. Our enemies have nowhere to run." "Yes, The response this time was slightly more in unison. The mercenaries waiting behind the cavalries were still in a dazed state. Alan shook his head disdainfully. He had never taken these people seriously. They were merely the back line responsible for cleaning up the mess on the battlefield. After quite a long while, the city gate was still yet to be opened. What's going on? He glanced toward the top of the city walls with suspicion. The Steelheart Knight had not issued any new orders. However, as the charge could begin at any time, Alan could not leave his position and inquire about the situation. Time went by slowly. All of a sudden, he heard a dull and muffled sound which seemed to originate from very far away. If he did not remember wrongly, it was the enemy's signal to attack. Did something go wrong with the plan? Didn't the snow powder trap cause the enemy to disperse and flee? Hugh. As Alan's anxiety reached its tipping point, he suddenly heard a strange wind sound. Before he could gather his thoughts, the bricks beside the city gate split open at once. Kacha, stones and slags flew in all directions. He felt numbness around his waist and fell off his horse stiffly. The startled horse even stepped on his thigh as it attempted to flee. The extreme pain caused Alan to howl. "Ah, my leg! Captain, my Lord Alan!" Two squires quickly gathered around him. "Control the platoon and stop them from running around," Alan shouted while trying to bear with the stinging pain. The formation of the cavalries was in complete disarray. Nobody knew exactly what was going on, and many rode on their horses as they tried to avoid the objects flying through the air. Though the squires issued instructions as loud as they could, it was difficult for them to take charge of the situation while this was going on. Alan tried several times to stand up, but failed each time. Turning his head, he was horrified to see that his thigh had twisted into an irregular shape and was badly ruptured and lacerated. His armor plate had deformed and tilted to one side, while a dislocated white bone had torn through his flesh, and trousered to expose a small section with bits of tissue hanging on it. Alan's heart began to turn cold. He knew that his career as a knight was effectively over. Just then, he heard the strange wind sound again. This time, the city gate was where the change occurred. Alan saw the two guards standing at the city gate instantly become enveloped by large masses of debris. Before flying pieces of wood and stone swept through them like a swarm of bees. When the debris dissipated, Alan was astounded to see that the upper bodies of the two guards seemed as if they had been sliced with sharp knives. Fresh blood mixed together with their red-green innards and trickled on to the floor. Behind them were another 5 or 6 horsemen heaped on the floor unconscious. What had appeared to be harmless pieces of wood had turned into deadly weapons and sliced through the bodies like knives. Even the pieces of stone, which were only the size of a thumb, were able to penetrate the guards' helmets and armors. Furthermore, a gap of the size of a basin had appeared on the city gate, which was nearly 2 feet thick. All these had happened while the enemy was still more than 3 miles away. Demons, the enemies are demons. Out of nowhere, someone shouted something, and the scene, which was already dreadful and chaotic enough, became even more disastrous. The cavalries, which had been prepared for the assault, hastily turned their mounts backward and galloped away. As they caught up with the fleeing mercenaries, they trampled over bodies and created even more serious disorder. In the twinkling of an eye, the situation near the West City Wall had become completely out of control. Alan had no more energy left to support his body. He collapsed on the floor and looked towards the sky helplessly. The cries of panic from the crowd and the continuous sounds of things breaking apart seemed to become more and more distant, and his surroundings gradually became quieter. He had one last thought in his mind. It's so cold. Chapter 505. The Battle of King's City, Part 3. Meanwhile, Lightning, Wendy, Maggie, and Hummingbird were executing the final attack before the main offensive. Because the main artillery of the battleships only fired solid bullets, they were largely ineffective against the personnel and defense facilities on the city wall. Hence, the witches aimed to destroy the first line of defense so as to puncture the enemy's effective strength and open up a safe channel for the general offensive. This was also the first time that the hydrogen balloon was used in battle. Unlike the 1,000-mile raid 5 months back, the balloon lifted off from just beside the canal this time, allowing almost everyone to witness the ascent of this colossal object. Under Roland's plan, the hydrogen balloon, which could move anywhere without hindrance, was advanced enough to be used as a short-distance bomber during this era. With the fleet behind it providing logistical support, this earmarked the beginning of the generation of aircraft carrier combat. Standing on the pier, the soldiers of the First Army burst into fervent applause. They knew well that no enemy was able to resist an aerial attack, and therefore their wise and benevolent lord was certain to win this war. Quickly, the hydrogen balloon drifted to the sky directly above King's City. From its perspective, the majestic capital was only about the size of a palm. Lightning pulled down her windshield goggles and gestured to Wendy to release the bomb. The latter nodded back at her and pulled the mechanism. Shortly, a bomb dislodged from its frame and fell towards the ground. Another difference of this aerial attack from previous times was that Anna was not on board, but was replaced by Hummingbird. Under the effect of the latter's sustained magic power, the 4 carried bombs weighed only a fifth of their usual weight, as long as they did not detach from each other. This type of enchantment was a new method discovered by Hummingbird while she was cultivating her mastery of magic power. By maintaining the effect for a very short period of time, she could alter the weight of multiple connected objects and reduce the expenditure of magic. Lightning easily caught up with the bomb and guided it towards the mangonel situated on one side of the city gate. Halfway through the air, the young girl perceived the fear in the eyes of the knights standing on top of the city wall. They raised their crossbows and flintlocks and fired towards the sky to shoot her down. However, she knew that it was difficult enough for them to hit a bird flying freely in the sky. Not to mention that most weapons did not have sufficient range to hit her at her current distance. Subsequently, the bomb hit the mangonel right on, and following a huge boom, a blazing red fireball lit up at once and swelled rapidly. The nearby guards were unable to dodge it in time and were instantly devoured by the flames. As violent blasts swept across the city wall, the oil boilers toppled and were quickly ignited. The blazes followed the spill flow of the hot oil and ignited the explosives that were placed at one corner. Explosions followed one after another, destroying everything in the vicinity and filling the place with nothing but flames and thick smoke. The knights, who were preparing for battle just a while ago, hastily fled in all directions. Many lost their direction in the thick smoke and fell straight down the city wall. Others floundered about in the sea of fire or rolled on the floor to put out the flames on their bodies. The top of the city wall had turned into hell on earth. "Their defense line has collapsed," commented Sylvie. She was observing the billows of thick smoke on the city wall with a trace of pity in her expression. "These people deserve it," added Nightingale, who was expressionless. "If we failed, they would have become even worse. Someone has to pay the price in this battle. If it isn't them, it's us," Roland opined, while pretending to be calm. He then beckoned to Iron Axe behind him. "Blow the horn and order the seizure of this city." He did not want to lament the cruelty of war or expound the value of peace at this time. Above a fight for power or a battle for survival, this was a collision of ideas and classes. Whenever a backward class was displaced, it would not leave the stage quietly, but rather it needed to be sent off with a huge amount of bloodshed. To Roland, it was always better that the blood was spilt by the enemies. "As you command, Your Highness." The latter bowed neatly and departed the ship. Soon, the signal for the general offensive resounded through the pier area. As a member of the 4th Commando, Nail's target was to destroy the palace gate. As the platoon entered the inner city, its advance was abruptly impeded. Here, they faced a strong counterattack from the enemy. Edgar's injured, carry him down quickly. FCK, where's the field artillery? They are blocked off by debris and have to detour. Prepare the weapons. These monsters are charging right up. Nail slapped his own cheek forcefully before he filled a cartridge with bullets and handed it to a teammate in front of him. A volley of rifle fire sounded, puncturing thousands of holes in the crazed people charging at them. Blood splattered all over as they fell to the ground. Those who followed behind continued to pounce at the commandos recklessly. They did not slow down even if their arms, abdomens, or other body parts had been struck. These were certainly not militiamen. Nail felt his limbs become numb. The enemies were wearing either half-plates or chain armors and wielded excellent weapons, with everything from swords to crossbows. He had heard from the knowledgeable John that only the king's guards possessed such a complete range of equipment. Unfortunately for John, his knowledge was not able to protect him at last. During a previous assault by the enemy, he was critically impaled by a bolt that was shot at him from sideways. Hope he can persevere until Miss Angel arrives. Retreat, the 4th Commando, retreat. The 3 squads are ready to fire. The veterans, with no concern about economizing their use of bullets, shot precisely at their targets. In one breath, they emptied their cartridges and immediately retreated to the back line, so as to shorten the time interval between the suppression fires. 5 commando teams took turns to shield the others along the main street. This was the first time that Nail had seen this method of taking turns to fire ever since revolving rifles replaced flintlocks. However, their enemies did not attack from only one direction. Suddenly, a platoon of crazed people leapt at them from a street-side house. Before most of the veterans could turn their guns, the platoon was already in their midst. Screams and curse were heard at once. Nail watched helplessly as a teammate was cut into half by a red-eyed guard right in front of him. Although the guard was shortly struck dead by the other teammates, Nail knew that this particular teammate could not be resuscitated even by Miss Angel herself. Where are those bastard artillerymen? Help me! Ouch, my legs. Continue firing. As he heard his captain's screaming instructions, Nail gritted his teeth and used his sleeve to wipe off the blood stains on a cartridge. He picked up a gun on the floor and reloaded it with the cartridge. Then, he aimed at an enemy who was tussling with his teammates and pulled the trigger. Although he was afraid, the trainings that he had attended reminded him constantly that while facing a strong opponent, it was necessary to stick closely with his platoon and make use of the team's collective strength in order to have a chance of survival. Just then, Nail heard the loud call of a support unit from behind him. The artillery battalion has run into trouble on East Street. Lord Brian has sent us to assist you. No matter who you people are, hurry forth. The captain cried out without looking back once. The support unit pulled 2 carts up the street. Noticeably, the weapons equipped on the carts were none other than Mark I type HMG. When their shooting positions were fixed, the guns discharged long rows of fire at the new wave of charging crazed army. Chapter 506. No one could escape. In an instant, a cloud of dust and ashes sprang up from the street. As soon as the crack, crack sounds of shooting began, the enemies stopped dead in their tracks and appeared to burst into plumes of blood. The dense hail of bullets seemed to form an invisible wall that blocked the forward motion from the drugged soldiers. Nicely done. Die, monsters, die. Nail clasped his hands in excitement. Sparks flew off the enemy's armor as they were bombarded by the heavy machine guns. Compared with revolvers, heavy machine guns were much more efficient and powerful. They were able to kill a man with just a single shot to the head or chest, and they could easily cause severe injuries to limbs as well. A revolver could barely stop someone from attacking. Best of all, there was no interval between each shot of the heavy machine guns. The target would likely be hit even if several shots missed their mark. Strands of white smoke escaped from the muzzles of the guns and drifted into the air after the sounds of shooting died down. Unable to compete with the heavy machine guns, the crazed army retreated in a panic, leaving numerous bodies behind. Those who sustained critical injuries from the bullets were lying on the ground moaning and wailing, having completely lost their ability to fight, much less drag themselves from harm's way. Nail caught sight of the terror in their eyes. "Guns in the air," the unit leader shouted aloud. Thinking of the comrade who was violently slashed in half right in front of him, Nail coolly raised his rifle without the slightest hesitation. The army was finally able to march forward after the road had been cleared. When the 5 commandos arrived at the palace gate, they immediately circled out a shooting field as instructed during the training, while at the same time monitored the movements on the streets. To prevent a pincer attack from the enemies, the army responsible for taking the inner city was divided into 3 wings. Each wing would march along one of the 3 main streets and serve as a flank for another. In this way, the First Army would be able to defend against enemies coming from all directions. However, Nail noticed the real combat was far more complicated than the training. The South Street was devoured by the flames, and it was almost impossible for them to pass. His own troops, on the other hand, were hindered by the crushed stones and became scattered as the battle progressed. Meanwhile, the soldiers were overwhelmed by the extent of the counterattacks they encountered, and they had completely forgotten to watch for the flag signals from Miss Lightning. A commando that should have belonged to his wing was missing, and gunshots could be heard everywhere in the inner city. Fortunately, they were the first wing to arrive at the gathering place. An hour later, the other wings trickled into the palace, gate one after another, slowly followed by the field artilleries. The hot air balloon once again appeared above the palace. As the 4 bombs burned the garden wall and the iron gate to the ground, the final storming of the fortified castle began. "Your Majesty, they're already at the palace gate. Please run for your life," Osborne, the imperial bodyguard, urged in anxiety. "There isn't much time left." Timothy silently sat at the bedside in his bedroom, completely motionless. This was exactly where his father had taken his own life many years ago. Now it appeared to be his turn. He had usurped the power of Prince Gerald, his biggest rival, by making him a scapegoat for the death of King Wimbledon III, and he had thereby ascended the throne. Within 1 year after becoming king, he had unified the eastern and northern regions in succession, driven away Garcia, his 3rd sister, and quickly became the most powerful man in the country. He had thought it would be just a matter of time before he occupied the western region and unified the whole kingdom of Greycastle. However, he had not expected that the situation would suddenly take a turn for the worse. The turn was so sudden and severe that he was caught fully unprepared. First, the crazed army had failed its mission to attack and conquer Border Town. Afterwards, the unexpected explosion had further shaken his confidence. In a matter of 3 days, all of his advantages were gone. When he received the message from Redwater City, he had never thought there would be only 3 days to prepare. The snow in the northern region had yet to melt, and it was still too early to start conscription since farmers were busy with the spring plowing. He immediately sent a letter to the new duke in the eastern region for help, but it was likely that the duke would just now be receiving the letter and probably had yet to read its contents. In the end, he was forced to fight against the enemies in haste. He had the help of many well-trained fighters, including knights in King's City, the mercenaries, the patrol team, and the guards and squires of the nobles nearby. Nevertheless, to his astonishment, the towering city wall that he had put so much faith in simply collapsed on the very first day of the battle. Son of a beach! Timothy suddenly picked up the candelabrum on the nightstand and smashed it to the floor with all his strength. "You damn bastard! How can you ever defeat me if you haven't colluded with the witches and surrendered to the demons? Your Majesty," Yes, the demons. There was a tinge of dryness and tremor in his furious howl. The church is crap. They've promised to kill the witches, but instead they have decided to just let Roland Wimbledon go. If it isn't the aid from witches, what else has made his firearms so much more powerful than mine? What else has enabled him to easily attack from above? I have far more laborers and alchemists, and I'm hundreds of times wealthier than he is. There's only one possible explanation. The demons in hell are helping him. 2 explosions went off below the palace, and the glass windows started to rattle. He could hear muted yelling outside. This was the sound of his guards' last attempts to hold off the enemy. No, I can't die, Timothy thought resentfully. It would be too kind of me to commit suicide now. My brother is the one that should go to hell. Let's get into the secret tunnel. He tried to stand up, but his legs were too shaky to support his weight. The guard stepped in and grabbed his arm to steady him. Yes, Your Majesty. Osborne was relieved. He carried Timothy on his back and asked the guards at the door to join them. They walked toward the hearth together. The secret tunnel had both a trapdoor and a fixed gate. Once the fixed gate was shut, the entrance of the tunnel would be blocked permanently. The underground maze was filled with God's stones of retaliation and hidden traps. Due to the complexity of the tunnel's structure, Timothy had not yet had a chance to fully explore it. It was possible that the tunnel existed even before the construction of the palace. When the group of 6 arrived at a large lounge area in the tunnel, Timothy ordered that they halted and asked them to take a rest while they waited for a chance to escape. Although the tunnel had many exits, with the farthest one leading to the outer city, it was still very risky to plunge into action in the broad daylight. Timothy clearly remembered that Roland had a witch who could carry gunpowder to the sky. The safest option was to wait until it was dark and quiet before exiting the tunnel. Given that the tunnel was fully protected by God's stones, it was impossible for witches to sneak in. Your Majesty, since we won't set out until midnight, please take a nap here. The imperial bodyguard took out a blanket from the chest and unrolled it on the ground. Timothy lay down, his brows furrowed when he smelled the damp, musty blanket. Feeling anxious and lost, Timothy could hardly fall asleep. Where should I go next? The northern region or the eastern region? There were nobles who supported him in both areas, and the dukes there were newly assigned. However, would they still be obedient once they learned that King's City had fallen? Or the church? As soon as the idea of turning to the church for help crossed his mind, the thought was stuck and would not leave. Anyway, all those great nobles were just hangers-on. Even if they knew his brother was in collusion with the witches, they would still knuckle down to Roland upon threats and duress, just as the nobles in Longsong's stronghold. Yet the church claimed that they would not tolerate a single witch, and they would certainly not tolerate a noble who supported a great number of them. Although these church scoundrels were conceited and foolish, at least they were not too stupid to condone the demons and allow them to spread their power in the kingdom of Greycastle so scrupulously. If the church could support him, he would even be willing to sacrifice the kingdom of his fathers. Until he could send Roland Wimbledon to the guillotine and torture those damn witches to death, he would never give up. In the dim torchlight, Timothy made up his mind. After midnight, the group of people fled King's City via the longest passage of the tunnel. They exited the tunnel and quietly made their way through the outskirts of town. However, they had yet to cover half a mile before the surrounding fields were suddenly lit up by hundreds of torches. Your Majesty, run. Osborne's words stopped abruptly on the tip of his tongue. There was no need for any explanation at this moment. The enemies had apparently planned out everything long before. They launched a perfect ambush and encircled the 6 of them, blocking all possible exits through which they could flee for their lives. Timothy's heart turned cold. He knew there was no escape. Chapter 507, The Wind-Up. Your Majesty, the road to the palace has been cleaned up, and the city is yours now. Iron Axe exclaimed in excitement as he knelt before Roland. The battle started yesterday and did not end until early this morning. After entering the city, the First Army only spent 4 hours to complete their 2 main missions, seizing the palace in the inner city and taking the great church in the east. The next steps would be to clear out the enemies and eliminate Timothy's resistance. Roland glanced around and noticed that everyone was exhilarated. The soldiers in the First Army and the witches were in high spirits. If he had made the official announcement, they would have probably been cheering for victory, but he had not yet. After Timothy's rule had been overturned, he was the king of the kingdom of Greycastle, even without a coronation ceremony. However, Roland felt surprisingly calm and peaceful. This magnificent capital city, the political and economic center of the kingdom of Greycastle, did not resonate with him, nor did he feel belonged to its soil. To Roland, it was simply an ordinary city, even less developed than Longsong's stronghold. The only thing that delighted him was that the chaos created by the royal decree on the selection of crown prince had finally come to an end. Now he could concentrate on the development of his territory. Having said that, it was still a victory, a significant triumph. Roland believed by the time the news spread throughout the kingdom, he would have built a greater reputation and gained more booming authority in the country. Subsequently, he could use his influence to recruit more talents and further the reforms. The plan for the spring offensive that he had been preparing for the last 4 months was half completed. The only territory yet to be conquered was the south. Roland looked toward where Fallen Dragon Ridge and the farther southernmost region lay. That was the territory he had to seize. He took a deep breath, put the thought behind him. "Let's enter the city," he announced. "Yes, Your Majesty." Iron Axe stood up with great respect and delivered his command to the guarding soldiers who had been eagerly waiting for instruction. "Column of twos, protect your new king and advance." The soldiers raised their weapons in unison and shouted, "Long live King Wimbledon! Long live His Majesty!" Roland stepped off the warship and set out for the palace. There were few people on the streets when the army entered the city gate. Traces of the fight could still be seen, more in the areas close to the palace than anywhere else. In the inner city, he saw property destruction, traffic barriers, broken limbs, and bloodstains everywhere. Although the First Army was able to occupy the palace in a short time, it was the most intense battle they had ever come across. Roland's heart ached when he saw the ruins on both sides of the street. The casualties were still unknown. However, there had been more than 20 soldiers' bodies sent to the rear, despite the fact that Nana had come to rescue in a timely fashion. If the little girl had not offered to help, the number would have been at least 3 times higher. When Roland entered the palace area, the guards knelt down. 2 columns of soldiers neatly lined up on their knees along the road leading to the castle. Such a scene was rarely seen among the First Army, where military salutation was commonly administered. Roland did not stop them. He could tell from their thrilled looks that these people were not greeting him as a military member, but were paying their respects to the new king as subjects of the kingdom of Greycastle. As Roland passed through the green castle garden, an old memory from childhood suddenly struck him. 3 blue stone edifices arranged in a triangular shape surrounded the aquatic garden. It was where the Wimbledons had been living for generations. On the left stood the Hall of Sky Dome, where banquets and ceremonies were often held. Unfortunately, it had been completely destroyed by a bomb, save the 10 soaring stone pillars. On the right lay the city hall and the library, both of which were guarded by the First Army at the moment. In the middle stood the most magnificent holy temple of double towers. Its structure was similar to that of skyscrapers in the modern world, with an oval 3-story podium building as its base. It was even bigger than the castle area in Border Town. On either side of the podium building was a lofty tower. One tower was shaped like a king's crown, the other a queen's, both representing the supreme power of the royal family. In the center of the double towers hung two crossed iron cables, representing the two guns on the cannon. Both the design of the architecture and the theory behind it were masterpieces that could go down in history and remain immortal. Roland stepped onto the long spiral staircase and entered the holy temple. It was strange that he knew every single chamber and hallway here, despite this being his first visit. In the temple, aside from the armed soldiers, there was also a group of fidgeting nobles. When Roland went in, they all knelt to greet him. "Please rise." Roland enthroned himself as a matter of course and surveyed them from above. He caught sight of several familiar faces among the nobles: Lauren Moore, treasurer; Bullet Flynn, minister for diplomacy; Pillaw, minister of justice; Marshall, director of intelligence; Marquis Wyke, prime minister, etc. These people used to work for King Wimbledon III, and some of their family histories could even be traced back to the time when the Wimbledon family settled in. When Timothy Wimbledon had succeeded to the throne, they had all pledged allegiance to the new king. Now, they apparently planned to play the same trick on him according to the usual practice. Unfortunately for them, Roland did not need them. This was not a negotiation, but a trial. Timothy Wimbledon is suspected of the murder of Prince Gerald, treason, as well as collusion with the church. He's now been taken into custody and will be subject to severe punishment. Soon, his conviction will be publicized and known by the whole country. Do you want to say anything about it? These are all capital offenses. I once tried to stop him but failed. Marquis Wyke ventured first. "You've driven away a plague on the kingdom of Greycastle, your majesty." All the other nobles chimed in. "Really?" Roland sneered. "When he was committing these crimes, were you standing with folded arms or holding a candle to the devil? Don't tell me that you tried to stop him with your vain persuasions." "Well," the Marquis frowned, "Your Majesty, you don't know the real situation. Timothy promoted a lot of his loyal followers, such as Lanry, Scar, and Marquis Morris, after he took charge. We could command neither the knights nor the conscripted army." "Yes, Your Majesty, that was indeed the truth. He didn't even try Prince Gerald before sending him to the guillotine." Pillaw coughed while defending himself. "The executor was also a knight. We couldn't stop him." "So, you're saying that everything that happened this year had nothing to do with you?" Roland despised these ministers even more. They were not handy assistants to the king, but rather a group of bloodsuckers feeding on the benefits granted by the royal family, only caring about their own interests. Perhaps these aristocratic ministers had been of great help to the king when the kingdom of Greycastle had initially been founded. But they had gone downhill in the past few hundred years. "Well, since you insist on your innocence, let's play a game." G-game? All of them were taken by surprise. "A trial game where I question and you answer." Roland's eyes flitted across each of the nobles. "There are 10 questions in total. You'll be out of the game if you lie. Remember, you only have one chance to answer each question." Chapter 508, The Game. Your Majesty, I don't understand." Marquis Wyke wiped the sweats from his forehead. What do you mean by out of the game?" "Those who are out will either be hanged, banished from the kingdom, or sentenced to heavy labor in the mines. Or perhaps all of their assets will be confiscated." The prince explained airily. "The rules of the game conform to the royal laws. It's fair enough." "No, I've served the royal family faithfully since the reign of your father." "You can't, but now I'm the king. I can do whatever I want." Roland interrupted him and continued. "Don't panic. Those who have answered all of the 10 questions correctly will get promoted or rewarded. It'd be boring if there were only punishments and no rewards, right?" "I can't accept this," said Sir Pillaw, shaking his head. "Those punishments you've mentioned should only be ordered by the court. We can't take such serious things so lightly." "Your Majesty, I'm sorry I feel uneasy. Please allow me to take my leave." He turned around and tried to exit the room, only to find that the door had been closed and that there were two expressionless soldiers now standing by the door. They blocked his exit and would not budge. "I'm not asking for your opinion, Sir Pillaw," said Roland, "and if you insist on quitting the game, I'm afraid I'll have to add one more punishment." He made a gesture as if shooting a gun and added, "That is, to shoot you." The frightened nobles opened their eyes wide and spontaneously stepped back a few paces, while the soldiers around them lifted up their guns and calmly looked at them. So now, time for the game. Roland stood up and clapped his hands. "The first question, did you get involved in the matter of forcing refugees to invade the Western region? Let's start with you, Mr. Prime Minister." After a moment of silence, Marquis Wyke said, "I did follow Timothy's order to recruit refugees from the Eastern region and the Southern Territory, but I did not take part in the other matter you stated." He felt Nightingale lightly pinch his right shoulder. "I'm sorry, I told you that you'd only have one chance to answer each question honestly." Roland waved his hand. "Take him down to the jail beneath this hall." "Your Majesty, what I said is true. No, you and I both know that you're still lying, even now." Roland promptly rejected the Prime Minister's appeal. He watched him get dragged out into the hallway and then slowly said to everyone, "If you're smart, you'll understand that lying won't do you any good, because I can tell whether or not you're telling me the truth." The nobles all stood with mouths agape, and no one dared to speak. "If nobody volunteers to answer the question, I'll just call out names." Roland looked at the Minister of Justice and said, "What about you, Sir Pillaw?" It had turned out just the way he had wanted. This was a trial. He had to cut the Gordian knot by efficiently dealing with the nobles here in this manner, as he also had to handle the situation with the area to the south of Fallen Dragon Ridge. He could not afford to waste too much time here. The post-war city management would be transferred to the personnel trained by the city hall, and the resistance they would meet was from the local nobles and Blackstreet gangs. Given that he needed the city to smoothly get back to normal, and that now there was not enough time and energy left for a long screening, he held the trial to quickly remove the guilty nobles who had worked in collusion with Timothy, and to pick out the clean, honest nobles to work with. As for the Blackstreet problem, he would leave them to Theo. After all, the purpose of the surprise attack was to prevent Timothy from using ordinary people to wage a meaningless, long-lasting war. If he were to just step away from the city after overturning Timothy's rule and leave the city in chaos, he would be no different from their previous king. He did not plan to absorb King's city into his kingdom, nor did he want to find another agent to run the city for him. After a whole year of hard work and development, he just did not have the strength. No matter to act against the noble or the church, he had the ability to beat them. Now, the last question, have you ever bullied or oppressed the people, including witches? After asking 9 questions, less than 10 out of the over 50 still remained in the hall. Such a high outing rate did not shock Roland at all, as he knew for sure Timothy had already kicked the incapable ones out of the palace. They were the people who either thought he usurped the throne or questioned the cause of King Wimbledon III's death. However, what did surprise Roland was that there were still 7 nobles working in the city hall who had nothing to do with either Timothy's schemes or the church. "Your Majesty, I'm guilty," said a noble, falling to his knees and sweating profusely. "I've ordered my men to beat up a civilian because he smeared my trousers with his feet. I failed to hold back my anger at that time but I just beat him. I did not kill him. I had a secret love affair with a shop owner's daughter, but she seduced me first. My housekeeper slept with my wife while I was out hunting. I cut off his penis straight away instead of sending him to the court. But, Your Majesty, a housekeeper doesn't count, right?" Roland did his best to keep a straight face while hearing those various, funny answers. Those trifles were not considered misdeeds, or even mistakes by nobles usually. But now they were apparently so frightened by the questioning that they spat out all those things in fear. that it would be regarded as lying. After they had all given their answers, Roland cleared his throat and asked, "Is there anything else?" "No," the nobles said. When Nightingale pinched his left shoulder, he finally nodded and said, "Congratulations, you've passed." The nobles were greatly relieved. "I did say that the winners of the game would be rewarded. Trust me, I'll keep my word, especially when there are so many vacancies in the city hall, but I still have one question." Roland looked at the two people standing at the back of the room, who seemed to have never broken any laws since they hadn't said anything, but no, in reply for every question, and their answers were all approved by Nightingale. "What are your names and positions in the city hall?" "I'm Alva Tabor, your majesty," one of them replied, "and I'm in charge of the issues related to the star image." Blanche Orlando, the other person, a woman, said, "I'm the ceremonial officer." That's the reason. People in positions like theirs don't get many chances to do bad things. These two are indeed the only ones with clean hands in the city hall. Roland went back to the throne and said, "You can leave the palace now. I'll send for you after I straighten up a few things with my family." He paused and added, "My way of ruling will be very different from my father's and Timothy's. You'll see that soon enough, and remember what got you through the game. Keep it up. This isn't going to be the last game you play." The nobles withdrew submissively, and then Roland left the hall and headed to the basement with Nightingale, thinking to himself, "Time to meet my dear brother." Chapter 509. To Become a King. The dungeon of the palace was a childhood nightmare for Prince Roland. The feeling naturally came back to him as he was walking down the stone steps. He started to search his memories and soon found the reason for this fear. One day, Timothy invited Gerald, Garcia, and little Roland to explore the basement of the basement under the palace hall together. The 12-year-old Roland had been so excited to finally get the chance to join their inner circle, but had never expected what would happen next. Timothy had stolen the keys from the guards, locked Ronald into a jail cell, and left with the other two kids while laughing. Little Roland was left alone in the dark room. He had thought of the shrilling cries he occasionally heard throughout the hall. A guard had once told him that the cries were from wailing ghosts in the underground world beneath the palace. His teeth chattered with fright, but he had not dared to cry out loud since he had been afraid of attracting the ghosts to him. At last, he huddled up in a corner, held his knees and pressed his face against them, sobbing uncontrollably. When Timothy, Gerald, and Garcia returned to check how terrible he was, his face had been covered with his snot. After that, Prince Roland had been too frightened to step back into the basement of the palace. Roland now understood that the wails and shrills did not come from ghosts, but from the prisoners being questioned and tortured in the basement. The jail could not hold many prisoners, which explained why little Roland had only been able to hear them every now and then. Roland met Timothy Wimbledon in a small cell on the bottom floor of the basement. Compared with the jails in the outer and inner city, the place was pretty good. At least it was dry and clean, without rats, cockroaches, or stinky smells. This was the exact cell where the little Roland had been locked into and cried for an entire night. Ironically, now Timothy swapped positions with Ronald. Hearing unexpected noises, Timothy, who sat silently against the wall, opened his eyes and saw Roland. This brother, that Prince Roland had feared the most in the past, looked almost the same as before. Like all the other descendants of the Wimbledon family, he was gray-eyed and gray-haired. He resembled his father in appearance in that he wore short curly hair and had his father's nose and handsome face. However, his long, narrow eyes made his face a little ghastly, especially in the flickering torchlight. Prince Roland had never dared to look into his brother's eyes before, but now Timothy was just a helpless and defenseless stranger. They looked at each other for a while, during which nothing could be heard except the burning sounds of torches. Finally, Timothy was unable to veil his gaunt face any longer and gave up trying to overwhelm Roland with an aggressive attitude. for he found that it was useless now. The look in Timothy's eyes changed, and somehow he seemed to be terrified. "Who the hell are you?" Timothy broke the silence. His dry, emotional voice reverberated in the basement, from which Roland could easily tell that his brother was scared. Compared with Tilly, Timothy had had more interactions with Prince Roland and contributed a lot to his previous annoying and fickle behaviors. He felt that it was natural for Timothy, who had known Prince Roland quite well in the past, to spot something different in Ronald now and ask that question. "I'm Roland Wimbledon," Ronald said as he had squatted down until his face was level with Timothy's and looked into his eyes. "You can't remember me." "No, you're not him," Timothy said in a trembling voice. "He could never look at me like this. He dared not look directly into my eyes." He heavily panted and continued, "I know. You're the real demon. You're not lured by demons. You're evil incarnate, wanting to steal my kingdom." Roland did not even want to bother explaining anything to a dying man like Timothy. Ronald said, "So what? You think you're better than the demons? You killed our father, framed our innocent elder brother, and then executed him to keep the throne you stole. You collaborated with the church, who our father hated the most. You compelled innocent people to invade the domain of Princess Garcia, and you can't even spare your weakest and most powerless brother, Prince Roland. In only 1 year, you conquered and destroyed so many cities, dragging the whole kingdom into chaos and making the people homeless. Even the demons wouldn't do this." Timothy hurriedly refuted, "No, I didn't kill our father. He killed himself. Just like you, he was controlled by demons." "Suicide?" Roland asked, frowning. "Yes." He lay in the bed as usual and drove a dagger into his heart with a smile on his face. Timothy answered. "Not the witches?" Ronald questioned. "No, he wore God's stone of retaliation." "Damn it," Timothy shouted hoarsely and added in a choked voice. "It just happened without any warning, and I couldn't stop it at all." Roland looked back at Nightingale, who slightly nodded to him. It must have been an attaching magic witch. Once she performed her magic power, she would not be affected by God's stone, Roland thought. And unlike witches from other organizations, the pure witches of the church could possibly find a chance to get close to the king. Prince Ronald quickly recalled an incident that happened half a year ago when they were evacuating refugees. A witch tricked her way into the camps to assassinate Wendy by her ability to change her appearance. Connecting that incident to what had happened to King Wimbledon III, he thought the answer was clear. If the church was the creator of those incidents, it could also explain the reason for the royal decree on the selection of crown prince, which clearly aimed at creating wars and chaos. He still needed somebody to testify this speculation, and believed he would get something out of the high priest of the king's city. But this can't be the justification of framing Gerald and expanding the war, Roland said in a deep voice. You conspired with the church and used the pills of madness to create crazed soldiers. Have you ever thought that how many people would die of this? Even if I didn't use the pills, who could guarantee that Garcia wouldn't use them? If they recognized me as the legitimate king at first, why would I destroy them mercilessly? Timothy explained as he crawled to hold the railings. And what do all these have to do with a demon like you? How the hell do you want to deal with me? I want to expose your crimes, judge you, and then send you to the guillotine. You'll end up like Gerald, except that you're proven guilty of unpardonable crimes for which even death penalty is not enough to serve the justice, Ronald said. No, you can't kill me. Demons like you can never stand in the light, since powerful deities will wipe you out. If you want the kingdom of Greycastle, you have to rely on me. Timothy yelled. Deities? Roland grinned. You mean the church? You don't know them. The church's hidden strength is unfathomable. There are incredible things Father had written down in his notes, and they're the reason why he could not make up his mind to banish the church in his life. Timothy cried out. Pills are just one of their formidable methods. If they uncover your identity, there'll be no escape for you. No, Timothy Wimbledon, I know much more than you think I do, and I've got a clear idea of the road ahead. It's a hard road, and you don't have the ability to lead the people to a bright future," Roland said slowly. "Your life must end here for the crimes you committed. But relax, you aren't the only one who is going to hell." With those words, Ronald stood up and walked out of the jail, leaving Timothy to cry alone without even turning his head. Chapter 510. The Flower of Revenge. When he entered the basement of the palace, Hill Fox felt his heart tremble, not out of fear, but rather uncontrollable excitement. The flickering flame of the torch seemed to dance for him, while his steps echoed praises off the stone floor. He never felt the dark, quiet basement could be so wonderful. After arriving at the ground floor of the basement, Theo searched his body again. He then patted his shoulder and whispered, "Go, and don't stay too long." Hill nodded and walked excitedly into the darkness ahead. After a while, as he passed through a darkened walkway and approached the cage, he slowed down so he could fully savor this memorable moment. He then saw the murderer who killed his wife, Timothy Wimbledon. At that moment, Hill covered his mouth, as his eyes were filled with tears. Everything that he had done before was not in vain, and the outcome came earlier than he expected. My wife would smile at this sight, he thought. Who is it? Timothy asked. He turned around, leaned against the rails, and he desperately asked, "Is that you, demon? Did you change your mind?" Hill came out of the shadows and paced to the cage. Timothy was shocked and then became wary. He moved 2 steps back. "Who are you? Who let you in? Where is Roland Wimbledon? I want to see him." This was the formerly haughty king. Hill had only seen what Timothy looked like from a distance in the ascending ceremony. At that time, he wore a crimson robe, a shining and noble crown, and he held a golden scepter in his hand. Surrounded by the knights of King's City, he walked to the high platform step by step and accepted the coronation. Hill once hoped that he would become a good king who would give everyone a stable life. But the later raid tore the whole city, the acrobatic troupe, and the families apart. As a result, all these expectations for the future disappeared. Now he finally felt the sweetness of revenge. It did not contain any pity for this enemy or emptiness after success. Instead, all he felt was just sweetness and happiness, which warmed his cold heart again. To his surprise, he found he actually was fond of this kind of feeling. "I'm Hill Fox, Your Majesty," Hill said as he bowed. "I'm a member of Dove and Cylinder, and it's impossible for you to know me, but I know you." Timothy was stone-faced and speechless. Hill did not care at all, however, and continued. "There should have been 7 members in this acrobatic troupe, but we lost a partner because of you. Since then, the 6 of us left no longer focused on performing, but we hid among the rats and hotels to inquire about your movements. After that, we organized and analyzed the information and sent it to Lord Roland." He paused and then said, "By the way, we told him about your plan of developing snow powder and impressing militiamen to invade the western region. We also made the 2 saltpeter factories in the suburbs close down and transferred them to other places." "What are you talking about?" Timothy squinted and said, "A hidden traitor who is proud of what he has done. A traitor who betrayed his king and reaped the benefits of betraying his dignity. I don't know anything about the Dove and Cylinder at all. Stop your tricks, you lowlife. Benefit? Betrayer? No, Your Majesty, I just followed my heart," Hill said quietly. "That partner is my wife. She died in your witch-hunting campaign. In prison, she was tortured and insulted, but the ultimate punishment for the murderer was just 25 silver royals." Timothy's eyes glittered. "Do you remember now?" Hill spread his hands and added, "Although the city hall later gave 3 gold royals as compensation, it actually means nothing to me. My wife will never come back. She was not a witch, but she died because of you." After a while, Timothy said, "I didn't do it." This rather weak answer was as sweet as honey. Usually, this response would have been met by a sneer and a "so what." At the time, Lanry, who executed the arrest, was your henchman. Even Steelheart Knight couldn't stop him. I just wanted a fair verdict, but the court and the city hall rejected my appeal. There's no doubt that you were behind this. No, enough, you lowlife. Timothy could not help but roar. Do you know what you're doing? If that witch-hunting campaign only wronged your wife, what you've done will ruin the kingdom of Greycastle. Lord Roland, you idiot. Roland Wimbledon has been dead for a long time. Your master is a real demon. You decided to serve a demon just for a woman. Is that so? Hill asked, raising the corners of his mouth. When I begged the gods, there wasn't any response. At that moment, I swore that as long as I could get my revenge, even if he was a demon, I'd follow him to hell. He bowed with his hand on his chest and said, "Goodbye, your majesty. I'm much honored to have aided in your destruction." When he returned to the basement's entrance, Theo nodded toward Hill. "Are you satisfied?" "Yes, your excellency. Please take me to see His Majesty Roland," Hill said, as he took a deep breath. On the third floor of the palace, he finally saw the man whom he had served for the past 6 months. Roland Wimbledon looked much kinder than Timothy. Although they had the same gray hair and gray pupils, he did not have the arrogant temperament that kept people at arm's length. He did not even look like a royal nobleman. "I'm very grateful for your undercover work in King's City," said Roland. Hill was also surprised by his first sentence. "Thanks to your intelligence, I could prepare everything to conquer King's City at the lowest cost. Don't mention it, and I was doing what was right." "Certainly, I know you did that for revenge. Timothy will soon have his due verdict. Now that you have what you want, you can start a new life, but I hope that you can continue to work for me." Roland got up, walked in front of him, and looked at him. There is still much to do to help the city restore stability and even return to its past prosperity. For example, rats need to be controlled, and the restless noblemen also need to be watched. But Theo won't be able to cope with these tasks alone. What do you think? The members of your acrobatic troupe and you can work in a secret and formal position to protect the people of the city from a similar tragedy. "I'd love to, Your Majesty," Hill said, and solemnly knelt down. "Even if you didn't say so, I'd still follow you forever. You fulfilled what you promised before, and now it's my turn to do so," he said slowly. "The rest of Hill Fox's life will belong to you." The flower of revenge finally bore its most delicious fruit. Chapter 511, Whispers at Nightfall. Nightingale lay by the window and watched the city under the night sky. Dim shadows spread under the darkness and outlined the silhouette of King's City's wall. Under the light, the 3 walls showed some minor differences. The nearest palace wall was a light gray color, lit up by burning resin torches. At a glance, it looked like a jeweled belt with overlapping areas of light and dark. Far away was the inner city wall, which was gray mixed with black, and it looked like a long snake that surrounded the city. Even after King's City had a new ruler, the inner city still kept its splendor. It was the first time that Nightingale saw a place busier and livelier than Border Town. This short, yet fierce war did not have any effects on the noble and the rich, so they still joyfully indulged themselves at night. However, beyond that, the sky was suddenly darker, as if all the light was blocked by the inner city's wall. The darkness covered everything, including the most splendid bluestone city wall, where Nightingale saw only some stones sparkle from the moon's light. The outer city just looked like most of the cities she had seen before. These cities fell into silence after the night came. In the vast darkness, the inner city's light seemed a bit dull, but it did not stop people from dancing and singing. For some reason, Nightingale suddenly thought about how human beings were cornered into this part of the continent, and the vast land of dawn was being devoured by the darkness bit by bit. There were demons and evil beasts that lurked about, but most people had no idea and still partook in what little entertainment they had. "Phew, I'm beyond tired." Wendy's voice interrupted Nightingale's thoughts as the red-headed witch rubbed her shoulders and lay down next to Nightingale by the window. Nightingale asked, Have they fallen asleep already? Yes, they finally got tired after all the commotion they've stirred up today. Wendy yawned. I don't know where their energy comes from. They flew around on hydrogen balloons the entire day, and still they demanded to hear a story before going to bed. Wendy finished. You should thank His Majesty for that. Nightingale laughed. If he didn't punish them to do 3 sets of exercises, I'm afraid they'd go out to explore the night instead of listening to your story. Nightingale turned around to look through the gap between the balcony and the bedroom and saw Maggie leaned over Lightning. Maggie's white hair almost covered Lightning's entire body. Those two seemed to really hit it off, Nightingale expressed. Since the rooms in the royal palace were more spacious, and each living room was accompanied by 2 bedrooms, the witches that followed Roland on this expedition lived in 4-person rooms with each other. These rooms were the most splendid places in the whole kingdom of Grey Castle. The carpets and bedding in the guest rooms were all made of excellent materials, some of which Nightingale recognized, like velvet and silk. Other things were made of materials she had never seen before. Yes, Wendy also smiled gently. I heard from Lady Tilly once that Maggie used to turn into a pigeon and slept while squatted on the roof. Any little noise would wake her, and she only kept pigeon form to escape any possible dangers. Now she finally can have a peaceful sleep just like a normal little girl. She paused for a while and then continued, her voice filled with emotion. We're very lucky. Nightingale did not answer her. She did not need to. All the witch cooperation associations, witches who survived, would feel the same way. When they struggled between life and death, it was the Lord of Border Town who reached out to them and promised them a new world. Now, not only did their sisters see hope, but they also found that this new world was within reach. After the Holy Mountain, they pursued for hundreds of years, became a reality. Their gratitude and recognition could not be expressed within a few words. They fell into a long silence until the midnight bell ranged from far away, and Wendy said, Do you want to go back and have a visit? Nightingale asked, confused. Go back to where? She still was not fully awakened. Silver City, your hometown, Wendy pointed south and said. It's only half a day's journey from here. If you let Maggie carry you, it won't even take an hour. You do have a little brother living there, right? Nightingale did not think she would bring this up, and after a little hesitation, she shook her head and explained. While we restore the city's order, there are potential enemies everywhere, so I can't leave His Majesty now. Besides, when everything in the kingdom of Grey Castle is settled, I'll have many opportunities to visit Silver City. There is no hurry. I thought you'd emphasize that you've already removed yourself from the Jylan family, just like you did in the past, Wendy said, relieved. You seem like you don't hate your little brother anymore. Without his betrayal, I wouldn't have met you, let alone His Highness. Nightingale smiled. You always say to me, getting rid of the past nightmares doesn't mean separating yourself from the past. Now, I finally understand the second half of the sentence. It's okay as long as I live a better life than before. Well, it seems like a good proverb pieced together. Wendy raised her brow. I didn't know you had such literary skills. So I won't sneak out secretly, and you can go to sleep in peace. Nightingale uttered as she held Wendy's hands. It's late. Aha! Wendy huffed as the two of them crawled on the big bed, and Wendy summoned a slight breeze to blow out the candle. Good night, Wendy mumbled. Nightingale replied, Good night. After Nightingale was sure that Wendy was asleep, she got up from the bed, went into the mist, and walked to Roland's room. Next, it was her time. Darkness was on her side. The next day, Roland received both good news and bad news from Iron Axe. The good news was that after one night's interrogation, High Priest Fairy finally admitted Hermes' plan of secretly replacing Wimbledon III and issuing the royal decree on the selection of Crown Prince. The bad news was that the Church had plotted this war for a long time, so they could weaken the military potential of the Kingdom of Grey Castle and occupy it more quickly. They actually occupied many areas, like the 2 provinces in the southeast of the kingdom. If Roland had not traversed time to become Prince Roland, this plan would probably have destroyed the kingdom of Greycastle already. Did you hear all of that? Roland asked Theo, who stood beside him. Go spread the news, especially about the church's true intentions and Timothy's collaboration with them. The more details you disclose, the better. I want every citizen of the city to know what they have done. Theo answered, yes. Then Roland turned to Iron Axe and ordered, send out another paddle ship to bring Barov and Kyle Sitcha here. Iron Axe seemed embarrassed, which was uncommon for him. It's no problem to fetch the director, but the chief alchemist. Will he really agree to leave the lab and waste his precious time on the road? Iron Axe questioned. I'll write to Kyle. Roland frowned. There's a saying that if you don't come back and visit your hometown when you get rich, it's like wearing a black suit in the middle of the night. What's the point if people can't see it? When a man learns impressive skills, he shouldn't mind showing it off. When Kyle was in Redwater City, he always competed with the Alchemist Workshop in King's City. As they say, two of a trade never agree. Now Kyle has a chance to beat his rival, so I don't believe that he won't come. This is also a good opportunity to enlist all the alchemists in King's City in one swoop and make them serve me. Chapter 512. An Old Friend and a New Friend. There was no doubt that King's City was a huge treasure trove. Although it was a rather backward city, and those magnificent buildings meant nothing in Roland's eyes, it was still the most brilliant pearl in the kingdom of Greycastle. In terms of population, the number of noblemen here far exceeded that of other cities. The first thing anyone who lost their rank and land would do was to come to King's City to seek new opportunities. If landless nobles and knights canonized by the royalty were counted, then the population was even bigger. For example, nearly 20% of the citizens in the inner city were noblemen. Most of them received primary education and could read and write, making them all potential officials who deserved training in Roland's eyes. After all, without land and property, they would not resist the new policy too much, and their excellent insight would allow them to accept new things quicker. In terms of industries, King's City also hosted the best men of all trades. Besides the merchant and craftsmen unions, it also had the biggest alchemist association and the only astrologer association. Roland coveted these talents and summoned Barov and Kyle Sitcha to utilize these men as much as possible. In terms of wealth, the value of all the collections in the palace was 10 times that of Duke Ryan, with gold royals, jewelry, and golden handicrafts filling up several storehouses. This, combined with the properties of the other ministers who fell from power along with Timothy, totaled an astonishing number. If their properties were all confiscated, then the city of Neverwinter would be well taken care of for 2 or 3 years. However, Roland did not plan to take away all of the treasures, since it would waste too much time. Besides, he would need a lot of wealth to take over King's City and maintain its stability. Neither keeping the money stacked up in the basement nor using it freely was meaningful, so it was best to circulate it. If possible, Roland would love to spend half a year to process all these resources, but compared with King's City, which lay far in the middle, it was more important to take Fallen Dragon Ridge and the southernmost region, which lay next to the western region. Soon after Iron Axe left, one guard reported, "Your Majesty, outside the palace, a businesswoman called Margaret wants to see you." Roland's eyes lit up. "Bring her to me." When the businesswoman walked into the hall, he smiled and arose from his seat to welcome her. "We finally meet again. I didn't expect we would meet in the palace of the Kingdom of Greycastle this time." Margaret raised her hem and curtsied to Roland. "You always surprise me, Your Highness. No, now I should call you Your Majesty. It doesn't matter, the enthronement hasn't been held, so I'm not the king yet." Roland waved his hands. "You're not anxious about this, and you do behave in a kingly way." Margaret covered her mouth and smiled. "From now on, there will be business opportunities everywhere in King's City. As an old friend, You should take more care of me. Of course, even if you didn't come to me, I'd find you. He laughed openly. You may not know this, but Border Town and Longsong Stronghold are going to be integrated into one big city. The steam engine company has opened several more production lines, and the yield will triple. It'll also produce more new commodities, and I promise they'll be unparalleled in the Four Kingdoms. I've already seen how creative you can be, so we can talk about these things later in great detail. Margaret nodded. But that's not why I'm here today. I want to ask another favor from you. Oh, Roland asked with great interest. Tell me, could we move to another place to talk? She glanced around the room and asked quietly. If the Chamber of Commerce's financial resources can't solve this problem, and now we have to be secretive about it. Has she really encountered so much trouble? The prince thought for a moment. Then, let's go to my study. The study, located on the top floor of the Tower of Crown, belonged to King Wimbledon III originally. And it was also where Prince Roland wanted to be the most when he was a child. This was the only place where he could see his reticent father. However, the reason that Roland picked this place was only that it was too high to have any secret passages, and there was only one set of winding stairs leading to the top of the tower, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Can you talk about it now? There were only him and Margaret left in the room, plus Nightingale, who had already hidden herself. Sorry, Your Majesty, I swore to someone that I'd tell this to only you. She bowed respectfully. Thunder wants to see you. Thunder? Roland was shocked. You mean the most famous explorer in the fjords? Didn't he just die in a shipwreck? A real explorer may believe in the three gods, but he wouldn't go to them so easily. Margaret shook her head. He doesn't want to reveal his whereabouts, especially to Lightning, which is why I need to tell you in secret. Thunder had planned to contact you through Tilly, but he didn't expect that you'd occupy King's City so soon, so he changed his plan at the last minute. The businesswoman halted for a while. He also said that he found some unbelievable things in the east of the Shadow Islands that you'd definitely be interested in, and that they may have something to do with the ruins from hundreds of years ago. Wait, is he in King's City now? Yes, he arrived here yesterday. He made this decision after meeting with me. You don't seem surprised by his coming back from the dead. Roland was surprised. Have you known about it for a long time? Margaret nodded. So the reason that you came to Border Town to do businesses the first time wasn't that I sent the guards out, but to find Lightning, right? I'm sorry I didn't tell you this from the start, she said, while holding her hand to her chest. Lightning wore a magic stone, so Thunder could find where she was. He sent me there just to make sure that she was safe. After learning that Lightning was settled in your domain, he decided to hide his information to keep his daughter far away from being an explorer. That's it. Roland understood it instantly. I didn't ask for more details about Thunder's death at the time, and Margaret did speak the truth in some sense. So Nightingale couldn't detect her lies, but could only tell that she had no bad intentions towards witches. So there was a reason for this coincidence. Without Lightning, my steam engine trade wouldn't have found business routes so quickly. Now King's City is still a mess, so I can't leave the palace, Roland said, after a minute's consideration. If Thunder wants to meet me, you can bring him here. I promise I won't divulge his information to Lightning. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Margaret looked very grateful, and she bowed again. I'll deliver your reply to him as soon as possible. Soon after the servants sent the businesswoman away, Roland heard his guards report when he got back to the hall. Your Majesty, a nobleman outside the palace claimed to be your old friend and made a fuss about coming inside. It surprised him a little. He knew the lower noblemen who were not influenced by the spring offensive would come here to snoop, but he did not expect they would come so soon. Logically, they should have waited to see the policy trends, and they should not come forward so proactively before Timothy was beheaded. He also used to be a prince, so how could he be on good terms with a lower nobleman? What's his name? Sir Yorko, Your Majesty. Chapter 513, Magic Hand Yorko. Ahem. Roland almost choked on his own saliva. A pale-looking, slightly oversized man with stubby fingers and a curly mohawk appeared within his mind. Roland had almost forgotten about him, but he quickly realized who he was once the name was mentioned. His appearance was as clear as if they had parted just yesterday. The visit was not a surprise. Prince Roland had once been so close with Yorko that he would have given him the shirt off his back. Prince Roland had been out of his mind and was self-loathing after being fiercely rejected by Tilly, realizing that he would never fit into Gerald, Timothy, and Garcia's circle. Yorko's appearance was basically his salvation. Not only did he bring Roland along to the brothel, allowing him a taste of the pleasures of a noble, but he also introduced him to a gang of evil associates to boss around, giving him the prestige that he would never have in the palace. Even though these things were not righteous, he had been Prince Roland's best friend, at least at that time. Roland wanted to reject Knight Yorko, but these memories made him realize that he would not do that if he were still Prince Roland, not to mention that he needed someone to attract the rest of the nobility to serve him. After a little contemplation, he finally decided to meet the popular magic hand of King's City. "Bring the knight to my study," he ordered, "and remember to confiscate his god's stone of retaliation." Returning to the Tower of Crown, Roland soon met the old friend he was waiting for. "Oh my God, Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to come back so quickly and defeat your demon older brother so easily." Prince Roland used to address his siblings as a clan of demons, and Yorko had gone along with this statement in private. His image was very similar to what Roland could remember. Yorko dashed forward and gave Roland a warm hug as soon as he opened the door and walked into the study. Roland reluctantly patted his back like he used to and said, "I didn't expect you to come so soon either." Despite the fact that Yorko's average appearance did not relate to his title of Casanova, his round chin always gave people a sense of inexplicable intimacy. Considering his neatly shaved beard, the clean-as-a-pin attire, the perfect smell of his cologne, and his legendary techniques, it was no surprise that so many ladies fell for him. "I'm different from them. Those cowards are still worrying about Timothy's remaining power, but I know that you would never let him off so easy." Yorko grinned and asked, "Since you're back, would you like to have a drink tonight at the Golden Lane? Do you want me to make an appointment with Mrs. Rother or Miss Kingfisher? Ever since that one-night stand, they've been missing you." Roland suddenly felt a chill from behind his back. An ice-cold gaze pierced through his body, casted directly towards Yorko. The knight felt the change too. His voice abruptly ceased, and he started to look around in doubt. "How come it suddenly got so cold in here? What one-night stand? I had nothing to do with them," Roland immediately objected. "Whatever they're feeling has nothing to do with me." Even if it did, it would only have something to do with Prince Roland. It was totally different from his true self, so what he said was still the truth. Nightingale should not be able to tell the difference. As expected, the chilling sensation reduced drastically following his response. "Oh, is that so?" Yorko stroked his chin. "But you obviously spent a night with them." "It was way past curfew time, and I wasn't able to return to the palace. Otherwise, I would have had to sleep on the street," Roland emphasized. "Anyway, I didn't do anything that night, understand?" There was a glimmer of doubt on Yorko's face, but his initial smile soon returned. "Well, in that case, forget about them. Let's meet some new ones today. You probably have no idea, but a classier brothel opened up right opposite the Golden Lane. I heard that the quality can be compared to private reserves of the nobles, and they only allow entry by invitation. I haven't had a chance to try it out myself yet. I'm sure there'll be no problem for you. What do you think?" "No, I'm not going anywhere at night. I'm staying in the palace." "Oh, I understand." Yorko raised his brows and said, "There are quite a few beautiful attendants in the palace as well, so you should enjoy them first." In that case, I'll teach you my famous skills so none of them will forget about you. He sighed and said, You used to be so eager to learn from me, but I thought it would be useless for you back then, even if you mastered the stunt. Now that you're about to become king, I'm afraid you'll have more lovers than I do. So, the stunt should be able to come in handy for you. After all, human energy is limited. Stop! Roland was close to covering Yorko's mouth with his hand. He dared not let Yorko continue. It was utterly a complete collection of dark histories. He did not want to bear the responsibilities of the awful things Prince Roland had done, especially not in front of Nightingale. Listen, friend, I'm different now. Yorko was stunned, but replied, Of course. You're now the king, your majesty. I don't mean that, Roland interrupted, but you can also interpret it that way. As a king of the country, I definitely can't be as ruthless as I used to be, understand? He recalled Prince Roland's way of intimate conversation, hooked his arm around Yorko's neck, and said, Speaking of which, just tell me what you have in mind. I don't believe that you came here simply to reminisce about the past. You don't have to hide anything from me. As expected, Yorko laughed and said, In that case, I'll be straightforward. Your Majesty, can you please grant me an official position? What? What about making me your minister? I don't need to be in a key position, such treasurer or minister of justice. Just let me manage the patrol team, like Steelheart Knight. He patted his bulging stomach and said, I can assure you that the rats would be obedient under my watch. Roland could not help but silently roll his eyes. How dare he mention that? The reputation of King's City would be ruined if he held the Minister of Defense position. He would bring the patrol team to fool around and summon the men to beat up other Casanovas if he had any conflicts. It was scary to even think about it. However, it could be good publicity if Yorko was given a suitable position. He would have a chance to be promoted during the throne alternation as long as he was willing to serve Roland. After all, Yorko had a clean background. He basically did not have any bad habits other than the fact that he could not control his sexual desire. The key question was what kind of position was suitable for someone like him. Roland contemplated for a while and said, I see. There's no problem with granting a simple official position, however. I'll still have to discuss the specific details with the city hall. After all, it's an official job. He patted the old friend on his shoulder and said, I'll send someone to inform you after I decide. Chapter 514, The Hypothesis of the Spirits. Nightingale appeared from behind him once Yorko left the study. Who are Mrs. Rother and Miss Kingfisher? What's the famous stunt? This is a really tough question to answer. Roland walked towards the window and pretended to be contemplating, but he was actually preventing Nightingale from seeing his expression. Just two ladies whom I was acquainted with. I don't know them very well, and I don't even know their real names. This is the way of interactions among the nobles. They're always hypocritical. Everything's simply for show most of the time, and they forget all about it after that. But he said both of them are missing you dearly. About that, they're not missing me, but my gold royals, status, and power. After all, I was still a prince back then. So they lost contact with me after I was assigned to border town. They would not be so cold to me if they really missed me, would they? Nightingale could only differentiate the truth of the statement, but she could not directly determine the truth of the matter. Thus, Roland decided to use the art of misleading and dispelled Nightingale's doubt with winding statements. Not to mention that he indeed had nothing to do with this nonsense, so he was not at all stressed about it. Regarding the famous stunt, it's a little bit more complicated. Simply put, Yorko can make a woman fall for him with the skills within his hands, as he is named the Magic Hand. I used to be curious because I knew nothing about it, but I don't need any of these skills now, do I? He turned around and looked at Nightingale. However, she quickly avoided the eye contact, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. I guess, she said. Phew, I should be safe now. Roland silently sighed in relief. Even though he could always ask Nightingale to wait outside in the beginning, it would not only hurt her trust, but also put him in potential danger. After all, Sylvie was still inspecting the entire palace, and the gem list was still missing. It was better to be safe than sorry. After dinner, Roland finally got to meet with Thunder, the great explorer from the fjords. His body was solidly wrapped up, with his head in a hood and a gauze wrapped around his neck. The guards would probably not have let them pass with the way he was dressed if Nightingale had not personally picked him and Margaret up. Thunder took off his coat and gauze after creeping into the study. He respectfully bowed to Roland and said, "I've heard of your name from Margaret and Her Highness Tilly a while ago. My respected Roland Wimbledon, Your Majesty, thank you for taking care of Lightning." "I'd like to thank you for taking care of Tilly as well," Roland excitedly answered, observing him from head to toe. "I heard that you've helped her a lot since she moved to Sleeping Island." Thunder had the typical short blonde-colored hair of fjords locals, just like Lightning. He was brown-skinned and had a stocky body, rugged-looking appearance, and thick sideburns that were conjoined with the stubbles covering half of his face and his chin. His tone was full of energy, and he clearly spent most of his time on the sea. He was completely different from when he first walked into the room without making even the slightest noise. "Don't mention it. She was a great help to my adventures. If it wasn't for her help, I'm afraid that the fleet would have been limited to exploring the Shadow Islands." Thunder smiled and said, "And, of course, I wouldn't have been able to reach the sea that I've never seen before and witness the existence of sea line." "Sea line?" Roland curiously asked. "What's that?" "A wall that's formed by the sea water that still allows the boats to cross over freely." Thunder narrated what he had seen in detail. "It's also what brings me here." Roland was shocked to hear that sea water could overcome gravity and form into ladder-like height differences, allowing boats to sail vertically upwards and cross over smoothly. It sounded incredible. He felt a great wave of emotion in his heart. It would be difficult for him to believe any of these if he had not heard them from the most famous explorer, Thunder. It implied that the gravity here was distorted, forming a unique gravitational field. However, Roland was not able to make any conclusion at this time, as the principle of gravity formation was still unclear. Since magic power was everywhere in this world, he could only guess that perhaps magic causing the formation of sea line. However, he could faintly feel in his heart that the answer was more profound than he could imagine. The planet looked very similar to Earth at a glance, so he quickly referred to the theories he learned as scientific enlightenment and guidance. This was not a surprise, since the existence of human beings and carbon-based organisms led to a rough judgment. The law of substances here was basically similar to the previous universe. It was not metaphysics. The existence of life could be traced back to the speed and direction of atomic spin. It was so precise that none of the machines in the world could be compared. Any change in the constants would cause life to fall apart. Just like a wise man once said, "Life is just like a set of flush in hand, so it'll no longer be there once the cards are shuffled." He even speculated that the past world might also contain magic, but it had never been discovered due to the lack of witches as terminals. "I heard that you can make steam-powered boats without sails that are faster than any sailing ship." Thunder continued after Roland completely processed the news. "Therefore, I'd like to ask for your help to build such a ship for me, so that I can sail against the current and the sea wind. Money is not a problem. Please feel free to state your price." Roland said after a while, "Regarding this matter, gold royals are indeed not a problem. No worries, I'll put the best technology into the ship construction and charge you only the cost of production." "Your Majesty, no, you don't have to." "Listen, it's no longer your personal matter. Exploring the unknowns of the world is as significant as changing the fate of mankind," Roland interrupted and said. "I'll fully support your adventure with only one condition. Remember to update me at once with any new discovery." The discussion of the follow-up details continued for another half an hour. However, Thunder probably noticed that it was very difficult for Roland to settle down and concentrate, so he left after setting the next appointment time. Afterwards, Roland continued to sit in front of the desk, frowning and feeling unsettled. "What's the matter?" Nightingale anxiously asked. "You look pale." "Nothing." Roland shook his head and sighed. "I just have a bad feeling about this." "What feelings? Do you know about the spirits?" Do you mean those tiny, glowing, heavenly individuals that could bring moisture and recovery to all things on Earth in the epic biography?" "No, I'm talking about the creatures with pointed ears and human-like bodies, who are elegant, long-lived, and generally prefer to live in the forest." Nightingale contemplated for a moment and said, "I've never heard of them." "I've only read about them in a storybook," Roland slowly explained. These fictional species basically spread their footprints through the entire continent. However, they were forced to hide in the deep forest after the rise of mankind, putting them on the verge of extinction. As intelligent as they were far less in number compared to the latecomers. Facing the coalition of mankind that was 100 times larger than they were, the spirits appeared to be totally defenseless, trapped themselves within the deserted mountains, and became increasingly outdated. Their technology was eventually taken over by mankind, and they ended up as pets. "What do you think?" he continued without waiting for Nightingale's answer. "We're just like the spirits now." As a member of mankind himself, Roland had totally neglected this, but now he shuddered at that thought. Although mankind was indeed a thriving race comparing to the spirits, it did not mean that they would always thrive the most among the intelligent creatures. Nowadays, mankind was actually the minority, and they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. They were trapped by the demons in a corner of the continent and were totally oblivious to the outside world. He decided to fully support Thunder in exploring the new maritime space for this reason as well. If mankind was not more foresighted and did not actively assess their situation within the world they were in, they could only be eliminated like the spirits. Both battles of divine will wasted nearly 1,000 years. Hopefully it's not too late for all this, Roland thought to himself. Chapter 515, The Magic Painting. "Good morning, Miss Soria." As Soria stepped into the bicycle factory, Jilly came up and said, "You're so early." This made Soria feel a bit embarrassed because she had stayed up late last night playing Fight the Landlord with Mystery Moon, and Lily, which made her wake up half an hour later than usual. When Wendy was not around, everyone became slightly lazy, of course. Except for Anna and Agatha. Whether it was work or learning, they had always set a great example for the other sisters, especially Agatha. She always arrived early and stayed late. Soria asked Jilly, "Is the material ready?" "Yes, please follow me," Jilly replied. As a student in the first graduating class, Jilly became Soria's assistant after graduation. Her main job was to inform Soria of her daily schedule. A year ago, Soria would have never believed that ordinary people and witches could work together in harmony. "Are those the finished bicycles?" Soria asked, since she suddenly noticed that the factory was a bit different today. The steam machine was not in operation, and everyone stood around and stared at a row of brand new vehicles. "Yes, these are the first batch of products," Jilly said with a smile. 20 bicycles in total. It's not easy to make, especially the chains and wheels. The rate of the finished products was less than 50%. She finished. It's not easy indeed, Soria thought. The factory was built last autumn, but since then, it had experienced all kinds of difficulties, such as the equipment not being ready, a serious shortage of human resources, and so on. It was clearly less prioritized when compared to the steam assembly plant and chemical plant next door. Both of the neighboring plants operated in 3 shifts, and people were working at all times. However, the bicycle factory only operated during the daytime. Once, even Jilly complained that her friend, who had worked for the chemical plant, had a salary 3 times more than hers, but she had never seen a single bicycle made. Now Jilly finally obtained a bicycle of her own. As Soria walked into her office, she saw that the ground had already been paved with a layer of white paper that was about 40 square meters. The white paper made the floor look as if there was snow on the ground. "Sorry to disturb you. The part we need to process today is the inner tire," Jilly explained to Soria, and then bowed. "Okay," the witch nodded and said, "you may go on with your work." "Well, please call me if you need any help," she laughed. "I'm just around the door." Seeing Jilly leave excitedly, Soria knew that she could not wait to ride the bicycle. Soria smiled and shook her head as she took off her shoes and stepped on the tiled paper floor. Soria usually painted the inner tires, outer tires, and bicycle frames based on the demand of the bicycle factory. Soria's painting speed was faster than the factory's production speed, so there were a lot of such things in stock. Given that magical powers grew every day, it was a waste not to use it, so Soria came to the factory every 3 days to finish her painting tasks. She recalled the color the inner tire should be painted and lifted her hand to summon the magic pen. As a film material that contained gas, it must be light, soft, and ductile enough and could be fused at high temperatures. From past experiences, she chose shaving coating method for it. After hundreds of tests, she found that sky coating was too flexible and ripple coating too thermal resistant. When she was collecting raw materials, she noticed the wood shavings left by the carpenters and finally found the ideal painting materials. Unlike Lucia, she was unable to break down materials into elementary substances and then mix them at any proportion. She had to understand the material's characteristics by painting it out, and she was unable to remember thousands of materials and their properties. Therefore, the simplest way for her to remember was to make a color card. She would choose the appropriate coating from the color card when needed. Of course, as the paint used for the inner and outer tires were common, Soria was able to draw without referring to the color card. The magic pen gradually widened to 6 meters as Soria was standing at the center of the brush. Actually, the magic pen could expand at most to 10 meters, but in that condition, it could easily get out of control. So she would rather spend more time drawing with a smaller brush to ensure the quality. Within 2 hours, the 40 square meters of paper was coated with a layer of wood shavings. Of course, the paint was not real wood shavings. It was just like her steel painting was not real steel, but a material that was breakable like glass. A thing could never be extremely hard and extremely ductile at the same time. Inside the wood shavings, Soria engraved her name as a signature. This is a tradition among artists. Initially, Soria signed at the lower right corner of the coating, but later she found out that after the coating was cut, her name would only appear in one inner tube, so she decided to sign everywhere. By doing so, no matter how the cutting was, people could always see Soria's work. At first, Soria panicked when His Highness noticed it. She thought she would be punished, but instead, His Highness praised her as a watermark inventor. Although she did not understand the meaning of watermark, Soria still felt happy for a few days after being praised by His Highness, and decided to continue to sign her name on her work. After the painting was completed, the next process was to burn the paper at one side of the coating to obtain the raw materials for the inner tire. It then would be sent to the cutting room to be cut into strips, which would be welded into tires by hot iron. All these tasks were performed by dedicated workers, and Soria just needed to prepare the raw materials for them. The painting she made today almost consumed 1/3 of her magic power and reminded her of the importance of training. Training would greatly upgrade her magical powers. In the past, this workload would make her exhausted, but now after she said goodbye to Jill, she still had energy and power to go to the North Slope mine alone. After entering the mountain, there was a sentry stationed almost every 100 meters, as well as a bunker and watchtower set up at the entrance. Even the Lord's castle was not so tightly guarded. As Soria entered the yard, the soldiers saluted her. She saw Anna thoroughly focused on cutting some strange parts as usual. At this sight, Soria suddenly felt a bit ashamed of herself, and at the same time felt some admiration for Anna, who was so talented and still so hardworking. Anna was also the favorite witch of His Highness. "Hey, Sister Soria, you're here," Lucia announced and smiled as she heard Soria's footsteps. Anna also put down the parts in her hand and waved at her. "Please, here are some copper wires to be painted," Anna requested. "No problem." Soria smiled and walked towards them. Chapter 516, The Music of Recovery. What Soria did was to cover the cut copper wire with a layer of hard anti-corrosion coating, so that it could be used for the City of Neverwinter's 3 supplies project. This process was easier than coating the inner wire, as the thickness did not require much accuracy. After choosing the color card, Soria turned the magic pen into a round tube. Once scanned from top to bottom, the pigment will become solid on the metal surface. It was a trick she learned from Anna to make better use of magic power by changing its form. However, there was still a big gap between them because Anna's ability to control magic was almost perfect. Soria witnessed the blackfire as it was cutting metal ingots. It seemed like a performance instead of a task. The 3 types of blackfire were in different forms, and they cut through the metal from different angles, making a number of parts that were all the same size or directly created a complete machine. It was easy to remember the characteristics of the black fire at different lengths. It was, however, hard to control the many types of it and make them work together while maintaining the different characteristics of their magic power. In order to do that, there should be no difference between magic power and limbs, and the magic power might need to be more flexible. "Is it a vine?" Lucia asked as she stared curiously at the colors painted by the magic pen. "Exactly, this is a 10-year-old grapevine," Soria explained. "It's hard and difficult to break, very close to His Highness requirement." 10 years old, is that necessary? Of course, she could not help laughing. Young vines are obviously softer and less resistant to corrosion and heat. It's not just about their ages. Materials, such as wood, paper, and cloth, have different properties in wet and dry conditions. That's why I need to use color cards to record them. If this is true, there'll be more color cards than metal formulas, exclaimed Lucia. Not really, Soria thought for a while and said. Elementary chemistry states that the characteristics of a material might undergo huge changes while its composition has subtle changes. But the color card of wood has no noticeable changes when it's mixed with 10% or 15% water. Wow, you record the whole world with just a pen. Lucia was amazed. This is really an enviable ability. She smiled, but did not answer. She was thinking of Anna, who really had an enviable ability. If the magic pen was recording the world, then the blackfire was creating the world. Most of the changes in the town were related to Anna. Several of the machines at the corner of the courtyard displayed proof of that. As long as they were connected to the steam engine, they were able to produce strong bursts of power. The workers became an add-on to the blackfire through a machine. In a sense, Anna's creation enabled the ordinary people to have power close to the witches. Today's job was considered done after coating 5 bundles of copper wire. Soria's working life was very consistent. She would go to different places to complete partial coatings every day. Since her painting speed had improved, only about half of her magic power would be exhausted by midday. When a witch consumed all her magic power, she would feel tired or even faint. Therefore, they would usually retain 30% of their power during the daily training. Typically, as additional training to consume more magic power, she would continue to collect color cards and capture new colors. Still, Soria became less productive because Wendy and His Highness were not around. For that reason, she decided to join Mystery Moon and others in Fight, the landlord game later. She thought that this was definitely not slacking off. It was just a temporary entertainment. Time always flew fast while playing a game. The whole afternoon passed within a wink. After dinner, Scroll announced some unexpected news. Today's evening course has been cancelled and changed to Echo's ability test. Well, hasn't she done her ability test before? Lily wondered and said, "Why does she have to do it again?" "This is great," said Mystery Moon almost immediately while covering Lily's mouth with her hand. "I've never tested anyone else's abilities." Lily stared angrily at Mystery Moon till she stopped covering her mouth and muttered softly, "The point is the class has been dismissed. Why don't you feel happy?" "Teacher Scroll, what should we do?" asked Ring, the only non-witch in the hall. "You just need to focus and listen," replied Scroll with a smile. "I fancy not everyone needs to attend the test." Agatha stood up. "If not, I'll go back to my room." "That won't do." Scroll shook her head. "You're one of the reasons for the test." "Me?" she asked, frowning. All of the witches looked at Agatha, including Soria. "Yes, you're too stressed, and your body won't be able to bear it if you consume all your magic power every day." "In Taquilla, senior witches do the same," said Agatha carelessly. "Are you not aware of the brutality of the battle of divine will? It'll never stop until the opponent collapses. I believe that the Union is willing to sacrifice all its members if they're able to find the path to victory. But His Highness said before, simply forcing yourself will reduce your efficiency. Resting is necessary for doing things, both studying and working," Scroll said softly. "I have told him your situation, so the test is an attempt." "Test what?" "The recovery skill of Echo." The phrase surprised the witches. Can she heal the wounded like Nana? Soria doubted it. Echo's ability was to simulate all kinds of sounds. She was useless in the Witch Cooperation Association. She would not have been despised by Kara if she could heal others. Scroll paused for a moment. "I don't know the exact reason. It's His Highness's idea." She looked outside. "Are you ready? Let's begin." Echo walked to the hall and ascended the podium. She was a little nervous. Everyone was holding their breath and waiting for her to exercise her ability. The music rang softly, like a clear spring ringing in everyone's ears. Then she sang a melodious song in her own voice instead of simulating one. Suddenly, Soria felt that everything around her had changed. The stone castle gradually faded into the darkness, and her body was surrounded by warm springs. It was as if she were enveloped by a white mist, and upon her was a sky full of stars. The cool breezes blew through her warm body. She could not help humming out loud and was completely relaxed and immersed in this very comfortable spring. At the end of the song, Soria slowly opened her eyes after a long time. She understood the meaning of recovery without any explanation. There was no increase in magic power, but the fatigue of the day was swept away. Her body became active and strong. Chapter 517, The Real Alchemy. When Kyle Sitchai returned home, he immediately saw a dark envelope on the dinner table. "What's this?" He looked at his wife Sarah, who was busy at work in the kitchen. "Oh, by the way, City Hall's officials came around this afternoon." His wife wiped her hands clean and placed an appetizing bowl of meat broth onto the table. "They said His Highness wants you to go to King's City, and a boat will come in 2 days to escort you there." "Isn't he going there to confront his brother? Why would he want me there?" "What a complete waste of time," said Kyle with a frown. "It'll take at least a week's journey. His demands are really going too far." "He's your prince, lord of the city of Neverwinter, dear," said Sarah, shaking her head with a smile. "Also, City Hall's officials said that he wrote you a personal letter to show how important this trip was. That's quite an honor, isn't it? You should keep this letter safe after you finish reading it, so we can probably pass it on as a family heirloom." Family heirloom. If only it were the complete edition of intermediate chemistry. Kyle curled his lip. "Let's discuss this after dinner." He'd better have a good reason. After his simple meal, he ducked into his study and opened the envelope, a small strip of paper as long as a finger fell out. This was obviously a secret letter sent by a carrier pigeon, which was then placed in an envelope by the City Hall officials. Kyle used one hand to press the paper and the other to fumble around the table for his monocle, and placed it on the bridge of the nose. Due to reading over a long period of time under faint candlelight, his vision was getting worse day by day. Luckily, his life in the town has been improved a lot, and he could light 5 or 6 candles at a time in his office. But he did not know when his house could be installed with the kind of bright lights that lit up the chemical plant. There was only one short sentence on the strip of paper. "Do you still remember the alchemist workshop of King City? Now it's your chance to show them what the real alchemy is." Kyle gasped. The alchemist workshop of King City was the ultimate dream position for all aspiring alchemists who searched for the truth of all things. And he was no exception when young. Only his wife knew that he had once applied to the alchemist workshop of the King's City. He had planned to gain admission using the gold-dissolving liquid that he had invented by himself at the age of 20. However, Kyle's formula unexpectedly failed during the review process, and he could not produce the smoking brown acid liquor even after 2 attempts. The reviewing alchemist written in was outraged and accused Kyle of intentionally wasting the workshop's valuable ingredients. He denied Kyle a 3rd try and even ordered the guards to seize his purse and kick him out. Outside the workshop, written in coldly tossed 5 silver royals from the purse to Kyle, saying that he should buy a trip back to Redwater City, while the rest of the purse was compensation for the workshop's loss. He left as soon as he was done talking, leaving Kyle with only rejection and a great shame. This left a gaping scar in his heart, and he never told anyone about it except his wife. Kyle returned to Redwater City full of rage, but he continued to pursue alchemy and spent all his time in his workshop, trying to find a new formula to prove the alchemist workshop of King's City wrong. Finally, after 10 years, when he was 30 years old, he developed a second formula. For this reason, he was promoted as an alchemist in Redwater City. It took him another 6 years to become the chair. Kyle had always viewed the alchemist workshop of King's City as his greatest enemy, and he interacted with them a couple times in his work as well. But their alchemists were always extremely haughty and did not recognize any other alchemist organizations except their own. They believed that Redwater City's alchemists were only as good as their apprentices and students, and did not deserve the title of an alchemist. Their supposedly newfound alchemy formulas were mostly discovered by the alchemist workshop of King's City dozen years ago. The workshop chair even said other cities did not need to build alchemical workshops, because this line of work required a great amount of money and manpower, which regular lords could not afford at all. If people needed the help of alchemists, they could seek it directly from King's City. If the lords invested tens of thousands of gold royals into their own workshops, they would probably make no progress with the end of a bunch of useless men. Embarrassingly, Kyle knew that only the alchemic workshop of Redwater City saw the workshop of King's City as a competitor, but the latter did not care about him at all. He was overjoyed by his success in the double stone acid-making method and the production of crystal glass, because he could produce large amounts of valuable acid with the former, and the latter was the most highly demanded alchemic product on the market. Even the proud alchemist workshop could not ignore his 2 accomplishments. In an unexpected and theatrical turn of events, Roland Wimbledon of Border Town found him and opened his eyes to a whole world of possibilities with elementary chemistry. From then on, Kyle realized that everything he had learned was meaningless. The alchemy itself was a backward practice and doomed for extinction, while a new path of exploration lay ahead of him. This time, the relationship between all things was no longer murky, but clear and organized. His past squabbles were also pointless, and he let go of his vendetta with the alchemist workshop of King's City and the formulas that had taken him so much effort to develop. It's reasonable to do so. However, when His Highness mentioned this word again, Kyle Sichai's heart still raced, and an indescribable excitement crept back into his heart. Kyle's mind recalled the cold figure, the muddy silver royals, the door that slammed shut, and the outrageous claim that there was no need for other alchemic workshops except the alchemist workshop of King's City to exist. Now it's your chance to show them what the real alchemy is. Kyle scanned the strip of paper one last time, stood up, and walked out of his office. Sarah. He paused in the middle of his sentence and noticed that his wife was bending over, packing his clothes into an open bag in the living room. What's this? It's for your journey to King's City. I knew that even if His Highness didn't write you a letter, you'd still go, said Sarah with a smile. Do you still remember the stories you told me? There are things that you're owed in that city. Kyle stared at her blankly for a while and then burst out in laughter. Take good care of our home. I have to pay a visit to King's City. Chapter 518. The New Journey of Magic Hand. It was a bright and sunny day in King's City, making it perfect for a sentencing day. A cannon would sound on the square every hour, signaling that another formerly prominent and important figure received his deserved verdict. Their convictions had actually already been decided, so this process was mostly used as a propaganda for the citizens. It especially condemned the church and Timothy for conspiring against the king and stealing the throne. After a week of preparation, the evidence collected against them proved their guilt without a doubt, of course. Roland did not actually give them a chance to argue for themselves. Only a few of the nobles were sentenced to hanging. Besides Timothy, his henchmen, the prime minister, and judge, all the other sentenced men were the church believers. Even the Church of King's City was completely uprooted, and Roland made sure that everyone who was involved in spreading the demonic plague got what they deserved. These scumbags will surely be met by cheers from the audience when they're brought to the gallows. Are you not going to watch it in person? Asked Nightingale, standing by the window. Iron Axe and Theo will take care of everything, replied Roland, without even raising his head. Public trials helped excite and unite the subjects in Border Town, but they would not have the same effect here. The people would not automatically side with Roland as soon as he killed Timothy, just like they did not side with Timothy after King Wimbledon III and Gerald died. He did not have enough support among the citizens here. He was also concerned about his own safety. Sylvie eventually found the gem list Roland remembered, which Timothy had hidden in a secret compartment in his closet. However, there were 12 more names than the gems there, 4 of which were hidden in King's City. It meant that they had all received Timothy's orders. Although they were not necessarily the assassination orders, Roland still kept his guard up. Execution grounds were too disorderly and unsuitable for him to visit, and he had no interest in watching executions. He had much more important things to deal with. For example, the army. The casualties in capturing King's City were finally calculated, revealing that the First Army lost 33 men, which was their worst loss so far. Although they killed a much larger amount of enemies than that, Roland still noticed many flaws in their street battle tactics, especially in house demolition. Most of the First Army's casualties were caused when enchanted soldiers surprised them by leaping out from civilian houses. If his soldiers could use rifle grenades or blasting cartridges to demolish suspicious houses in their way, there would definitely be lighter casualties. His other concern was the size of the army. The First Army could take on the entire kingdom of Greycastle with its 3,000 men, but it was not enough to conquer everything in his sights. He would have to leave at least 500 men behind to maintain order in King's City. And after conquering Fallen Dragon Ridge and the southernmost region, the army would be too small to maintain a peace war. he needed to expand his army. Roland wrote down the plans for death benefits and army expansion and handed them to his guards. He ordered them to take the plans back to the city of Neverwinter, where the city hall would carry them out. After that, the prince directed his attention to the lower-level nobles. They did not have any substantial political power, but they were all well-educated and desperately wanted to be promoted. All the great nobles in King's City had already been cleared out. They were either exiled from the territory or sent to the Neverwinter mines, leaving many vacancies in the office. In order for King's City to run normally, the most effective tactic was to have these lower nobles work for him. Barav had years of experience in King's City and definitely knew some of these men, so he would be in charge of organizing a temporary ruling system. These men were willing to serve him, so giving them greater responsibilities would increase their eagerness. Yorko was Roland's first try. Over the past few days, he finally decided where he should assign his old friend. Yorko shouted as soon as he entered Roland's office. "Oh God, you really killed all of the church scoundrels. I would never have guessed that they spread the demonic plague, and I couldn't even believe my ears when High Priest Fairy confessed to it. What a disgrace to the deities. Right now, the crowds on the square are praising your name and saying that you saved them 6 months ago." Roland smiled. Theo had ordered the rats to spread this news to corroborate the refugee camps from 6 months ago. It seemed that it was quite effective. However, Yorko probably made up the part about praising his name to flatter him. He did not question his words and handed a delicate lambskin letter to Yorko. "Take a look at this." Yorko opened the letter, glanced at it, and widened his eyes. You're making me the ambassador of the Kingdom of Greycastle?" "Yes, and a permanent one," said Roland with a nod. "You'll have an official letter of appointment, scepter, and seal, and you'll reside in the city of Glow in the Kingdom of Dawn. What do you think?" This position had taken a great amount of consideration. As the famed Magic Hand in King's City, Yorko had a bad reputation, just like Prince Roland did in the past. No one wanted to be made a cuckold, including the nobles. While their wives cheated on them with other men, instead of simply catching them in the act, the husbands also meddled in brothels and bars. But it was all in secrecy. If Yorko was given an important position, or if Roland openly gave the Magic Hand a job in the city hall, it would have an unimaginable influence. All the nobles and merchants would be worried that their wives would begin to openly pursue Yorko, and the women that Yorko had slept with would all try to take advantage of him. Roland did not want this to happen. His best option was to place him in a foreign country. Kingdom ambassadors were different from traveling emissary delegations, and they had similar authority as earls, so even foreign kings treated them with respect. This was an important-sounding title that was perfect as a promotion. He also did not have to give him any land, and he would not worry any of the other noble. Let him go bother the Kingdom of Dawn. I heard that their noblewomen are exotic and outstanding, so he might be able to make a new name for himself there. Yorko obviously also realized this point. He knelt down without any hesitation and replied excitedly, "I accept, my lord." He was so eager as if he was worried that Roland would regret his decision. "Then it's decided," said Roland with a smile. "Before you leave, I'll have a ceremonial officer to train you." Besides Yorko, he also needed to send some of his own men to the Kingdom of Dawn, so he could keep an eye on his neighbor and also form an alliance with them to fight the church. Chapter 519, The Secret Within the Stars. Roland shook his head with a smile as he watched Yorko excitedly bowed and left. He did not mind helping the people who had helped Prince Roland in the past, as long as they did not have any bad intentions. "Where's Wendy right now?" He turned around and asked Nightingale after taking care of this matter. "She's probably on the top of the tower practicing her ability. Do you want me to summon her?" "Yes, and get Sylvie, Lightning, and Maggie as well. We're going to visit the astrologers," said Roland, "and we'll be flying to them." I understand. Nightingale's eyes lit up. Even if someone wants to attack me, they can't pose a threat against a hydrogen balloon, so this is the best way to travel. Roland had learned via carrier pigeon that Kyle was on his way, so he postponed his visit to the alchemist workshop. He was very curious about the Astrology Association, the other main academic organization in King's City. Roland also had a great point of confusion that needed to be confirmed. The Astrology Association was located on a mountain in the northern area of the outer city, and it was only the second in height to the twin towers of the palace. The astrology hall had a pretty unique design, and it looked like a hexagonal stone tower with a flat top from above. It had a wide base and narrow top, and its silhouette was precisely symmetrical. Roland knew what symmetry implied in that era. Without advanced measuring and positioning methods, it was nearly impossible to build such a large yet perfect stone structure, a process even more difficult than building a giant city wall. The guards had left earlier and surrounded the stone tower. As the hydrogen balloon released the air and slowly landed on the tower roof, its passengers were immediately greeted by Brian, Sean, and Alva Tabor. "Your Majesty, this area has been completely sealed, and I promise that not a single rat will escape. We have also confiscated all the astrologer's god's stones of retaliation, allowing Miss Sylvie to use her magic power, so you can interact with them freely." "Good job. Stay alert." Roland nodded in approval and shifted his sight to the row of men in gray robes standing behind the guards. They were all aged over 30 years old, and they kept peeking at the hydrogen balloon in panic. They were obviously still rattled by his sudden appearance from the sky. Roland turned to Alva. "Who's in charge around here? Tell him to come see me." "Yes, my lord." Alva spoke briefly with two old men in robes, and one of them cautiously walked to Roland with him. "Your Majesty, this is King's City's chief astrologer of Dispersion Star." "Your Majesty Roland Wimbledon, your honored presence makes all the stars shine brighter." "Why don't you use your real name?" asked Roland, raising an eyebrow. "It's a tradition of the Astrology Association," explained Alva hastily. "Every astrologer dreams of naming themselves after a star image, and only people who discover new star images are allowed such an honor." "So you discovered the dispersion star?" "Yes, Your Majesty," said the old man with his hand on his chest. "It forms a dispersion star ring with 3 other dark stars, and it represents death and rebirth." "What about them?" Roland pointed at the other men in gray robes. "These 8 are star image masters of the astrological station, so they all made their own discoveries." Dispersion Star respectfully described them one by one. "They can explain the meaning behind anything from changes in the stars to dusk and dawn. Of course, so can I. I'm not here to have my fortune explained." The old man paused in shock. Then, "Your Majesty, may I ask why you're here?" "I'm here to explore the stars." Roland shrugged. "Let's continue this conversation indoors. By the way, bring the diagrams of all the star images you've discovered. You have records for these, right? Mark the brightest stars and connect them with a thin line." "Yes, those things." Stacks of parchment piled up on the table in the hall, some tinged with yellow due to their age. Roland took a deep breath and used a pen to draw a spoon and hourglass on a piece of paper, and connecting the bright stars with lines according to the stars diagram. "Your Majesty, what are these?" asked the scholar confusedly. "They're 2 star images." He picked up the paper and showed it to the group of astrologers. "Have you ever seen images like these before?" They all shook their heads. "Search for similar images in all of these parchments," ordered Roland. "Everyone takes a pile and be sure to look at every single one." His great confusion was, am I on a different side of the same planet? It's not surprising that this place also has a sun and a moon. The sun is just a regular fixed star. There are billions of fixed stars in the Milky Way, and there are billions of galaxies like the Milky Way in the universe. So it's not unlikely that there's another fixed star system in the infinitely large universe. However, I'm not sure about species similarities. Biological evolution occurred by the coincidental outbreak, so there could be completely different organisms produced in the same environment. Whether it's demonic beasts or demons, I don't think they evolved from the same natural world as Earth's. He decided to use star images to address this confusion. Fixed stars had lifespans of billions of years, and their location barely ever changed, so they had always been used to determine the direction or hold symbolic meaning. Roland only remembered two star images, the commonly known Big Dipper and Orion. If he could find them among the constellations, he would be able to determine his location. After an hour, no one had found the constellations. Roland also used this time to ask astrologer of Dispersion Star about a few of this world's most famous star images, but he had never heard of any of them. The Kingdom of Greycastle astrologers also did not know of the zodiac star images. In general, the bright stars on these star images were far denser than the star images he knew, which meant he was closer to the center of the galaxy. This was because fixed stars were closer together towards the galaxy's center. Then it's very likely that I'm not on Earth. This answer slightly disappointed Roland. He sighed and glanced around the hall. How many members are there in the Astrology Association? Your Majesty, there are 9 astrologers, 156 apprentices, and 67 handamen and masons, replied astrologer of Dispersion Star. I plan to shut down the astrological station. Pack your bags and return to the city of Neverwinter with me. The words instantly changed the expression on everyone's face. Alva said in a terrified tone, Your Majesty, how could you? I don't believe in astrology. I only believe in personal choice, said Roland nonchalantly. And I'm the King of Greycastle, so I can shut this down if I wish to. You'll learn the truth about star images in the Western region, and you won't see them as the meaningless pathways for fate anymore. With all due respect, Your Majesty Wimbledon, you can't do this. The chief astrologer slowly rose and said, We have to watch the stars at all times without interruption. This order was passed by your ancestors. Chapter 520. The Star of Extinction. Ancestor, Roland blurted out. What the hell? He noticed everyone staring at him astonished. Roland cleared his throat and said, No, I mean, who knows if it's true? Then he felt his left shoulder being gently pinched. Your Majesty, it's true, and I can prove it, the chief lowered his head and said, but you are the only one who can see it. When the rest of the astrologers heard what the chief said, they got up and left the room on their own. Roland thought for a moment and nodded to the witches and the guards, saying, I'm fine. You guys go as well. He would still have Nightingale with him as a last line of defense in case of any emergency. The chief astrologer, Dispersion Star, entered a chamber next to the hall. After a long time, he returned to the long table with an iron box in his hands. He respectfully placed it in front of Roland. What's this? It is the instruction left by your ancestor. He'd expected that this kind of thing would happen. You mean closing the astrological station? Roland asked, surprised. Yes, Your Majesty, and such a thing did happen before, the chief said with a wry smile. Although astrology and alchemy are both called the academics of sages, they are different. Alchemists can bring big profit to the kingdom, while we have little output. Besides, the Astrology Association consumes many gold royals every year to purchase high-quality crystal and hire craftsmen. In order to prevent frugal future generations from dismissing the Astrology Association, your ancestor engraved the instruction and demanded that nobody interfere with it. Roland opened the box. Unexpectedly, what he saw was a stack of gold sheets. It seemed that the Wimbledon family had been willing to spend heavily on preserving this instruction. He laid out the gold sheets on the table and counted. There were 8 of them. Each one was about 3 millimeters thick and 2 palms wide, heavy in his hands. What the chief astrologer said just now was engraved on the first sheet. Nobody should interfere with the members of the astrological station in looking at the night sky, where lay mysteries which can show the fate of the world. The latter part of the words caught Roland's attention, and he became lost in thought. In fact, this association itself was very strange. If the astrology really worked, King Wimbledon III must not be replaced by the church without any preparation. Instead, he should kill the high priest first. Just now, even the astrologer of dispersion's star himself had mentioned the astrological station had little output. That meant he did not regard the divination as a product. Now he seemed helpless, totally different from the first time Roland had met him when he had looked like a church scoundrel. As for the ancestor, who had expended considerable funds and manpower to establish such an association and engraved instruction on the gold sheet at all cost to deter post-generations from closing it, for it had no practical use. Roland did not believe that he was simply an astrophile keen on studying things outside of the planet, while his kingdom was so underdeveloped. Obviously, the astrologers must hold a task that had nothing to do with divination, but was very likely related to the latter part of the sentence. He checked the other gold sheets again and again, only to find records of the basic star observation methods and the history of the Astrology Association. The last sheet even recorded the principle of enlarging crystal lenses and referred to a supreme commander. It seemed that the ancestor of the Wimbledon family had also been chief astrologer of this association at the time. Roland recalled the Wimbledon family history, but could not think of anything related to the description on this sheet. He picked up the first sheet again, pointing to the latter part of the sentence. What does this mean? I don't know, the chief shook his head as he spoke. Roland felt a pinch on his right shoulder before the chief had barely finished his words. He could not help chuckling, saying, "Listen, the man is more flexible than the rigid rule, and this order left by an ancestor was probably correct while he was alive. But the times have changed, and I don't want to be bound by this rule from hundreds of years ago. I'm the king of the kingdom of Greycastle, and I can do what I want. Do you understand?" "What? No, you," the chief stared at Roland. "You yourself know it clearly. You're only wasting money. You remain ignorant about the mysteries of the fate of the world. Besides, when my father was murdered by the church, you couldn't even give him a warning. Why should I keep you here to stare at the sky? You can't exchange the stars for gold royals. So, please pack up and come with me to the western region." Hearing Roland's words, Dispersion's star, who already had an unfavorable opinion of Prince Roland, who had been intractable and unscrupulous in the king's city, suddenly looked dour. After a long time, the chief said reluctantly, "You'll probably regret knowing this secret." "How do I know if you don't tell me?" Roland smiled. It was really advantageous sometimes to intimidate others by pretending to be like the foppery Prince Roland. With these old men, this was the only way to get an answer, for it was impossible to ask Iron Axe to grill them. "We've been undertaking a mission that lasts for hundreds of years. It began when the first Lord Wimbledon arrived in this region." The chief calmed down and said, "This secret can only be revealed to the successor of the royal family when he becomes king and has reached the age of 30. Why? Because your ancestor thought that the successors might be too confused and panic if they knew it ahead of time and lead to the decline of the kingdom." He hesitated for a moment and confessed, "In fact, we're looking for the Star of Extinction." "What's that?" Roland asked in surprise. "A scarlet star or the bloody moon. When it comes, the world will fall into a disaster beyond redemption." The prince suddenly felt a shock and began to wonder. The coming of the bloody moon had been mentioned not only in the ancient Book of the Remains, but also by Agatha of the Union. Why did a secular association also pay attention to this? Did the Astrology Association have inextricable links with the Union? "Please be specific," Roland demanded. "What I know is all from the former chief." Dispersion Star said in a deep voice. It's said that there's a red star floating in the night sky. When it comes out like the crescent moon, the world will be destroyed. What we're going to do is to find it before it becomes a crescent moon. If its orbit can be found, we can predict the doomsday in advance. This is also the intention of the horoscope. Become a crescent moon? Actually, it's natural that you don't know the star image, the chief explained. The stars are always following a fixed path, such as the sun and the moon, and they appear at a fixed time. When they disappear, it doesn't mean they're gone. They just temporarily move to a position where we can't see. We call this path orbit. In fact, most stars have an orbit of their own. Chapter 521, The Star Watcher. Though most of the astrologer's findings were just common sense in the modern world, Roland still could not help being surprised by the fact that the astrologers could be able to tell the orbital motions of the stars without any modern observation techniques. The star of extinction also moves along a certain path, he said, and it appears every 400 to 500 years. That means it must orbit within a much larger area than the sun and the moon that are near us in space, and can run a circle around us in a day and a night. He panted for breath and continued. Given that an object appears big when it's near and small when far, the star of extinction in the sky will change from dark to bright, and then turn into a crescent when it's getting closer and closer to us. Have you found it? Dispersion Star shook his head. The secret mission has been passed down for hundreds of years, but doesn't specify the exact time when the star of extinction will come. Maybe it's still in some distant position we can't observe. For decades, you've buried yourselves in this job? Yes, Your Majesty. The old man sounded very tired. I became an apprentice in the Astrological Association 40 years ago. Since then, I've been watching the little changed starry sky every night. However, I had no idea of this secret mission until I became the chief astrologer. Besides observing the stars and recording the time and seasons, astrologers also work as fortune tellers in festivals and celebrations. But we only say what the king orders us to, instead of truly predicting the future. It's a secret between the king and us. Astrologers need to be venerated as sages in order for our association to recruit more apprentices. You regret it, Dispersion Star shook his head. I would regret that 10 years ago, but since I became the chief astrologer and received this secret mission from my predecessor, Meteorite Astrologer, I've understood what I'm doing is meaningful, and it's really about astrology and foretelling the future. The significance of the job is beyond compare, but unfortunately, I don't have much time left. Looking at his gray hairs, heavily wrinkled face, and countless brown spots on his forehead, Roland had to agree with him and thought, that's true. I'm afraid he can only survive for another 2 or 3 years. Is there any strategy left by your predecessors we can take to fight against or escape from the devastating disaster? No, that's your problem, Your Majesty. Dispersion Star gave Roland a weak smile. You're the one who leads the people to get through hard times. The astrological station is just your eye and will warn you about the coming disasters, thus increasing the chance of survival for the people. Given that, you can't close it. The chief astrologer's attentiveness to his duty commanded Roland's respect. For most people, it was hard to persevere with such a boring job, but this elderly man had searched for the star of extinction in the sky night after night for decades without flinching. Roland now guessed the reason why ancestors of the Wimbledon family made the rule that the confidential information about the star should never be revealed to the new king before he turned 30. If young successors of the royal family knew about it, they would probably indulge themselves and do everything in their power to enjoy the rest of their lives. After a long silence, Roland raised his last question. What about astrological associations of the other 3 kingdoms? They're searching for the star of extinction, too. I've no idea. I've never left the king's city, and they've never contacted us here in the kingdom of Greycastle. I see, and that's all for today. You decide not to close the astrological station. No, let's keep it, Roland answered, stood up and then walked towards the hall outside. Before he left the room, he turned around to look at the chief astrologer and said, I'll send you better equipment for observing stars and tell you about the real knowledge of star image. What? The chief astrologer looked confused. Without explaining anything to him, Roland continued. Besides, even when the bloody moon comes, it's not our end. He paused a bit and spoke assertively. We'll survive it. The hydrogen balloon was blown up. Roland and the witches got in the basket and flew towards the palace. What were you talking about? Lightning asked, clutching the basket from outside. I want to know too, Ku. It's a story about a man who left his work half done, Nightingale said and shrugged. In that condition, how could I insist on closing it now? Roland rolled his eyes and described what had happened in the hall to them. I plan to send them to the western region, but let them finish what they're doing now at the astrological station. They've remained loyal to their duties for decades. You're indeed a merciful king, Wendy said with a smile. Ku, a kind man. Maggie flapped her wings and crowed, stretching her neck. Ahem. Roland quickly changed the subject. The star of extinction they're searching for should be the bloody moon mentioned by Agatha. When it appears, the world is going to come to an end. This prophecy must have something to do with witches. I think so, too, Sylvie said after a thought, and there's an obvious proof. This used to be called the Barbarian Land. There were only villages and no cities at all. How could the people here suddenly start to pursue something so impractical? It must be the survivors from the Union. When they came here to rebuild their homes, they brought the information about the bloody moon here and then passed the task on to the earliest astrologers. And one of them is His Majesty Roland's ancestor, Lightning said, excited. What a wonderful adventure. An adventure? Where's the danger, Ku? You fool, not every adventure is dangerous. Finding out a secret is rewarding enough for an explorer. Ku, but you've said that an explorer should pay more attention to the experience than the results. Maggie blinked her eyes innocently. Ah, a great explorer can choose either to focus on the experience or to search for the results. That's how we make each exploration enjoyable. Lightning said in a low growl, You're a long way from being an explorer. Ku. The pigeon gloomily fell on Roland's head. Is that true? The witches burst into laughter. After they went back to the palace, Roland immediately went through the records of the Wimbledon family history he found, and then could not help frowning. What happened? Asked Nightingale. There's no record about astrologers in the family history. He pointed at the yellowing page. The first ancestor is Maud Wimbledon, and the first king is Tarak Wimbledon. Nothing about the astrological station or the supreme commander. Their recordings were erased. Who did it? She was surprised. The writers of the book must be the kings in the past, right? Yes, recordings written by each king will be added to the family history. Nothing should be left out, Roland said slowly. And when the people started to build the cities here, he or she already had the ability to have the orders carved on metal sheets. But why are there no recordings about that person at all? Did someone try to conceal something? But why did that person leave a trail of clues in the Astrology Association? Every king or queen of the Wimbledon family should know the real purpose of the astrological station. What happened to the family 400 years ago? Chapter 522. A drastic change in the northern region. What? Calvin Cant, the lord of the city of Evernight and duke of the northern region, shouted. He rose suddenly and stared at the messenger with disapproval, toppling his water cup from the side table. The cup hit the floor with a smash, making a crisp, clear sound. Your Grace, I saw it with my own eyes, said the messenger, further lowering his head. The rebel king breached the city wall of King's City in just one day. Even the king himself failed to escape. I'm afraid he's probably dead now. How could this happen? Calvin murmured. It's King's City. Its blue stone city wall is more than 54 yards high and guarded by thousands of soldiers equipped with catapults and snow powder. No one can break through that city's defenses unless he has an army of 20 to 30,000. Even if Prince Roland had such a huge army, it's still hard to believe that he captured the city in merely one day. They had invincible firearms, the messenger said in a trembling voice, possibly caused by tiredness from traveling the whole night or the shock he had experienced in the battlefield. They could fire without a break. Their weapons were just too powerful for the knights and even the crazed army of the king. No one could stop them. Anyone who got close to them died or was severely wounded. Compared to their firearms, the king's flintlocks were cheap, useless iron sticks. Calvin's mind was a blank. His whole world was turned upside down. He felt it was all over. He had received an order from Timothy, which had required that he should send an army to support King's City. As the new Duke of the Northern Region, he must follow the king's order, and after some discussion, he had assembled an army of 25,000 by choosing soldiers from troops of the Horsehead Haws, the Snow Foxlista, and his own families. This army had been planning to set out after the snow melted and to arrive at the king's city 2 to 3 weeks after he had received the order. He had never thought that the army would miss the war in King's City, as a siege warfare usually took months. The army was mostly comprised of mercenary and freemen. Not many knights or serfs were in it, since the plowing season was about to start. However, no matter what kind of army he had sent out, he had already done something that the rebel king would consider guilty of rebellion. He was afraid that his good days were going to be over very soon. Edith, Calvin suddenly thought of his brilliant daughter. Maybe she can think of something to save us. Go, bring my eldest daughter to my room, he shouted to a guard by his side. Edith soon walked into the study, wearing fitting clothes and carrying a training sword. Her hair was done up in a bun, and her nose was dotted with small beads of sweat. She had been practicing with her sword as usual, and now seemed slightly displeased. "I've asked you not to disturb me when I'm practicing." "I know I promised, but we're in big trouble." Calvin urgently repeated what the messenger had told him and asked her, "What should we do?" He looked at his daughter, eager to hear a solution. Edith Cant, the brightest pearl of the Northern Region, was not only a beauty, but also a naturally talented politician and strategist. She had contributed greatly to the success of her father's rising from an earl to the Duke of the Northern Region, and even the sons of the Cant family were overshadowed by her. She was startled hearing that Prince Roland had conquered King's City in just a day, but quickly recovered and said calmly, "Now you understand why I didn't agree to marry Timothy." Calvin stared in surprise and asked, "You knew that he would end up like this?" Timothy had stayed in the Northern Region after he defeated the rebellious Duke Ys, and like many other men, had his eyes on the pearl of the Northern Region. But she skillfully turned down the messenger he sent to her. Her father was confused and even blamed her for refusing the king, since if she had married Timothy and become the queen as many girls had dreamed of, the Cant family's status would have been further secured. "You mean his city was occupied in one day?" "No, I didn't expect that." Edith untied her hairband to let her long green hair down. "I just felt he was not the right person." "Not the right person. Who is the right person is for you?" Though his reign turned out to be quite short, he was still the king of the kingdom of Greycastle at that time. Calvin complained in his heart, but did not tell his daughter what he thought. He had made his mind to pass his duke title to Edith, who he believed would bring a brighter future to the family. Compared with her 2 brothers, if she refused to marry anyone. Anyway, Edith bent to pick up some broken pieces of the porcelain water cup. "First, you have to order the army to retreat. But they've been out for 4 days, and I've no idea which route they took. I'm afraid it's too late." "That's not a problem." She arranged the broken pieces of the cup to represent the 3 locations and said, "You can send someone to Deepvalley town today. If he sets out now from here, he'll arrive at the town by evening." Tomorrow, he can take a boat to King's City and reach it at least one day before the army. No matter which route the army took, they'll end up on the main road leading to the city's north gate. So if the one you send walks in the opposite direction to the army, he'll meet and stop them in the suburbs of King's City. I see. The Duke patted his head heavily and thought, I should have thought of this solution. The news was just too sudden and astonishing for me to react calmly and quickly. He said, I'll write a letter now. No, I'll send out a guard with my keepsake to deliver the command. A guard came to receive the order and then quickly left. Edith said slowly, Father, do you think we can withstand Prince Roland's attack? A shiver went through Calvin. He knew that the outer wall of King's City, which had been twice as sturdy as that of his city of Evernight, could not stand long in the suppression of Roland's powerful firearms. He replied, I don't think we can. So, it's not enough just to withdraw the army. She shrugged and added, Don't forget that it was Timothy who made you a duke. It's natural for Prince Roland to consider us his enemies, and it's just a matter of time for him to destroy us. Under such circumstances, we have to be more proactive. You mean that I should swing to Prince Roland? Calvin hesitated. But why should he trust me? Show your sincerity, Edith said softly. Most nobles hearing the news will be intimidated by Prince Roland's overwhelming victory over Timothy and won't be able to fight in unison against him. Given that, we would have to surrender to him as early as possible. I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks this way, so we have to show sincerity great enough to impress him. But how? Before Calvin could work out what she meant, Edith drew out her wooden training sword and smashed 2 of the broken pieces of the water cup with a smile. I think the Hawes family and the list of family would make great presents. What do you think, Father? Chapter 523, The Blood Pearl. In the evening, Calvin Cant summoned the nobles of the northern region to the castle. The fireplace in the banquet room burned brightly with swaying flames, causing the guests' shadows on the walls to dance up and down as if they formed a very unusual painting. 4 long tables traversed the hall, each placed full of steaming hot meat dishes and wine. It appeared to be a highly sumptuous dinner, yet the atmosphere was not relaxed at all. This was even more so after the Duke announced that King's City had been seized. I've dispatched men to rescue the platoon that was sent out 4 days ago. Thankfully, they've returned alive, he declared in a deep voice while sitting on the host's seat. But today, the question I want to ask you is, what should we do about the northern region? The nobles looked around the room blankly. Perhaps the news that Timothy was defeated in a day was so astonishing that everyone in the hall was speechless and afraid to reply. Calvin could see the fear and regret in the eyes of the lower nobles. Edith was right. We can't depend on these people to defend against Roland Wimbledon. Dividing the land was never an option from the beginning. There's only one path ahead. However, for the nobles who had only recently sought refuge with Timothy, it was rather embarrassing to openly turn around and switch allegiance. Why don't we send a spy to eavesdrop on Prince Roland? Someone in the room suggested after a long period of silence. If he doesn't disturb the northern region, we may as well endorse him as the new king. These words immediately garnered the approval of another noble. These are the Wimbledon family's issues. It doesn't make a difference to us who becomes the king. Upon hearing this, Earl of Lista laughed grimly. No difference. Calvin frowned slightly and knew that the keynote was coming. Indeed, after the Earl spoke, everyone in the room became silent, and this made Calvin feel a little uncomfortable. In reality, the 3 families were equal in strength, while the Cant family was slightly inferior to the others. It was only because he had heeded his daughter's advice and was first to play up to Timothy that he was able to obtain the position of Duke. Of course, he also understood that this was one of the new king's balancing tactics. Timothy was probably glad that the other 2 families belittled and were dissatisfied with him. Have you forgotten about Duke Ise? He was arrested for treason and executed. Lista asked the room callously. He didn't actively provoke Timothy. If we admit defeat so early on, the noose may be tied around our necks at any time, and it would then be too late to struggle. In Prince Roland's view, we've already participated in treason, and none of us can deny our relations with Timothy. What else can we do but admit defeat? If King's City couldn't even last a day, we would simply be throwing eggs at a rock. One of Calvin's feudatories, who looked like he had lost his usual vigor, retorted softly, in accordance with the agreement. Under the incensed gaze of the Earl, he was unable to enunciate the latter half of his sentence. "Even if we only have eggs, I'll try my best," Edhouse proclaimed. "The rebel king murdered my elder brother. He has to pay for it. It may not be us holding the eggs. The northern regions full of hills and mountains and dangerous roads are all over. Roland's army may be able to travel quickly over plains and rivers, but it'll be a whole new game here." Earl House followed up swiftly. "At worst, the Horsehead family will retreat to Coldwind Ridge, where I don't believe that his army will be able to reach." "That's as good as bearing your entire back to the church," Calvin silently thought. "Those F-Seekers don't harbor any good intention for the northern region either." He had heard about what happened to the eldest son of the House family. It appears that he died in a fight against the Lord of the Western region. But death is inevitable in any war. If shouting could injure or kill enemies, there won't be a need for weapons and armor. The hall started to become rowdy. As the Lista and House families stated their opinions, the voices which proposed to halt the troops and get ready to fight the advancing enemy gradually suppressed the ones which proposed to actively pry on Prince Roland's position and express friendliness. Although Calvin remained silent throughout this discussion, he was beginning to feel quite anxious. Surely Edith hasn't run into trouble. What does the Honorable Duke think? His long silence had become suspicious, and Earl Lista was now staring straight at him. Calvin's heart froze when he knew it was his turn to say something. "I brought all of you here tonight because I wanted to listen to everyone's opinion. This matter is important to the future of the northern region, and we can't be too careful." Earl House interrupted him impatiently. "Enough. I've got a feeling that you've already planned to swear allegiance to Prince Roland. Why else would all those who expressed cowardly opinions happen to be your feudatories? If we're to hand over power meekly now, we'll just become lambs to the slaughter." "You." Calvin felt an urge to toss his wine glass at the Earl, but managed to refrain himself in time. "Since that's the case, we have nothing else to discuss." Lista stood up and headed towards the banquet hall's exit. "By the way, if you want Prince Roland to spare your pathetic life, you may offer Edith, all tied up to him. I've heard that he highly appreciates beauty." The audience's laughter ceased as the Earl turned silent unexpectedly. A sword tip visibly protruded out of his back. The blood stains on the blade seemed to shimmer dimly under the light from the fireplace. "Are you talking about me, Sir Snow Fox? I can't pretend that I didn't hear what you said." The Earl's body collapsed onto the floor feebly. The tall and lean figure of an armored warrior appeared in front of everyone. She pulled her sword out nonchalantly, stepped over the Earl, who was still squirming in utter pain, and walked into the hall. It was none other than Edith Cant herself. Calvin immediately felt a great sense of relief. Her armor plates were stained full of blood, an evidence that she had just been in a violent fight. Even so, she was as composed and elegant as ever. She had the face of a beautiful, smiling assassin. A platoon of warriors followed behind her and surrounded the hall in the blink of an eye. By now, everyone that was present understood what had happened. "The guards!" Earl Howe's eyes widened as he spoke. "What have you done to the guards outside? How can I deal with you lot if I hadn't disposed of them first?" Calvin exhaled a sigh of relief and smashed his glass on the floor. "You seem to have forgotten that I'm the one in charge here." He had long awaited this moment. This kind of banquet was held every once in a few days, and as such, most of the nobles did not take many precautions. They were each accompanied by less than 100 servants, most of whom they instructed to keep watch outside the castle area. It was the perfect opportunity to capture all of them together. After the guards had been taken care of, the rest was easy. Of course, the person who planned and executed this trap was his daughter, the Pearl of the Northern Region, Edith. As the exit doors of the banquet hall were slowly shut, the flames in the fireplace seemed to wobble for the last time. The feudatories of the other two families pulled out their swords. By contrast, the lower nobles seemed shell-shocked. "Are you out of your mind?" Edhouse snapped angrily. But Calvin had no time for a war of words. "If you put down your weapons and surrender, you'll be spared. All resistors will be killed." As the words left his tongue, two factions of people began to brawl. Chapter 524. A Night of Bloodshed. Chaos and confusion erupted in the hall. Wooden tables were flipped, while bowls and dishes fell all over the floor, creating a symphony of clanking and cracking noises. Spilled soup flowed along the crevices in the stone slabs until it was everywhere. It was the first time for the Duke's two sons to witness such a life-and-death fight from such a close distance. The older son, Cole, held out his sword and stood in a rigid posture to defend his father. It was completely unlike his carefree attitude during training sessions. Meanwhile, the younger son, 17-year-old Lance, cowered behind his chair. Calvin sighed in silence. If he did not have Edith, his sons would probably not look so useless by comparison. The gulf of ability between her and them could not be bigger. Perhaps they were already resigned to this fact and had long lost the courage and motivation to catch up with her. The Duke looked towards the center of the banquet hall. His wunderkind eldest daughter already had her eyes fixed on Edhouse, the strongest challenger around. First, she took a bottle of ale and flung it at her opponent, forcing him to turn away. Next, she leaped up onto one of the long wooden tables and dived straight at him with her sword. Her quick and agile movements were like those of a cat. Ed adeptly parried her blows, and the clashing of swords caused sparks to fly. She struck out half a dozen times within a split second, and her sword came together with Ed's to form a continuous clinking sound, which seemed to signal the impending arrival of death. In this critical situation, Ed displayed frightening technique and strength to negate every one of her strikes. It was hard to pick a winner. While they fought around the long tables, many of the House family's knights had already succumbed in battle. Yet Ed did not flinch or cower, but instead became increasingly aggressive. Calvin began to worry. As evident from the blood stains on her armor, Edith had earlier been involved in another tough fight. Even if she was not wounded, her physical strength had been expended considerably. Furthermore, as a female, she was naturally disadvantaged in terms of strength. It would be unfavorable to her if the tussle drags on. However, there was not a trace of fear on Edith's face. Her eyes were fully focused on her opponent. Her bright pupils were like twinkling stars that could illuminate the world. Beads of sweat flung out of her hair ends with every strike she made. Although her energy was visibly diminishing, she continued to thrust relentlessly at her opponent, forcibly keeping him in a defensive stance. Ed seemed to take notice of this. With a loud roar, he changed to a technique which would deal great injury to both of them. However, Edith was not keen on exchanging blood with blood and became the one deflecting attacks. The disparity in strength between them finally told. Edith lost her balance as her sword was sliced into two, causing her to fall off the long table. The Duke's heart jumped into his throat. FCK, help her now. However, even the nearest guard was not able to assist. Everything happened too quickly. Instead of attempting to stand up immediately, Edith astutely used the remainder of her sword to slice off the legs of the long table. At this moment, Ed jumped onto the table with both of his arms raised, intending to finish her off with a powerful blow. He completely did not notice what she had just done. Calvin stared in disbelief at what followed. The table, missing a leg, caused the knight to lose his balance. If the table toppled normally, he would have been able to leap off easily. But just at that instant, all of his strength was concentrated in his arms, while his feet were fixed on top of the table, and his body was hunched forward in the chopping posture. As such, he fell headfirst onto the floor with a loud thud. There was no chance of a comeback. Edith jumped onto her opponent's back and pulled out a dagger from her waist. She plunged it straight into his neck and twisted it. The knight's body began to spasm. Was it a matter of luck? Probably not. The Duke realized that Ed had fallen into his daughter's trap the moment he jumped onto the table. When Ed took over his opponent's high position, it made him feel as though he had turned defeat into victory. The advantage that he built up over the course of the fight caused him to think that strength and power alone would decide the outcome, and his confidence grew at the sight of his opponent's weakening resistance. This was why he placed all of his strength into his final blow. Under normal circumstances, Edith would not have been able to survive it. But this turned out to be the perfect opportunity to trick him into losing his balance completely. The resistance of the two families did not last very long in the face of opponents who outnumbered them by 3-1. After less than 10 minutes, the hall quietened down again. The fireplace continued to burn calmly, while the only noticeable difference in the hall was the strong smell of blood that mixed together with the smell of spilled alcohol and other drinks. The Duke returned to his seat and looked around the room. The lower nobles hurriedly lowered their heads and did not dare to look straight at him. Earl Lista and Earl House conspired against King Wimbledon and have been duly punished. Right now, you all have a choice. Do you all want to serve these two corpses or the new king? This time, the responses were uniform and there were no extra remarks. So, it's settled. In the study, Calvin used a handkerchief to wipe off the blood stains on his daughter's forehead. Will His Majesty Roland Wimbledon accept us? You were calling him a rebel king only yesterday, Edith quipped teasingly. Are you going to pledge homage to him so soon? Wasn't this what you said? The Duke glared at his daughter. Since we can't beat him, we may as well surrender earlier. If we don't win his trust, the nobles will hate us too. In fact, the execution of the two great noblemen without going through due process violated the bottom line agreed among the noble. If it was not for the fact that the Kingdom of Greycastle had been at war for 2 years, and the lords of various lands had changed rapidly, as well as Timothy being a bad example, Calvin would never have dared to do things as his daughter had suggested. I don't know if we can. WH what? The Duke quivered and nearly dropped his handkerchief. You don't know? Indeed. All we can do is to display our sincerity, but ultimately it'll be Prince Roland who decides the fate of Northern Region. You should know this, Dad, Edith said almost nonchalantly. There's a chance he'll send his own people to take over Northern Region, and it won't be surprising if your rank is lowered. But I know that if we don't try, our Cant family won't have a chance to survive. Calvin stood rooted for a long time before he sat back down, looking extremely displeased. He knew that his daughter was right, but yet he found it hard to accept her reply. He did not want to lose the position of Duke. Just then, Edith laughed. Don't lose heart, Dad. You still have much work to do tomorrow. We'll seize the mansions and fiefs of the two earls. Besides, the outcome of this matter will heavily depend on the level of competence we display to His Majesty. She paused for a while before continuing. Sincerity is our ticket into the negotiation, but ability is what will decide the outcome of the negotiation. Calvin frowned in incomprehension. What do you mean? I'll bring these two heads to King's City, Dad. She laughed in a charming yet wicked way. Let me be your messenger to His Majesty. Chapter 525, Return to King's City. King's City? After a 1.5 years, I'm finally back. Barov's heart stirred as he watched the cyan stone wall gradually become closer and clearer. In fact, he had been excited ever since he received the prince's orders. Prince Roland had defeated Timothy smoothly and easily, as expected. This once again showed that no one was able to resist the army of Western Region's lord. Of course, it was now rather inappropriate to call Roland the lord of the Western Region. He was now the only surviving son of King Wimbledon III, and thus was the bloodline inheritor and rightful heir of the royal family. The obstacles to his ascent had been completely swept away. It was a matter of time that Roland would be crowned king. As for Barov, he would soon become the prime minister, second in power only to the king. This joyful thought made him become steeped in reverie. When those old friends of mine who are so concerned about me see that I've attained a position that they can't even dream about, how will they feel? Shocked, jealous, envious, or gnashing their teeth while putting on a fake smile and trying to please me. These imaginations gave him immense pleasure. It would be even better if his former mentor, Treasurer Lauren Moore, could witness the scene of his promotion. The concrete boat slowly docked at the pier in the outskirts of the city. Barov sauntered down the trestle bridge together with Kyle Sitch and other companions. Under the escort of the First Army, they walked through the familiar streets and entered the inner city palace. The palace of twin towers was still as majestic as it was in his memory. In the past, he could only look at it from far away in a small room in the city hall. This time, he could walk into the palace boldly. He was led straight up to the study, where he once again met Roland Wimbledon. In a state of excitement, he got down on one knee and greeted, "Your Majesty, Kingdom of Grey Castle is now yours." Actually, not yet. Eastern Region and Northern Region remain under Timothy's control. Roland laughed. "Get up, you. There's much for us to discuss." To Barov, Roland looked and acted exactly like he did before. He spoke in his usual calm tone and was warm and friendly. He did not seem to be affected by his upcoming coronation at all. Barov's attitude thus became even more respectful. He stood up slowly, dusted himself, and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Our prior task at the moment is to maintain the administration of King's City. I'd made this clear in the letter." Roland poured a cup of hot tea and placed it in front of Barov. "Do you have a preliminary plan?" Barov hurriedly received the cup of tea. "It won't be difficult to maintain the existing order. Your Majesty, how about you let me handle the lower nobles? They'll know what's good and bad for them. Also, I've brought over 10 of my most outstanding students from border area. Some are proficient in business and some in tax administration. Even when I'm not around, my students will make sure that those noblemen don't steal or do anything funny." He paused before adding, "But, Your Majesty, I hope you'll assign the left-behind soldiers of the First Army to assist in their supervision. Without military force as insurance, supervision alone may not have the right effect." Roland appeared a little surprised. "You don't wish to remain in King's City?" "Of course not, Your Majesty," Barov replied without the slightest hesitation. "The government affairs of City of Neverwinter are much more complex and important. As such, I can't be away for too long, and it'd be too exhausting for you to go and handle these issues yourself. Please, Your Majesty, let me continue to manage the City Hall of City of Neverwinter for you. It has suited me well to serve under you." Barov had thought very clearly about this. His Majesty had confirmed that City of Neverwinter would become the new capital of Kingdom of Grey Castle, and therefore, it was only a matter of time that it overtook this city. At present, the former's population and development potential had already surpassed King's City. And after the launch of the new batch of recruitment programs, its scale would be unarguably greater than any other city within the Four Kingdoms. Of course, he would get to listen to the mourns and wails of his old friends if he remained in King's City. But over time, he would inevitably get bored and sick of them. Furthermore, such mourns and wails could not provide him with more authority and influence, and on the contrary, would gradually pull him away from the power center. He knew that it was only by appearing regularly in front of His Majesty Roland that he would be able to leave a strong impression. Roland gleefully observed Berav for a long while, until the latter lowered his head out of his guilty conscience. Then Roland consented. "All right, but my condition is that the change of City Hall officials mustn't cause King's City to fall into disorder. You should know that every single person in this city is important to me." Subsequently, His Majesty inquired about the details of the situation regarding the mining and farming projects in Longsong area. He paid particular attention to the latter. Berav had known about Roland's preference beforehand, and thus had obtained information about the farming projects from Petrov. He replied smoothly to every question, such that Roland continually nodded in agreement. The afternoon passed quickly. After asking his last question, Roland patted Berav on his shoulder to show his appreciation. "You've done well. I won't have to worry when I'm out leading the army into battle. Go and have dinner. We'll discuss the development plans of Longsong area tomorrow." "Yes." Berav hesitated for a moment. He noticed that out of so many questions, Roland had not mentioned his coronation. "Your Majesty, may I know when you intend to be officially crowned and proclaimed king?" "Plans haven't been made," Roland replied calmly. "What?" The City Hall director could not believe his own ears. "These things should be arranged as early as possible. With it, your prestige will increase tremendously, and the people's hearts will unite as one. There aren't any downsides. Why don't you? It needs too much time." Roland cut him short, stood up, walked over to the window, and looked down at the magnificent city under the dusk light. "I've asked the ceremonial officer. He says that a full coronation will require many months of preparation. Aside from making the gold crown and the gem scepter, invitation letters have to be sent to the church and the other 3 kingdoms. The ceremony can only begin after all of their emissaries have arrived. Even if we omit the holy city of Hermes, Kingdom of Everwinter, and Kingdom of Wolfheart, it'll still require more than a month to contact Kingdom of Dawn. This will severely slow down our plans for the second half of the spring offensive. Your Majesty, you can simplify this process. That would lower the prestige of the coronation, such that it might even have an adverse effect." Roland shrugged his shoulders in rejection of Berav's idea. "Even Timothy pays heed to this process. I can't appear to be more anxious and cheaper than him. However, my ambassador to Kingdom of Dawn will set off shortly. He'll notify them about this. When we get a formal reply from them, it won't be too late to consider this matter." After Berav took his leave, Roland could finally exhale a sigh of relief. There was another reason that he had not mentioned. It was the deep and pervading notion of focus on amassing grains, while slowly becoming king, in other words, become rich silently. At present, he only occupied Western region, which was not even a third of the land area that Timothy occupied when he was king. It was best to be modest before the church officially attacked Kingdom of Dawn, and it would be troublesome if Hermes made him the prior target. Though he was no longer afraid of falling out with the church, he did not want to draw aggro on behalf of others. Shortly, Roland summoned Kyle Sichai to his study. He was hoping that his chief alchemist had already thought of a way to intimidate the alchemist workshop of King's City. Chapter 526, The Alchemist Workshop. The refining hall, located in the east of the city, was Rit-Nin's favorite place to stay. It was a place always full of vitality, often filled with students and apprentices, constantly moving materials back and forth. He could see steam rising from various vessels and perceive the smells of sulfur and acid water. Occasionally, he could hear crashes of broken glass, usually accompanied by loud scoldings from alchemists. Even though he was promoted to one of the 3 chief alchemists 2 years ago and had his own alchemical room, he preferred the busy and crowded refining hall for inspiration. Just like the refining hall where people of different kinds gathered and mingled, alchemy was a process of mixing various matters. Nevertheless, only a few, such as crystal glass and snow powder, could distinguish themselves from the ordinary and shine through the muddy mixture. The charm of alchemy lay in the refining process, in which those grayish-white sand and black charcoals could turn into such a splendor that nobody had ever foreseen. The same held true for people. The alchemist workshop accepted a large number of new apprentices every year, but only a very few of them would eventually stand out from the rest and become first-rate alchemists. Rin was one of the very few. It had taken him 34 years to go from apprentice to chief. Although he was now nearly 50, with one foot in the grave, he felt content with his life, for having learned the aesthetics passed down from the sages. The only thing that disquieted him was the recent round of incidents in the king's city. The biggest overturn was the change of the king. After Prince Roland hanged Timothy, he had indubitably become the successor of the king. The news should have had nothing to do with the alchemist workshop. They needed to be responsible for alchemical production, whoever the king was. However, he was not sure if they could stay out of this trouble. Once Prince Roland found out, they had provided Timothy with snow powder as a war material. King's City had gradually restored its peace. Yet the fact that the prince had visited the astrological station instead of the alchemist workshop gave Rin an ominous feeling. "Are you still worried about the Astrology Association?" asked a voice at his side. "It's not like you to sit here in a daze," brows furrowed. Judging from the unguarded tone, Rin knew it must be another chief alchemist. He turned around and found Rayleigh, whose hair was as frosty as his, sitting next to him. "What on earth do you think His Highness is planning?" "He's thinking those fellows who only care about stars are wasting money." "What else can he be thinking about?" Rayleigh said carelessly. "It's a pity he didn't stick to his opinion. Those guys shouldn't be crowned as sages anyway. They should have been laid off a long time ago." As the two major academies in the kingdom, the Alchemist Workshop hired spies to collect information about the Astrology Association. The Alchemist Workshop somewhat knew the purpose of Roland's visit to the astrological station, but did not know what exactly the chief astrologer had said to Prince Roland in secret that made him change his mind about shutting down the astrological station. "Are you worried that the Alchemist Workshop will be shut down as well?" He patted Rin on his shoulder heartily. "Don't forget the profit we bring to King's City. Once the limit in the production of crystal glass and perfume is lifted, the gold royals will earn can probably fill the prince's entire bedroom. How can he resist such a lucrative business opportunity and shut the workshop down? But we produced snow powder for Timothy." "So what? Could we disobey the king's order?" Rayleigh grunted. "Any reasonable person should know it isn't us to blame. Besides, he also manufactured loads of weapons fueled by snow powder himself. I bet he must have gotten the formula from Bohr, the traitor. In this light, we actually made a contribution to his victory. Perhaps he'll even reward us if we hand in the advanced formula." "Hopefully." Rin nodded, feeling a little relieved. Like Rayleigh had said, the Alchemist Workshop was the largest gold production organization. The prince might have been stuck in the middle of something and therefore failed to visit them right after the war. Just as Rin was about to instruct a group of alchemists, a student dashed into the hall. Out of breath, he shouted, Mr. Chief Alchemist, His Majesty is here." "What? Where?" Hearing Rin's exclamation, everybody in the hall was silent, looking at the student. "Above the yard in the air." The student swallowed hard. "His Majesty descended from the sky." Rin and Rayleigh exchanged an astonished look. "Bring Chief Alchemist Archer here. Everybody else, follow me to greet His Majesty." "Yes, sir." A giant balloon that covered almost half of the sky was floating in the air outside the Alchemist Workshop. Soldiers armed with snow powder weapons surrounded the yard. After they had searched the association thoroughly, making sure it was safe, the balloon started to land slowly. "That must be the transportation device the prince used to visit the astrological station with the witches," Rayleigh whispered in Rin's ear. "I didn't expect it could truly make a person fly. Anyway, he's here." Written felt alleviated. He grabbed Rayleigh's shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter how we address him in private, but you ought to show some respects in an official meeting. He is king of the kingdom of Greycastle, even without an inauguration ceremony. Be serious. Don't worry, I know how to behave properly," Rayleigh assured him with a smile. After the basket landed safely, a beaming gray-haired man came up to them under the protection of the guards. He was bareheaded, not splendidly dressed, and held no scepter in his hand. He was not as marvelous as he was rumored to be, yet the prince's every single gesture was majestic and dignified. Next to him stood an elderly man in a cope, who seemed surprisingly familiar to Written. "Your Majesty, welcome to the alchemist workshop." The three chief alchemists bowed, followed by all the other alchemists. Roland smiled. "My father used to talk about you often when I was still in King's City. He said both crystal glass and perfume are quite popular alchemical products. They have even been sold to the Fjord Islands. These products have brought great profits to the palace. So, I built an alchemical workshop myself after my father sent me to Border Town." PFT. Rayleigh almost burst out laughing upon hearing these words, whereas Written restrained himself and managed to conceal his amusement. "That must not have been an easy business, Your Majesty. Every alchemical workshop requires a large amount of gold royals to operate." "Really? But I didn't invest a lot of gold royals. You know how deficient the resources are in Border Town. At first, I could only do the experiments in a few wooden sheds. But now I'm able to produce various products, including glass and perfume." Roland continued casually, "So I'm wondering where those gold royals actually go." "Your Majesty, what? What do you mean by that?" Written's heart sank. "This is my chief alchemist, Mr. Kyle Sitch," Roland replied, pointing to the elderly man next to him. "He'll examine and evaluate your products. If there have been no innovations in recent years, I might as well shut down the alchemist workshop. After all, King's City was just ravaged by a war, and I believe tons of gold royals are needed for reconstruction." The alchemists were outraged by the prince's comment. "Your Majesty, I can't accept this." Rayleigh was so angry that he couldn't bear it and stood to challenge him. Chapter 527, The Ultimate Goal of Alchemy. "Huh," Roland turned to him. "Why?" "Well, Your Majesty, you're likely to be deceived by someone since you may not know alchemy well." Written interjected immediately. He knew Rayleigh took great pride in his work and sometimes even failed to pay due respects to Timothy. Certainly, he disdained the notorious Prince Roland. If Rayleigh accidentally enraged Roland, the rest of them would all have to suffer the king's wrath. Alchemy is a process full of changes. Every formula represents a potential product. However, not all products are as dazzling as snow powder. They may not instantly bring you gold royals, but they can help with the production of another extraordinary product. "Exactly," Rayleigh rejoined indignantly. "Take snow powder as an example. One of its ingredients, ice nitrite, is converted from feces. The conversion itself is a sort of reaction. However, ice nitrite can also be mixed with other products and turn into snow powder. All these reactions and conversions are the result of long-term exploration and research. Even an experienced alchemy master can't readily jump to the conclusion that one specific product is useless. Your Majesty, you can't evaluate our work simply with gold royals." Rayleigh stared at Roland's chief alchemist with deepened brows. "If someone promises you that every single product can instantly bring you profits, he must be lying." "What's your opinion on that?" Roland, the man beside him. The chief alchemist looked quite unperturbed. He stroked his whiskers and remained silent until nobody else was talking. "Your Majesty, they say this because they haven't probed into the nature of alchemy. I can prove to you that their formulas are all outdated. I already know whether their products are useful or not." The alchemists all gasped at these words. Written was speechless for quite a while. Did this man know what he was talking about? He just said he understood every single alchemy formula. What a terrible joke he was making. The alchemist workshop in King's City had discovered more than 10 new formulas in the past 2 years, and it would take several days just to read them through. How could he say there was nothing new? Written-in was stunned, but at the same time he was secretly delighted. It proved Kyle was completely insane, and if there was a single formula he didn't know about, he would be accused of lying to the king. Just then, Archer, the quietest chief alchemist, came forward. He asked sternly, "How do you want to prove it?" "Very simple." Kyle strode toward the 3 chief alchemists. Confidently, he suggested, "Give me the ingredients and I'll tell you the formula." "How does that sound?" Rayleigh was so furious he was ready to burst. "Very good. There are all kinds of ingredients in the workshop. Feel free to use them. If you name one formula wrong, His Majesty will know you've been lying." "What if I'm correct?" "That's impossible." Archer shook his head. "A few alchemy formulas can be repetitive, but there's absolutely no way formulas can exhaust. You take alchemy too lightly." Hearing this, Kyle suddenly had a strange look on his face, as if he were studying them with sympathy or other mixed feelings. "I'm not taking it lightly. The truth is that your perception of alchemy is mistaken." Written-in could feel his temples throbbing. "What did you say? May I ask what you think alchemy really is?" Kyle remained undisturbed. "Do you think it is chaotic, volatile, and too complicated to study?" "No. You're wrong about alchemy all the way from the beginning, or rather you know nothing about the nature of matter." "Nonsense," Rayleigh hollered. "Are you implying that the theories passing down from sages are simple and straightforward? If so, why are there so many derivations, and why is every single rock different from another?" To Written-in's horror, a winning smile fluttered over Kyle's face. "Ah, yes, it's simple and straightforward, it is. What are you? As to the reason why the world is diverse and manifold, it's beyond the scope of alchemy," Kyle explained placidly. "In other words, it's a higher realm that I just got a chance to set foot in." "Enough." Written-in stopped Rayleigh, who was about to explode. "Ask the students to prepare the materials. I'm sure all this monstrous absurdity will be refuted by facts later." If he let Rayleigh keep going, the latter might raise his voice and lash out at Kyle, and perhaps even start to criticize Roland, who employed him. The man was indeed crazy to think that alchemy is simple and straightforward, Written-in thought bitterly. He would definitely teach Kyle a lesson afterwards. A long table was arranged in the refining hall, with 3 vials and 3 pieces of paper on the top. Each piece of paper contained the names of the ingredients. After a heated discussion, the 3 chief alchemists each selected a formula for Kyle Sitch to prove his theory. In order to show fairness, as well as to stop Kyle's blabbers, the 3 wrote all the ingredients' names down. However, it would not be their business as to whether Kyle recognized them. When everything was ready, Written-in turned to Roland's chief alchemist and said, "You can start now." Kyle paced to the table and glanced at the first piece of paper confidently. "Burn the mixture of saltpeter and green alum." He was surprised by what was written on the sheet. "It seems you've also learned the double stone acid-making method. The products of the reaction are multiple solids and acids, and the latter can dissolve metals." He wrote a long list of symbols on the paper as he answered. Archer, who wrote the question, suddenly was very embarrassed. "Correct." He pronounced the word with gritted teeth. The spectating alchemists started to exchange whispers. They had probably never expected Kyle could give the right answer to the first question within a second. "Silence," Written-in bellowed. "There are 2 questions left. It was pure luck." Rayleigh stamped about with indignity. "I don't think he can answer the second question that easily. What is he writing on that piece of paper, by the way?" Written-in shook his head. His heart sank rapidly. To both Written-in and Rayleigh's surprise, Kyle gave the answer to the second question a great deal of thought and even saw through the trickiness of Rayleigh's question. "Green vitriol acid and copper? The reaction won't start if the acid is in deficiency. With sufficient acid, the liquid will turn blue when heated, and it will bubble as well. When it came to Ret-Nin's question, Kyle did not linger either. Just take out the stone of the netherworld. He picked up the vial, shook it, and studied the white solid soaked in the water. This is quite rare. It will burn on its own in the air and produce white smoke and white solids. Am I right? Ret-Nin was totally shocked. He had obtained this queer chemical substance from the alchemists in the kingdom of Wolfheart. Few people had seen it before, and even fewer people could name its properties. Please feel free to raise questions. Kyle turned around and glanced at the spectating alchemists. I can prove to you that I'm not lying. The words stirred up the audience. What will happen when burning the mixture of ochre and charcoals? Ochre is essentially a kind of special iron ore. If the temperature is high enough, we'll be able to get iron from it. Why are the colors of glass obtained via smelting different? Didn't you say alchemy is invariable? Because of the different impurities in it, we need the purest gravel to produce crystal glass. Sir Kyle, I have a question. Me too. To Ret-Nin's astonishment, the atmosphere in the hall was changing swiftly. The alchemists were gradually convinced by Kyle's extensive knowledge and naturally started to show some respect to him. It suddenly struck Ret-Nin that the alchemists were slowly accepting Kyle. Shut up, all of you, Rayleigh cried abruptly. These are all old formulas the alchemist workshop has known for ages. If you really understand all formulas, then write a new one that nobody has ever discovered. For example, the ultimate goal of alchemy. That'll be impossible, thought Ret-Nin, who swallowed hard. He believed all the alchemists here thought such a goal was as unrealistic as a mysterious legend. However, he was astounded to notice a smile lingering on Kyle's lips. Kyle Sitchai smiled to all the members of the alchemist workshop, who rested their eyes upon him. Are you saying turning stones into gold? Of course, I can. Let me show you. Chapter 528, Turning Stone into Gold. Could it be that? You've extracted the philosopher's stone successfully? Archer asked in a trembling voice. The hall suddenly fell into pin-drop silence. It was perhaps an answer that everyone wanted to hear. The philosopher's stone the culmination of alchemy, and the rumors claimed that it had the ability to transform anything, which was the very reason why alchemy was called the art of philosophy. When used as a medium, it could transform a generic metal or lead into gold, creating unlimited wealth. It was also the origin of the term turning stone into gold. A stone that can transform everything. It was simply an invention of the ancient alchemist who wanted to be lazy. Kyle waved a hand and said, "And what I'm about to show you is the mystery of the world." He pulled out a strange-looking pipe, which was made of crystal glass, from his bag and generously displayed it in front of the alchemists. Everyone, including Ret-Nin, was stretching their neck to take a peek at it. The pipe was as thick as 2 fingers and was sealed at both ends. It contained some matte-looking, brownish-red powder that looked just like some dried soil at first glance. It was hard to imagine how that powder had gotten inside. Kyle asked for a glass of clean water before he picked up a green alum stone from the table and used it to smash one end of the pipe, shattering it into pieces. This caused a stir among the crowd. Even Ret-Nin was feeling greatly distressed. The immaculate transparent color showed that the tube was obviously made from first-class crystal glass, which must have taken the craftsman a lot of effort to make into such a symmetrical shape. Yet Kyle simply smashed it to pieces. However, he realized that Prince Roland was not lying when he claimed that the domain had developed crystal glass, since the alchemist workshop of King's City would definitely not produce this type of strange vessel. The water was quickly provided, and Kyle poured the powder into the glass of water. And then the color of the water gradually turned into a yellow-green hue, and the powder disappeared. Do you have any lead bars here? He turned around and asked. Give me 2 of the best quality. Hang on, Rayleigh said. Since it's an alchemic reaction, it shouldn't matter who does it. I've seen some street performers who are very good at covering up, switching bronze royals into gold royals in front of a crowd. I'm not doubting you, but it's better to be cautious on such an occasion." He looked at two of the other chiefs and said, "What do you think?" "Indeed," Archer slowly answered. Written-in hesitated. It was obvious that Rayleigh was doubtful, and comparing Kyle to the street performers was indeed quite disrespectful. However, he had to support the alchemist workshop in this situation. "I agree as well." He was expecting the chief alchemist of Border Town to be furious. However, Kyle Sichai simply smiled and said, "Of course, there's no difference if the last step is carried out by either the alchemist or the apprentice. Just as I mentioned, the essence of alchemy is simple, orderly, and straightforward. Who would like to do it?" "I'll do it." Written-in was so excited that he did not dare look at Kyle, but he was not able to resist his curiosity towards learning the art of turning stone into gold. Can the glass of yellow-green liquid really transform the lead into gold? The apprentice quickly presented the materials, some green and white colored refined lead rods, which were usually kept in a cotton-lined wooden box. They would be considered the best of the inventories. Written-in picked one up and carefully put it into the glass. To his surprise, he saw a golden tint appear on the surface of the lead bar. He could feel his hands trembling uncontrollably. "Look, it looks like something is growing out of it. It's golden. Oh God, it's gold in color. Is that gold? It could be copper as well." The sounds of discussion behind Written-in grew louder. He turned around and realized that all of the alchemists and students were staring intently at the changes happening in the glass on the long table, with eyes wide open. They sounded surprised and unconvinced. All the while, Archer was looking lost and confused. He was feeling the same at that moment. Perhaps Kyle was right. Alchemy is truly constant itself, completely simple and concise, and any self-assumed chaos is simply caused by making a wrong choice. In that case, what's all of the decades of study for? When the lead rod was lifted from the glass of water, there was already some filament blooming on the surface, resembling coral. "These are all copper." Rayleigh was biting his lips and yelling with his last-ditch effort, "It's impossible for you to know the way to transform stone into gold. It makes no sense. Otherwise, you'd have bought the entire kingdom of Greycastle with gold royals, instead of simply becoming a lord's chief alchemist of a small town. I'm choosing this path, not for the gold royals, but to understand the world." Kyle's voice seemed to come from far away. "If you don't believe, you can always examine it. I think as the chief of King's City, you would know the differences between copper and gold pretty well, so do you?" However, there was no reversal to be incurred for a post-verification. A piece of the gold wire was sliced off and baked on a plate in the fire. It quickly melted, indicating that it was gold. It was obviously not copper, because copper would darken into an ugly solid mass under high temperature, while the flowing metal solution on the plate looked as bright and golden as the sun in the sky. True gold fears no fire. It was indeed real gold. The hall already seethed with excitement. The alchemic formula for turning rock into gold does exist. "Lord Kyle, what were the symbols you wrote down on the paper just now? Was that part of a higher-level formula? Where exactly did you acquire all the knowledge from? Lord Chief, do you still accept any student? I'm willing to start as an apprentice." Kyle Sichai extended his arms, intending to suppress the cheering noise. "Listen, everything you have seen today comes from a more ancient subject. It not only includes all the possible alchemy formulas, but also discloses the mystery formed within the world. From it, you can even predict those alchemy formulas that have never been seen before, and turning stone into gold isn't an exception. I could teach you all this, as long as you follow me to the Western region." "To the Western region?" Written-in became stiff, looking at Roland Wimbledon, His Majesty, who was sitting off to the side with a smile. Is that the true purpose of why they're here? However, it was too late for him to realize how effective it would be. The enthusiasm on the scene had totally gone out of his control. Imagine that who wouldn't want to work for the association if he could master the art of turning stone into gold. Perhaps none of the alchemists in the hall would stay, and the 100-year-old alchemist workshop of King's City had unexpectedly crumbled within a day. Written-in noticed that Kyle was slowly walking towards him. Do you still remember the apprentice who wanted to configure the molten gold solution 27 years ago? He leaned forward and whispered. After failing the test twice, you took away his money and banned him from ever passing through the door of the association. In fact, the failure was mainly caused by a lack of acid concentration, which should have been provided by you. You were the apprentice who was audited by me, Written-in said in shock. The pieces of memory in his mind were overlapping with the silhouette in front of him. That's right, Kyle nodded. I'm just claiming what I deserve. I recommend a book titled The Noble Evil King, whose author is Kai Huang. The title may be slightly witless, but the content is very good. Please take a look if you are interested in. Chapter 529, The Returned Witch. 2 days later, Kyle Sitchai bade farewell to Roland. Don't you want to spend a couple more days in King's City? Roland jokingly asked. This is the center of Grey Castle, the best place to have fun within the kingdom. If you miss it now, it may not be here next time. I'm not you. I don't want to have an unfinished romance here. Kyle rolled his eyes and said, There's still a lot of work to do in the laboratory and the plant. It's best for me to return to the city of Neverwinter if you want the production line of gunpowder to run smoothly. His reply made Roland depressed. After the situation settled down, the atmosphere in the city was a little strange. First, many women claimed to be his lovers, followed then by their illegitimate children. Of course, he knew these were all rumors. Nevertheless, he could not stop the rumors from confounding the truth, especially when his history was so notorious. No matter how bizarre the stories were, they would still sound convincing to some. He could only get Theo to come forward and compel the rats to eradicate the rumors. All right. He was speechless for a while before he nodded and said, I'll arrange a paddle steamer to send you back to the western region. Thank you for your hard work over the past few days. As long as you know it, Kyle said while shaking his beard. He left after paying respect by covering his chest with one hand. This guy's really ungrateful. Roland twitched his lips but didn't take it personally. He even started happily singing. You seem very happy surrounded by so many women, said a cold voice behind him. Ahem. He was almost choked by his own saliva. What are you talking about? They were just trying to get some money out of me by saying that. I'm sure you know that. How would I know? Nightingale said in a panic. Oh, you really don't know? Roland retorted. I thought you've investigated everyone here. Okay, Nightingale revealed herself. She turned around and sat on the table. Staring down at him, she said, I have indeed gone on an investigation. It was, however, because I was worried about your safety and afraid you'll let dangerous people into the palace. Do you understand? I understand, he said, trying not to laugh. But the next words Nightingale said froze the smile on his face. Most of their statements were false. What about Miss Kingfisher and Mrs. Rother? They were not lying. Damn Yorko, I didn't expect her to actually keep it in mind after the last cover-up. Roland silently cursed the old friend 1,000,000 times. While staring seriously into her eyes, he said, I didn't lie to you. The Prince Roland whom they were talking about wasn't me. You should be able to tell that I'm not lying. Nightingale was feeling slightly uncomfortable being stared at and averted her eyes. So it's a misunderstanding. They thought it was you, but you weren't there. Of course not, said Roland righteously. In fact, I haven't seen them before. She looked slightly calmer and said, So, you're just going to let the ladies who claim to have slept with you continue to make a scene. Theo said you didn't order them to shut up. Of course, it's exactly what they want, to be paid to shut up. It's too much to be violent, and it'll just increase the suspicion of the people. Roland was still unable to kill for this reason. It'll be easier distracting people with bigger news than forcing those women to stop. Bigger? News? Nightingale curiously asked. Yes, something they'll be discussing for weeks, he said, smiling. For example, King City is to be renamed the City of Dawn. The city of Neverwinter in the western region is to be the new capital of Greycastle, etc. The rumors will subside after I leave. Of course, there was more news, such as that the king is not having a coronation, as well as the competitive plan for skilled craftsmen recruitment. Cumulatively, this news should be able to fill up the public's leisure time. Currently, the rats were slowly spreading fragments of the news to the crowd. This followed the posting of the announcement of the city hall in order to achieve the best publicity effect. It was expected these would be the topics of discussions in pubs for a long time. So, you weren't happily smiling because of them just now? Not at all. Roland patted the list of names on the table and said, I was happy because of this. The chemical presentation led by Kyle was a huge success. The effect was better than he thought. There were more than 320 people from the association who were willing to move forward to the western region, including alchemists, students, and the apprentices. The final number was confirmed at around 500, including the family members. That's the sum of employees in the 5 chemical laboratories and 2 plants in the border area. Now the number is doubled in a blink of an eye, and most of them are the proficients who could be assigned to work after some slight training. It's the biggest accomplishment after we conquered King City. He paused and said, It's not, however, what I'm happiest about. What's the thing you're happiest about? Nightingale asked curiously. Take a look at this. He spread the list, pointing out the names at the bottom. Written in, Rayleigh, Archer, aren't they the alchemist workshop chiefs? That's right, Kyle didn't refuse them, Roland softly said. He said he had already taken back what belonged to him. Roland thought Kyle would have a serious initial retaliation after learning about the argument between the chief alchemist and the alchemist workshop of King's City. Without even meaning to continue the hatred, Kyle had received the consensus he deserved and accepted the 3 of them on behalf of the city of Neverwinter. It warmed Roland's heart to see there was still a group of people taking the right path in a tough time. The kingdom would definitely be continuously improving by having them in the realm. Right then, a rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the window. Nightingale flashed out of the window and came back to the table in the blink of an eye with the messenger in her arms. A secret letter is here. You scared it. Roland shook his head. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry while looking at the stunned gray falcon on the table. He quickly glanced through the content of the letter lifted and said, Ah, it was sent by scroll. I think we'll have to leave as soon as possible. Is there anything wrong in City of Neverwinter? Nightingale frowned. No. He twitched his lips and said, Lotus and Honey are coming back soon. The 2 little brats. Somehow Nightingale sounded unhappy. Do we really need to leave in such a rush? After all, there are only 2 of them. Lightning and Maggie can always go pick them up. They're much faster than the hydrogen balloon. They'll reach King's City within a day. We could definitely do that if it were just the 2 of them, Roland excitedly said. However, the letter says Tilly's sending along new witches. Chapter 530, Lotus Concerns. The surface of the vast sea regained its former clear blue hue. The charming beauty sailed forward, riding the wind and waves. The hull moved up and down in the glittering waves, making rhythmic creaks. Set the sail full. Boys, move, One-Eyed Jack shouted. We can make it to the shallow beach today. The sailors on the mast were singing a work song together and pulling the 3-finger thick Hessian rope, releasing the sail bit by bit. With the ever-changing weather on the sea, they had to repeat such release and roll-up movements several times a day. Lotus watched the sailors, as flexible as monkeys, climbing back and forth over her head. So troublesome, the old captain walked towards the witches and said, It would be so much easier if I had a boat such as those in Crescent Moon Bay. They can navigate without sails. What's the thing called again? Paddle steamer, Lotus said, raising her eyebrows. It was made by His Highness, Prince Roland himself. Why don't you ask His Highness to build one for you? Honey asked, teasing the seabird on her shoulder. His Highness may not do others such a favor, but he may do it for you. You little brat, you make it sound like I'm very close to him. Well, you're close to Lady Tilly. Honey stuck her tongue out and said, and His Highness Roland is very kind to Lady Tilly. Jack smoked his pipe heavily, feeling a pain in his chest. Never mind. I heard from those merchants that one paddle steamer costs more than 1,000 gold royals. That's the amount I'd never have even if I were to sell all of you. That's not for sure, Breeze said jokingly. In Sleeping Spell, the reward for Lotus is counted by hundreds of gold royals. Besides, last time, a merchant named Duret Kimshu intended to employ her for a long term with 1,000 gold royals. That's only Lotus, so the four of us would be worth much more. Breeze, Lotus punched Breeze angrily. You knew what he was up to. I don't want to hear that man's name ever again. Just kidding. Breeze held Lotus into her arms and said gently, How could I ever sell you? When Lady Tilly heard about Kimshu's proposal, she practically negotiated with the entire Chamber of Commerce of Crescent Moon Bay. After that, no one would dare do such a thing anymore. You two seem to get along well. Jack spouted some smoke rings, but the other two over there do not seem to have much to talk to you. On hearing that, the three of them fell into silence for a moment. A while later, Breeze broke the silence. They were witches from the kingdom of Wolfheart. The old captain felt confused. Aren't you all the same? They support Heidi Morgan more than Lady Tilly. Morgan. The captain stroked his chin and thought for a while. Is she a noble in the kingdom of Wolfheart? Only from a branch. Breeze waved one hand. Nothing serious. It's just we haven't been together for long, so we can't open our hearts to each other yet. The old man seemed to have realized something, so he did not pose more questions. Lotus did not know much about the nobles in the kingdom. She only knew witches from Sleeping Island were not as close as the witches in Border Town were. Among the witches in Border Town, most of them were from the kingdom of Greycastle, and a small group of them were from the kingdom of Dawn and the kingdom of Wolfheart. Since Tilly was the organizer of the migration operation and had the noblest status, all of them, including the foreign witches, just regarded her as the leader. But after the church in Fjord Islands was eradicated, the situation had changed. Lotus, who had returned to Sleeping Island after the months of demons, could clearly sense it. After only a few months' time, the witches from the kingdom of Wolfheart had moved in together, and they seldom talked to other witches when they ate in the dining hall. According to Molly, they were all members of the Bloodfang Association, an organization similar to the Witch Cooperation Association of the Kingdom of Greycastle, with Heidi Morgan as its leader. In the beginning, there were just over 20 witches from the Bloodfang Association on Sleeping Island. They were a minority on the island, which was nothing special. The extraordinary thing was that 18 of them were combat witches. In other words, the Bloodfang Association had carefully selected its members before the enrollment, and only those witches who were powerful could join in, which was totally different from the way the Witch Cooperation Association and Sleeping Island enrolled witches. Because of this, the Bloodfang Association was very competitive. When Tilly had carried out her eradication plan, the small group of witches from the kingdom of Wolfheart alone took care of the twin Dragon Island Cathedral, which had the most believers. And because of this, Heidi Morgan thought the Bloodfang Association was the core of Sleeping Island. Although Morgan did not express her opinion in words, Lotus could feel it. Lotus did not like the argument that combat witches had higher status than non-combat witches, and she agreed with Lady Tilly's idea of witch equality. Unfortunately, not everyone shared her opinion. While Lady Tilly was away, Heidi had fought several times with Camilla Derry, chief butler of Sleeping Island. Luckily, Camilla, who was also a noble in King's City, did not appear dwarf in front of Heidi and calmly quieted the conflicts. At this thought, Lotus sighed helplessly. She was not worried about Lady Tilly's safety. After all, Ashes, the most powerful witch from Sleeping Island, was a faithful supporter to Lady Tilly. Ashes was the only extraordinary who could fight wearing a god's stone of retaliation. In her presence, all the other witches from the Bloodfang Association would not stand a chance to win. What worried her was this trip. Honestly, she did not want to stay with the witches from the kingdom of Wolfheart. And also, the witches being chosen for this trip were a weird combination. Except for herself and Honey, 2 of the other 3 witches were combat witches. Normally, Lady Tilly should have known that His Highness Roland preferred assistance witches, because those bizarre weapons he owned were enough to enable the commoners to defeat the judgment army of the church. To what end did she send the witches from the Bloodfang Association? She racked her brain, but failed to find an answer, so she decided to put these distracting thoughts aside. Maybe Lady Tilly had her own concerns beyond her comprehension. As the sun moved to the west, the golden shallow beach shone in everybody's eyes. At the same time, a hot air balloon appeared, floating in midair along with a strange, giant bird. "Oh God, what's that?" the sailors on deck exclaimed when they saw the strange bird fold its wings and dive towards the charming beauty. As the bird drew closer, its sharp claws and bloody mouth became visible to the sailors. "Is there an enemy?" Hearing the shouts, the Bloodfang Association witches rushed out of the cabin and were startled by the giant beast. "What's that monster?" "Whatever it is, just catch it." The other witch soon calmed down. "A target's size makes no difference to us." "Wait a minute, that's not the enemy." Lotus hurried to stop them. It flew alongside the hot air balloon. A witch from the Bloodfang Association quickly glanced at her. "A hot air balloon? It's a vessel that His Highness Roland uses to transport witches." Breeze stepped in front of them to stop their argument. "Relax, you can trust Lotus' judgment." The horrible giant beast was getting closer and closer, making resounding roars. But Lotus could feel the roars were not for intimidation. Oh, coo! The giant figure of the beast disappeared just as it was about to hit the sail of the boat, and a white pigeon landed steadily on Lotus' head. "You're here finally," Maggie rubbed her forehead and said. "Welcome back, Coo." Chapter 531, The Romance. Is this really okay? What? Sending Iffy, Softfeathers, and Lotus to Border Town. Ashes hugged Tilly from behind while Tilly sat at the desk and said, "It must have been Heidi Morgan's idea, am I right?" Ever since she had heard about the existence of the sea line, Princess Tilly spent almost all her time in the study room. Stacked on her desk were piles of books, some of which were from Roland and the others retrieved from the ruins. Seeing Tilly's figure behind all these books, Ashes felt sorry for her. Putting down the quill, Tilly slowly leaned back. "Morgan didn't want me to have connections with the commoners all by myself, and I had no reason to refuse her." "But the commoner is your elder brother. What makes her think she can choose for you?" "Because she's also one of the royal members." Tilly shook her head, smiling. "The higher the status is, the looser the blood ties are. It's true in every kingdom." Heidi knew full well about it, and that was why she had made the decision. "She intends to fight for His Highness Roland's support with you." Ashes frowned. "Not just yet. This time I think she only wants to probe the situation." "Then, why did you agree with her?" Ashes loosened her arms and said with a low voice, "It seems like I need to talk to her." It was Princess Tilly's affinity and leniency that won her the trust of the witches who used to be abused and suppressed by the church, and now they could bond together. But it didn't mean someone could regard her lenience as weakness and test her on the basis of her trust. Ashes was about to turn when Tilly grabbed her arm. "Why not? As I said, I had no reason to refuse her. Sleeping Island is our home. All the witches here are free women. I won't stop them from doing anything as long as they don't harm anyone." And she let out a sigh. Sending them to the western region isn't a bad idea. Not a bad idea? Ashes asked with bewilderment. Have you ever thought about why the witches at the Bloodfang Association were initially the same as other witches, but gradually became different? Ashes pondered for a while. Because their lives became stable? Exactly. Tilly nodded. In the past, the church posed a heavy burden on their hearts. Everybody had to stick together in order to survive. But now the churches in the Fjord Islands have been eradicated, and Sleeping Island has offered a relatively relaxing environment, so people think differently. This is quite normal. The Witch Cooperation Association is different. We're a compound group made of several witch organizations, so blindly suppressing them won't work. In order to let them cooperate like in the old times, we need a powerful enemy. Ashes frowned and asked, Do you mean demons? The enemies deep in the fertile plains, the fiasco of the Union, the upcoming third battle of divine will. They can learn all these by themselves, which will be more effective than me telling them. Tilly smiled and said, Besides, in Border Town, there are much more to be seen. Princess Tilly stood up and walked through the door towards the castle in the backyard and opened the door. They'll see that non-combat witches can play irreplaceable roles. Commoners can be as capable as witches, and they'll witness the amazing effects when everybody works together. Just like this door. When it's pushed open, a broader world can be seen. Ashes quietly stared at this woman bathed in sunlight and could not utter a word. Tilly's gray hair flew with the sea breeze, reflecting the shining light. She was astonishingly beautiful, even viewed from behind. Time stood still. What was left in this narrow study was only her and Ashes. After a long while, Tilly turned and smiled slyly. I have some special reasons to have chosen Iffy and Softfeathers. This must be perceptible to Roland. Anna nudged Roland, sleeping beside her. Time to get up. A moment. Roland turned over, cuddled her, and smelled her hair. After returning to the city of Neverwinter from King's City, he had spent the whole night with Anna. The temporary separation had made their reunion particularly passionate. As a result, neither of them got out of bed the next morning. For the first time, Anna skipped her magic power practice, not because she did not want to, but because Roland would not let her leave. Of course, she did not want to reject Roland's wooing either. From noon to the dusk, their bedroom was filled with romantic atmosphere. When taking breaks, they just sat in bed and talked about the things that had happened in the two cities recently, and their lunch was brought to the bedroom by a maid. Of course, when the maid came, Anna sank her head into the quilt. Lowering his head, Roland could see a pair of sapphire-like eyes sparkling at his chest area. When he gently caressed Anna's back, she involuntarily moaned as lightly as a cat purring. After a year's growth, Anna was not the weak, thin girl he had met in prison a year prior. Now, when curling up her body, she could perfectly embed into Roland's arms. When he kissed her earlobe from the back, he could see her cheeks gradually flush and her eyelashes tremble. It made her look very cute. After a long while, she pushed Roland away once again. Wendy and the other girls will be coming back soon. This time there'll be new witches. You need to go wash up. Anna turned around and faced him with a serious look. Roland briefly replied. He knew that he could not postpone anymore, so he kissed her lightly on the lips and rolled out of bed. First, he helped Anna get dressed, and then put on a coat for himself. The basin of water on the table had already cooled down, but this was not a problem for Anna. A line of blackfire shot into the water, and steam began to rise in the blink of an eye. After washing up, Roland sent Anna back to the bedroom and returned to his office on the third floor. At least, he could make it look like he was working diligently before the other witches came back. 15 minutes later, Lightning and Maggie flew into his office through the French window. Your Majesty, they're here. Who could have thought that you'd become the king of Grey Castle in only a month? Breeze entered the castle hall first, followed by another 4 witches, among whom were Lotus and Honey. Roland was familiar with them, but he did not know the other two. If Wendy hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have believed it. If Tilly finds out, she'll be very surprised. Roland walked up to welcome them. I haven't held an enthronement yet, so it's okay if you just address me with my old title. But you're indeed a deserved king, Breeze said, bowing. Lotus and Honey imitated Breeze's move and bowed exaggeratedly, but yet the other two witches only greeted him by putting one hand on the chest. Two showed the joy of reunion, while the other two showed skepticism. Roland felt surprised. However, under these circumstances, he would not show his emotion. Making a gesture of inviting them, he said with a smile, "However, you had an arduous trip. Now enjoy tonight's feast. Make yourself comfortable. This is your home too." Chapter 532, A Tempting Idea. After the banquet, Lotus and Wendy were called into Roland's office. "Did everything on Sleeping Island go well?" he said to Lotus with a smile. "I hope I didn't bring you any trouble during Tilly's absence." "Of course not." Lotus nodded and then whispered, "Oh, well, you gave me a scarf as a present last time, and I haven't thanked you yet." "Don't be so formal." Roland waved his hand slightly. He knew that they would become less familiar with him after a period of time away, but this did not mean their personal relationship would be broken. Actually, this unfamiliarity was just temporary. He believed they would soon be able to be comfortable in this union again, as long as he treated them as usual. "It seems that a lot has changed here, but it basically remained the same as when you left. Please just make the city of Neverwinter your home." "Yes." Wendy touched her head. "You're still our sisters." "Okay." Lotus lowered her head in a show of embarrassment, however. She seemed to be more relaxed. "After you arrived at the castle, I saw something weird. Aren't Iffy and Softfeathers witches from Sleeping Island?" Roland changed the topic, because he had noticed that, whenever they discussed and talked about the old days, the two witches seemed alienated from others. Although they would speak now and then, they appeared to be less communicative than Sylvie, Evelyn, Candle, and other witches who talked with each other joyfully. He did not know if it was just an illusion, but he felt that Evelyn and Candle feared these two witches a little. Yes, they did come from Sleeping Island, however. They're a little different. Lotus briefly introduced their background. "I don't know why Lady Tilly sent witches from the Bloodfang Association here, either." "Iffy is a combat witch?" Roland asked, a little shocked. "Yeah, she can summon a cage made from magic power, and thereby capture more powerful enemies than herself. Even Ashes, if she's not wearing the god's stone of retaliation, would find it hard to get out of, once trapped." "What about Softfeathers?" Wendy asked with curiosity. "Although she is not a combat witch, she is also powerful," muttered Lotus. "Any object she is touching becomes sticky as long as she touches it, and they can't be separated once they're stuck together unless the magic power fails. But according to what she said, the stickiness can last for a long time as long as she uses enough magic power. This kind of ability could be widely used, right?" Roland was very surprised and exclaimed, "That's unbelievable. The Wolfheart Kingdom's witch, Heidi Morgan, agreed to send these powerful witches to us." "Well, the members of the Bloodfang Association are very powerful. They not only have many combat witches, but the rest of the non-combat witches have superior abilities as well. They did a lot for the quick construction of Sleeping Island." Lotus sighed and appeared to be very reluctant to admit this. However, they always feel they're superior to others, and often bully the witches with less abilities. The number of witches in the fjords would have dropped by more than half if it wasn't for Lady Tilly's great efforts to stop them. So, this may be the reason why Evelyn and Candle looked afraid in front of them, he thought. "Okay, I got it. Just have a good rest today." Roland comforted Lotus and then looked at Wendy, saying, "Well, please arrange for their accommodation and keep the witches of the Bloodfang Association away from them. I'll test their abilities in detail tomorrow." "Yes, Your Majesty," Wendy said while stroking her chest. After the two witches left, Nightingale appeared beside him with a fillet in her mouth and asked, Do we need to ask someone to keep an eye on them? There won't be much of a problem since they still belong to Sleeping Island. Roland shrugged and said, "The witches to the fjords have never had to experience life and death together like the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association. They're blended with many other witch groups. In reality, it isn't strange for them to have such opinions." As the saying went, it was very odd for a party to form without any smaller factions. Things like this will also happen in the witch union sooner or later when it expands. However, the competition among factions also has its merits. Internal competition will make the union become stronger as long as the competition is benign. I'm just puzzled about why Tilly sent combat witches here. If she just wants me to train them on behalf of her, she can also send assistant witches here, not to mention the fact that Breeze still stands by her. She probably clarified it in her letter, Nightingale guessed. Oh, you remind me of the letter. Roland patted his forehead and took the envelope from the drawer. He spread it out on the table. In addition to the 5 witches, Tilly also brought a stack of ancient books and a letter in her own handwriting. Due to the banquet, he had yet to check them. In her letter, Tilly introduced the background of the ancient books and the odd parts of these books in detail. Then, she put forward her ideas about Sea Line and hoped that Roland could help Thunder build a ship that could go against the current. Actually, Thunder had told Roland himself about the latter part. What Roland was shocked most was about the first half. He thought to himself, the books are from different ages and places, and they were collected and put into these remains. Some of the contents of these books had even disappeared for hundreds of years, which meant someone had come across the remains on the seafloor. Who were these people? On the back of the letter was a brief introduction to the ability of the 2 new witches, and what Roland cared about most was the last paragraph at the end of the passage. What we know about this world is still vague and obscure, and our knowledge is not even as thorough as the Union's 400 years ago. If we want to defeat our enemies, we should know about our enemies first. In this regard, their abilities could probably help us. After reading the letter, he couldn't help but fall into his thoughts. Know about your enemies. Offer help. What's Tilly trying to say? He thought. Roland read the introduction to their abilities again, and suddenly he came up with a shocking idea. Does Tilly want? Oh no, that would be insane, thought Roland. He shook his head quickly. However, once the idea had crossed his mind, it would not leave. Though risks do exist, the reward would be very handsome. In fact, those boxes of magic stones left by Agatha are really tempting. If they are made into sigils, then they would be as significant as a steam engine. Actually, he had thought about it before, but it was very difficult to put into practice, so he had to give it up. Now, with the help of Iffy and Breeze, he seemed to suddenly get closer to his goal. What does the letter say? Noticing his strange look, Nightingale bent down and touched his forehead. Hey, are you all right? Not very good. I almost have a heart attack. Roland laughed helplessly. Unfortunately, Tilly just left me to make the decision without any explanation. What kind of decision? She asked curiously. To capture the demons, Roland said slowly, one word at a time. Chapter 533, An Unexpected Incident. The next morning, Roland took the witches and other related personnel out of the city. They went to a place located in the north of the city wall near the misty forest to conduct a magic power test for Breeze, Iffy, and Softfeathers. Nightingale, Wendy, Carter, and Iron axe-tagged along. The first army sealed off the grasslands nearby, and Leaf guarded the forest. Softfeathers was the first to take the test. She looked as tall as honey, was at most 1.4 meters in height, and had long, brownish-red hair with bangs just nicely covering her eyebrows. Around the age of 16, she had already been awakened for 4 years, which was quite early among witches. It meant she had experienced the demonic torture 4 times. As a result, she had much more magic power than most of the young witches. The amount of her power was about half of the amount Anna possessed before her adulthood. Softfeathers turned out to be very skillful in controlling her magic. She could turn an entire object into something very sticky, or precisely, make one side or a spot sticky. Softfeathers did this without consuming much of her power. Nightingale could hardly notice any changes in her power during the test. "How long can this object stay sticky?" Roland asked. "If I use all my power to make one stone adhere to another, it'll last for decades," she answered, and then further explained. "But I've never tried that. It's my own guess based on the consumption of my magic power." "Then, what's the biggest thing that you've applied your power to?" Roland asked. Softfeathers answered. "A seawall." A little satisfaction could be seen on her expressionless face when she was talking about her accomplishment. During a high tide, there was an arm-thick crack in a section of the wall on Sleeping Island. As Lotus was not there, I immediately turned the crack sticky and filled it up with linen and pebbles to seal the break. Otherwise, the wall couldn't have sustained the shock of the waves. She finished. Listening to her, Roland somehow felt that she was asking for praise. "Great job," he said while nodding. Softfeathers quickly turned calm after she was recognized. From her words and actions, it was hard to tell that she was an underage child. Unlike other children, she was used to concealing her feelings. It may be caused by her past. What kind of life had the witches in the Bloodfang Association lived before they went to Sleeping Island? Roland thought and sighed. Breeze was the next to take the test. She gave a graceful curtsy and said, "I've regretted for a while that I couldn't stay longer in the Western region. I'm so happy to get this chance now to come here again. If you need my help, just let me know. To make up for it, you must fully enjoy your stay here in the city of Neverwinter. If you need anything, you can ask Wendy for help," Roland explained with a smile. Breeze was about 25 years old, a little older than Nightingale. She brought comfort and happiness to the people around her, like a spring breeze. No one would guess she was actually a combat witch. Her power was called field control. She could control the bodies of anyone within 5 meters. Her ability was of no use when facing long-distance attacks, such as crossbow bolts and spear throwers. However, she remained almost invincible in any close combat. As an ability of summoning type, it would also be affected by the god's stone of retaliation. She could summon the field control over 10 times a day, and each time she would only use half of her magic power. While performing it, she would not be hindered from freely moving around either. The field control was invisible to naked eyes, which made it extremely hard for the enemies to defend themselves from her surprise attacks. Once she got within 5 meters of her enemies, she would have the full control of the situation. Obviously, it was an excellent ability to observe demons in the short distance. The last witch to take the test was Iffy. She seemed to be around 20 years old, lean and fit, and wearing a tight black leather outfit with knee-high boots. Her waist-length, chestnut brown hair looked shiny in the sunlight. Iffy did not know that Tilly chose her to come to the Western region because she possessed an indispensable skill to capture demons with her magic cage. In a blink of an eye, she could conjure up cages formed by her magic to capture the enemies close to her and squeeze the cages to crush them. Anything in her cage was weightless as well. This meant, even if she captured an elephant, she could also easily carry it back to the city of Neverwinter. As the magic cage ability was crucial to the success of his plan, Roland carefully asked all the details about her ability. "What's the biggest thing we can capture?" "Different sizes have different demands for my magical power," she answered. "But even a whale in the sea can't escape from my grasp." "How many can you capture a time?" Roland continued. "2, she said, and then spread her hands. "I only have 2 hands, Your Majesty." Roland continued his inquiry. "Can anything escape?" "No, even Ashes can't get out of it unless I release her," Iffy explained. When Roland paused to think about other curiosities he wanted the answer, Iffy took an initiative to make a suggestion. Why don't you find someone to test my ability? I think Maggie is a good choice. I've heard that she's evolved and can transform into a strong monster. If you witness that even something like her can't get out of my trap, you won't worry about my ability anymore." Roland could not help but agree with her, since the monster Maggie transformed into was just like the Mount of Demons, which the witches would probably encounter in their quest to capture them. After thinking for a while, Roland nodded at Nightingale and said, "Tell Leaf to call Maggie here." Maggie and Lightning would fly over the misty forest when they were not on patrol. Guided by Leaf, they could both have fun and eat delicious food, such as picking tasty bird beak mushrooms and taking eggs from birds' nests in the forest. Because of all the treats, when Maggie was turned into a pigeon, she now was as big as a bald eagle. However, when she transformed back into her real self, she was still a little girl with very long white hair. Soon, they appeared in the sky. Maggie landed on the prince's head as usual and said, "Maggie is here. Coo, what can I do for you?" Roland briefly told her about the test and said, "Please turn yourself into a giant bird demon and try to break free from Iffy's magical cage." "I see, Coo." Maggie flew up. She instantly changed into a huge bird and obscured the sun. Looking at her, Roland somehow felt her monstrous bird form now seemed much bigger in size than the initial one she had during her first evolvement. "Let's begin," he said to Iffy. Iffy sneered, with a flicker of contempt in her eyes. She opened her right hand, spreading all the 5 fingers. Meanwhile, a dozen of purple light beams immediately appeared over Maggie's head and swiftly formed a sphere, trapping Maggie inside. The cage bars were not very thick, but they were so stagnant that no matter how hard Maggie tried to bite or scratch them, she could not free herself. Iffy controlled the cage with great ease and seemed to be able to capture a demon with her left hand at the same time. When Roland was about to tell her to stop the test, Iffy suddenly squeezed her right hand into a fist. The cage instantly contracted to tie up Maggie tightly, making her scream in pain. Chapter 534. The Value of Witches. "What are you doing? Let her go." Hearing so many complaints, Iffy twitched her lips and raised her right hand. The cage was gone and Maggie fell onto the ground. "Damn you!" A fast-flying golden figure lunged at Iffy. It was Lightning. However, just as she raised her fist, the magic cage locked her inside. It was impossible for her to touch Iffy, even though she was only an arm's length away. "Get out of here. This is none of your business." Iffy angrily tossed the cage away, sending it tumbling over and over on the ground. Lightning bumped inside the cage until it rolled out of the area that Iffy could affect. She wiped the dirt off her face and was about to bound towards Iffy again when she saw Roland walking toward her, hand raised. Whack! The sharp slap left everyone stunned, especially Iffy. She did not bother to cover her red cheek, staring at Roland in disbelief. After a while, she slowly lowered herself on one knee and said, "Pardon me for my lack of manners, Your Majesty." Roland was also surprised by himself. He had been reluctant to slap a girl, but seeing Maggie fall onto the ground, he had burst into anger and stepped forward uncontrollably, as if witnessing his own daughter being bullied by some mean, naughty kid. "Why did you do that?" he shouted at Iffy. "Your Majesty, her potential will explode during a crisis, giving her much greater strength. I just want you to have accurate test results," Iffy said in a cold voice, as if it was simply something trivial. It seems that even an evolved non-combat witch still can't compete with a combat witch. Roland was speechless in shock. What made Iffy think that it was reasonable to hurt her own kind just to get the test results? What kind of environment had she lived in? He then turned and looked toward Wendy carrying the white-haired girl in her arms. "How's she doing?" he asked. "She's all right. She's not heavily injured, except for some reddening welts and swelling," Wendy answered. She rolled up Maggie's sleeve with a frown, revealing red bruises on her white arm from the magic cage. "Coo." Maggie buried her head into Wendy's arms, sounding rather grieved. Relax, Your Majesty, Iffy said plainly. I'm always aware of how much power I use. Those areas of redness will recover within 2 days. Apologize to her, Roland angrily interrupted. Iffy opened her mouth in surprise and blushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. No, not me. Apologize to Maggie. She bit her lip and lowered her head without saying a word. Looking at Iffy, who was insisting on not apologizing to Maggie, Roland felt so annoyed he wanted to laugh. It looked like the situation on Sleeping Island was worse than he had imagined. If the Bloodfang Association witches dared to behave like this in the territory of a lord, they must be even more arrogant on Sleeping Island. Roland now found himself in an awkward situation. He could neither change Iffy's attitude towards non-combat witches, nor send her back to Sleeping Island. He believed that no matter how hard he punished Iffy, she would never see anything wrong with her own deeds and attitude. If he simply punished her and asked her to go back, he would lose Tilly's trust because he would fail to solve the problem for Sleeping Island. He had promised Tilly that she could always count on him with any problem. He would have to break her pride of her power in order for her to realize her fault. You think you're more powerful than the non-combat witches, so you can despise them? Roland asked in a cold, hard voice. You're not that strong. Hearing this, Iffy promptly looked up at him defiantly. You think combat witches are superior to assistant witches because you're the ones who can protect your kind, right? Roland said. This is ridiculous. You can't win a fight entirely by yourself. Iffy frowned tightly and looked angry. Your Majesty, do you mean to say that a non-combat witch can defeat me? Yes, you don't believe it, Roland sneered. Most witches in the Witch Union could easily defeat you, even if they've never used their power in a fight. He looked at Lightning, who was standing aside, startled by his words at first. She quickly understood and nodded to him. That's just your imagination. Okay, how about a duel between you and Maggie? He said in a deep voice. She'll show you why you should never look down upon the assistant witches. What? Iffy's eyes widened in surprise. You mean a fight between me and the dumb pigeon? The duel is set for tomorrow, Roland said each word slowly. You'll see that you're not as strong as you think. Returning to their place, they saw lunch awaiting on the table in the living room. There was meat soup, bread, mushrooms, and stewed vegetables. Apparently, they did not need to go to the hall for lunch. Wow, we get meat and bread? Softfeathers asked in surprise. I thought we would only get cold water. Is this for the duel? He doesn't want me to fight in hunger, Iffy sneered. He has too much faith in that stupid bird. Maybe the dishes are drugged with something, like laxatives. Softfeathers suggested. Completely ignoring the other witch's words, Iffy grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth. If you're worried about that, you can always just not eat it. I don't care. I'm not the one going to a duel. Softfeathers rolled her eyes. She climbed up to sit on a stool and took a dish of roasted mushrooms, saying, Hey, do you have to do this? Lady Heidi asked us to confirm the situation here, but she never told you to irritate the Lord. It's an exciting opportunity, Iffy said. Really? Softfeathers asked with great interest. That's why you're doing this? Iffy turned and stared at Softfeathers coldly until the little girl dropped her head and mumbled. Fine, forget about it. Ever since a group of Sleeping Island witches had come back from the western region, the atmosphere was bad for the Bloodfang Association. According to the returning witches, Lady Tilly's elder brother had built a domain where witches could live like ordinary people. And even the assistant witches were well treated. This story had made the useless assistant witches on Sleeping Island very excited. Lady Heidi thought that it was Tilly who made up this story to gain the support of the many assistant witches. A lord would naturally value combat witches more. They could conquer and bring lands and power to him. During today's test, however, Iffy was really surprised to find that this lord seemed to treat all the witches equally. But it was not what surprised her the most. She was most surprised by Maggie. Iffy could not believe that a stupid bird so clumsy in speech was so popular among the witches and liked by the Lord, and that everyone was really beaming with a smile when they saw the fool. On Sleeping Island, Maggie was just a pet, a dispensable role. Seeing Maggie, Iffy was full of anger and jealousy. Iffy thought it was a betrayal that Maggie had left Sleeping Island and was living happily together with the witches here. This was the real reason Iffy had targeted Maggie. However, things had really gotten out of her control. She still found it hard to believe that His Majesty had made such a ridiculous suggestion and arranged a duel between her and a pigeon. She had to accept it. After all, getting information about the Western region was one of her tasks here. Another task was to attract the Lord's attention by showing her value and ability. She was confident that she could make it clear to His Majesty that there was a huge gap between the combat witches and the weak assistant witches. Chapter 535. The Gun of a Protector. It was twilight when Roland returned to the castle with the duel affairs settled. "Do you really think Maggie will win?" Nightingale appeared behind Roland the moment he stepped into the office. "What are you worried about? You know that she's been learning marksmanship all this time from Lightning, your own apprentice," consoled Roland. "She's brave enough, and she dared to fight with the demon in her beast personification at the critical juncture of Devil's Town exploration last time. The only thing to be concerned is whether she'll shoot at her peer. Maggie would suffer more startle than pain, and Iffy was not doomed to death. Nevertheless, this disdainful attitude towards non-combat witches was no different from a bomb in the platoon. Until she learned this impressive lesson and repented thoroughly for her misdeeds, Roland did not dare to bring her out to catch the demons. The most profound lesson would be Maggie defeating Iffy. Undoubtedly, the gun was a weapon that could enhance the ability of assistant witches so that they could acquire more power for fighting. To avoid accidental death, Roland had deliberately had Soria produce a batch of rubber bullets. The metal head had been replaced with a multi-layer wrapped coating. This softened the bullet from interior to exterior and prevented it from entering a human body without weakening its full power. Its huge kinetic energy would be totally imposed on a human body as the bullet was gradually deformed, causing a pain severe enough to make the target lose any ability to defend. That was why it was also known as the ability-losing bullet. "I want to see her." With discontent, Nightingale disappeared into the mist. Roland sighed gently as he clearly heard the crack of an arming gun from his side. He would have called for Nana if Iffy did not loosen Maggie, as was expected. It was rather obvious that Maggie dreaded the witches of the Bloodfang Association, which proved that they were used to doing such things on Sleeping Island. When considering Kara of the Witch Cooperation Association, and then the inferior feelings Evelyn and Candle had when they had initially arrived, or even the Witch Union more than 400 years ago, there was no doubt that the idea of combat witches being nobler than others came naturally. In other words, the capable combat witches would certainly grasp more power when oppressed by foreign enemies. However, the force of gunpowder and firearms was strong enough to shorten the gap, Roland mused. Tilly might believe in him further if he could convert their thoughts. "You should remember there is nothing to be worried about, and you shall shoot directly at her until you empty the cartridge. You need to make her burst into tears and kneel down begging for mercy. Do you understand?" Lightning shouted in a high pitch. "Even if you were using normal bullets, Nana is here, ready for any accidents. Plus, there is the coating head made by Soria. Only by shooting more bullets towards her can you release yourself." Maggie was leaning on the bed with her hair shielding her cheeks. "I understand." "Not yet." Lightning pushed her long, white hair aside and said, "You don't want to beat her, do you? If you show her any mercy, I'll never take you exploring." "A coward can never be an explorer." Maggie looked to be struggling. "I'm not. She's definitely not a coward." Another voice came from behind them. A coward does not dare to fight with a demon. Not to mention, she saved my life. Appearing from the mist, Nightingale walked to the bedside and strongly struck Lightning in the forehead. Who has taught you to speak this way? Lightning held her forehead and then curled her lip. I'm just worried that she'll have cold feet. After heaving a sigh, Nightingale took Maggie's hands in her own. Listen, this isn't just about you and her. His Majesty has made these arrangements with the purpose of making witches in the Bloodfang Association change their attitudes towards other witches and regret their mistakes. Remember Evelyn and Candle? There are many witches who had experiences similar to theirs on Sleeping Island. If you can teach Iffy a lesson, you're actually doing them a favor to some extent. After a pause, Nightingale continued, So, you're not just fighting for yourself. You're also fighting to protect us, just like what you did when fighting against the demon last time. Maggie nodded gently, blinking her eyes. One more thing. His Majesty Roland also promises that if you win, the ice cream and pepper barbecue shall be supplied without limitation for 1 week, just for you. Coo! Her eyes suddenly lit up. The next day, in addition to the guards responsible for site clearing, there were more than 10 witches standing on the grassland outside the city wall. They were centered around Roland, congruously making bright cheers for Maggie. I won't cheer for you, yawned Softfeathers. You can't hear it anyway. You don't need to do that. Iffy scoffed as she slowly walked to the divided central field and looked at Maggie without emotion. Maggie stood opposite her, capped by her long hair. If victory was judged by the number of supporters, the church would have already unified the whole continent. It's not too late to give in. I trust you don't want to let His Majesty down. I'll never give in, Coo. She was slightly stunned. Since when did this bird dare to speak so affirmatively in the face of her? Really? Then get ready to fall from the sky into a cage like a dog. You can't trap me, Maggie raised her head and said. The only one who can catch me in the sky is lightning. The moment the start whistle rang, Iffy went straight towards Maggie. She was sure that Maggie could not beat a person with combat training like herself, even though Maggie was helped by the power of God's stone of retaliation. His Majesty Roland had wrongly judged the fighting ability of combat witches. They relied not only on their power for fighting, they could also convert their body into a deadly weapon. By virtue of extraordinary physical fitness and restorability, witches could always withhold harsher training. She was confident that she could make her opponent throw in the towel in 10 movements, even if it were a knight armed to the teeth. With her wings rapidly spreading, Maggie changed into a bluebird and aimed skyward. Is this the stunt that you mentioned? Iffy stretched out her arms in the direction Maggie had escaped. Her magic power did not reach anything. This is a duel. Do you think you have anywhere to flee? Chirp, chirp. Flying higher and higher, the bird soon faded away. Only a series of silvery tweets remained. Frowning, Iffy looked to the sky, and suddenly a faintly discernible shadow in the direction of the rising sun appeared within her sight. Is she going to give me an unexpected attack hiding under the sunlight? Iffy could not help but sneer. This might have been a good idea, but even with her eyes covered, she was still able to sense any object within 10 steps by using her magic power, a derivative skill that had awakened at her adulthood. Moreover, what harm could a fist-sized bluebird do to her? To win, her opponent would inevitably have to change into that ferocious monster again. While waiting for Maggie to return, the earth suddenly darkened as a cloud shielded the light of sunshine. Iffy then saw a bird falling from the sky. What a wretch! It looked like Maggie was not lucky at all. She extended her hands without hesitation. The victory would soon be hers, but there was nothing. In front of her was only magic power. She felt no sign of Maggie, whom she had expected to rush forward. Maggie had abruptly stopped moving when 20 steps away from Iffy. To Iffy's surprise, Maggie recovered her human avatar in midair and pulled a short, silvery stick from her pocket. Was she mad? Despite not having wings, Maggie did not drop directly to the ground. Her white hair had lifted and opened in a wing shape, allowing her to descend slowly. Meanwhile, the stick spurted a ball of flame with a loud bang. Iffy was clear that something had intruded the boundary of her magic power. But it could not have been Maggie, a crossbow, bolt, or stone. It was not until she fetched out her cage that her belly was severely assaulted by something like a hammer, followed by her thighs and then calves. The loud sound rang continuously, with the mud on the ground continually splashing. She could not make any sound due to intense pain, and her seemingly broken feet were unable to support her body. Iffy fell to the ground and clutched her stomach with her whole body huddled up. Her consciousness was becoming blurry. Dimly, she saw a white figure falling in front of her. With one last effort, she poised her hands, but the magic no longer responded to her summon. "You lost, Ku." These were the last words she heard before she fainted. Chapter 536, The Dream, Part I. "Annie, I'm tired," Iffy complained. "Hold on for a little longer. We're almost there," Annie said. They were walking on hard gravel. Each step they took would cause a drilling pain in their feet. Iffy really wanted to stop, but Annie was strongly pulling her forward and tightly clutching her hand. Annie did not even slightly slow down her pace, no matter if they were crossing through the brambles and thorns or the ice-cold stream. From behind, she looked as determined as a mountain. "Annie, I'm really tired," Iffy begged again. She felt as if her soles were on fire, her entire body was in unceasing pain, and her chest was feeling compressed no matter how hard she inhaled. She felt as if she was dying. Annie softly sighed and leaned forward to listen to the ground, and she pointed at a raised stone not far away and said, "Let's take a rest over there." The very last trace of strength rose from the bottom of Iffy's heart once she heard that it was time to take a rest. She clenched her teeth and quickly walked to the giant rock and collapsed there. She even wished to stay there for eternity at that moment. Annie did not instantly sit down. She surrounded both sides of the rock with the broken branches that she found nearby for camouflage. It felt like a cozy nest with both of the branches and the natural ceiling-like tilted rock. Unfortunately, they were still on an uneven, rocky ground that hurt their butts, and the small space was not big enough for both of them to lie down. "The church won't find us since we've run this far. Don't let your guard down, and it's still not far enough from them." Annie was as alert as a wildcat, always with her ears up, listening and monitoring everything around her. However, she was a lot tougher than the wildcat. She was accustomed to the pain, and compared with the cruel Judgment Army, Annie was more like a silent predator. Does the Bloodfang Association really exist? They were two of the 5 witches who were searching for the Bloodfang Association. After leaving Greystone's stronghold, they had been intercepted by the church, so they had decided to act separately. Iffy had been walking towards the east for 3 days and nights before bumping into Annie, while the others were totally out of contact. "Of course," Annie said while rubbing her toes. "I heard that there on the Wolf Tooth Island across the sea. But how could we cross the sea?" "Just walk towards the shore and look for a boat," Annie comforted. "Don't worry, just leave it to me." "Okay," Iffy softly answered. Annie took a piece of dried pork skin out of the baggage and held it in her hands. Some white smoke instantly sprung out of it, while it became boiling hot and soft as the cloud. "Let's eat first. We'll continue the journey after eating," Annie said. That was Annie's ability, whose palms could set the branches and sticks on fire and cook the food as well. Iffy devoured the skin like a wolf and then drooled over the skin in Annie's hand. Annie smiled and threw half of hers to Iffy and said, "You eat more. I'm not very hungry yet." It was time to continue their journey after Iffy finished eating the other half of the skin and licking each of her fingers. Iffy was struggling to get back on her feet, but before she could get out of the cave, the branches around it suddenly started to tremble. It was not the swaying motion of the autumn wind, but a series of light and fast-paced trembles, as if something was coming in their direction. Annie's eyes instantly widened in fear and said, "Horses! They're approaching on horses. Run!" Iffy felt as if she was being pulled up and started to run subconsciously. The drilling pain below her feet returned. As her body did not really recover, it was very difficult for her to even stand, not to mention running. She turned around and saw more than 10 galloping horses appeared at the end of the rocky beach. Their speed was not too fast, which might be because the soldiers worried about hurting the hoofs of their mounts. However, it was still fast enough to catch both of them, who were running on bare feet. Iffy thought that they could not escape, or rather, she could not escape. Iffy wrenched her hand away from Annie's grasp and said, "You go first. I'll carry you. You can't run fast enough that way. Just listen to me. Be quick." The Judgment Army on the giant horses was approaching when Iffy was hesitating. Iffy noticed that some had lifted their hand crossbows and thrown spears. The bumpy gravel ground suddenly collapsed at that moment, and the riders in the front fell into the pit, screaming. The platoon hurriedly spread out to avoid the trap, but the horses suddenly knelt down on the ground one by one. A group of red-dressed silhouettes unexpectedly popped out in front of the church soldiers, as if they were rising from the ground. The mass shooting of the close-range arrows caught the Judgment Army off guard, and the soldiers who were lucky enough to avoid the arrows could not escape and were hunted down in the ambush. More than 10 soldiers from the church were all lying dead on the stone beach within seconds. After that, they quickly stripped the armors from the soldiers, taking away their dry food and baggage, along with the god's stones of retaliation. One of them walked towards Iffy and Annie. "Are you looking for the Bloodfang Association?" "How do you know?" Iffy asked in surprise. "Yes, my lord." Annie quickly pinched Iffy's hand and said, "We're both witches. The other 3 of us were lost on the way. Could you please help them? We don't have the manpower to attend to the other witches." The woman took off her hood and revealed her short, fiery red hair. "If your partners couldn't reach here by themselves, they're not qualified to join the Bloodfang Association." She paused and said, "Of course, not everyone who gets here can join the Bloodfang Association either." Iffy could feel that Annie was holding her hand tighter. "What are your abilities? Show me." After seeing their abilities, the red-haired woman looked at Iffy and nodded. "You can go to the Archduke Island." And then she looked at Annie and said, "But you can't." "Why?" Iffy asked. "My lord, Annie said, "I'll be sending you to another witch association, but not the Bloodfang Association." The red-haired woman interrupted Annie in a cold, hard voice. "You can't become a combat witch, and the Bloodfang Association doesn't need a cook." "What are you crying for?" The red-haired woman impatiently reproached Iffy. "The Lord's going to be angry if she sees your crying face." "I want to be with Annie. Hopeless little brat, she's nothing but a burden." "She's not, she saved me." Iffy swallowed her tears and said, "Annie is the true combat witch that you need. Whether you're a combat witch or not is determined by the ability you got in the awakening, not strong limbs." The red-haired woman said relentlessly. "You think that she's more powerful than you. That's because she's 5 or 6 years older than you. In fact, you have far more potential than she does. Where are you going to send Annie? It's none of your business." Iffy felt like crying again. The red-haired woman frowned and said, "Listen, the Lord doesn't like cowards. You can't mention about the past if you want to survive in Archduke Island." Chapter 537, The Dream, Part II. Deep inside the burrow, the crowd knelt down, worshipping a woman dressed in luxurious finery. Countless candles were silently burning, faintly glowing stars covering the ground. "Is this the new kid? Lift your head and let me see your face." Iffy lifted her head timidly, but could only see a mask reflecting cold light. She was almost screaming out loud at that moment. "I'm Heidi Morgan. Don't be afraid. The mask was just to protect my identity." The woman's voice was softer than Iffy imagined. "You're a member of the Bloodfang Association from today onwards." "Why? Can't you accept Annie?" Iffy summoned up her courage to ask. Presumptuous, the red-haired woman shouted. The other witches were chuckling as if sneering at her stupidity. It's okay, Heidi said, waving her hand. She walked down from the stage to approach Iffy and said, because there's no way for me to support so many witches. She can find her own food. To live like a rat, hide in the gutter all day and eat others' leftovers. Living that way will gradually make you more like a savage by the day. Heidi shook her head and said, the Bloodfang Association needs beasts, not rats waiting to be slaughtered by others. Be beast. Iffy could not help but repeat after her. Yes, have you ever seen a cliff wolf? Iffy shook her head. They're the symbol of the kingdom of Wolfheart and master of the mountains. They can give birth to 3 or 4 cubs every time, but not all the cubs can survive. Do you know why? Heidi slowly explained. Because the mother wolf will kill some cubs that she can't find enough food to support to make sure the rest of the cubs are well fed. The future generation that was grown up in such circumstances could continue to live within the tough environment. Iffy opened her mouth, but she did not know what to say. Cutting down the amount of feeding to each cub can also keep all the cubs alive. However, it's simply being alive. The young wolves without sufficient nutrition will not able to hunt for themselves when they grow up. They would not be able to step out of the nest, neither would they have a chance to reproduce. The Cliff Wolf clan would completely vanish in the long run. What do you think of that? Heidi lifted Iffy's chin up with her finger. My child, this is the inspiration the god sends to us. Witches must act like the beasts in order to survive in the oppression. And strong combat witches will naturally become the symbol of the entire race. For example, who you are now. The candlelight started to flicker. Iffy did not hear any cheering, but she could feel their emotions. The combination of the emotions of excitement, inspiration, and joy was like the unspoken volcano. After a while, she hesitantly asked, What if there is sufficient food for every single wolf? In that case, they're no longer the wolves, Heidi laughed and said, but dogs. The whip slashed on Iffy's back, making a crisp noise. Idiot, you can't even complete such a little practice, wasting all the food that was fed to you. Tell me, how many whips is this? 24, Iffy clenched her teeth and said. She was responded to by continuous whips. Blood and sweat were flowing down from her back, drenching her pants. That's all for today. You'll get double flogging if the same happens for tomorrow's training. The red-haired woman threw a huge piece of rib into the middle of the 4 witches who were punished. The dinner time is over. This is the extra food I asked Lord Heidi for. You divide it amongst yourselves. Remember, no magic power allowed. The amount of the rib was enough to fill up 4 of their stomachs. However, the fight training consumed a great amount of energy. The possibility to complete it would increase if they had extra food supply as supplement in between meals. Like a beast, only strong witches can survive. Iffy stared at the meat in front of her and pounced onto the witch nearest to her. The secret association was destroyed by the church. I heard that none of them escaped, even the leader of the witches. The church is camping by the eastern coast, the damned nobles. Heidi did not look well. I'm going to tear them into pieces sooner or later. The influence of witches within the kingdom of Wolfheart was eliminated one by one, leaving only the Bloodfang Association to barely support itself. Although Iffy did not quite understand why it was related to the nobles on the island, she could sense that the situation was getting critical. In this case, send Shaggy and me to get rid of them. Iffy suggested. It's too late. The church has noticed the Archduke Island. We can no longer stay here. Heidi clenched her teeth and said, Let's go to Sleeping Island. You're talking about the witch association which sent the pigeon to deliver the letter last time? Iffy asked. Exactly. We can draw some manpower from there to strengthen ourselves. It's only temporary. I'll be back here sooner or later. The kingdom of Wolfheart is mine. Damn. Why are these people willing to listen to the orders from a little girl? Heidi angrily threw the glass onto the ground. Iffy was speechless. The witches on Sleeping Island were like sheep in her eyes, as they did not have much power of resistance when they were facing enemies, including the so-called leader, Tilly Wimbledon. Without the extraordinary beside her, she would not be able to hold the position. It's probably because she's preaching the equal importance of non-combat witches, Shaggy interrupted. No one wants to be excluded. Ridiculous. She didn't even think about who defeated the church in Fjords. Who'll believe such a nonsense? Tilly's elder brother, Lord of the Western region, seems to agree with that. That was all made up by them. No one knows what a lord really wants better than I do, Heidi angrily said. You thought that I built the Bloodfang Association for. She suddenly stopped for a while and then continued. No, I can't allow them to continue talking nonsense. You have to go to the Western region and expose Tilly's lies. Bring my words to the Lord. I can offer double for what Tilly Wimbledon has to offer. Somehow, Iffy felt that Lord Heidi at the moment was nowhere like a beast, but an exasperated lamb. That's why you abandoned me. Annie's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. You left me for this kind of master and such a ridiculous life, betraying my trust towards you. No, Annie. Iffy was horrified to notice the blank space on Annie's face. Do you forget about me? She quickly opened her eyes, and everything that had been in front of her eyes just now suddenly disappeared, leaving the gray-white-colored ceiling of the room and the hanging light. Is this a dream? She quickly closed her eyes again to recall Annie's face. Fortunately, Iffy still clearly remembered her look. Iffy turned around and sat up on her bed, feeling slightly relieved. However, she saw a little girl curiously looking at her by the bed. Iffy could tell from her eyes that she must be someone who had not experienced any suffers and struggles. Someone who was also called the sheep. Who are you? Nana, the little girl tilted her head and said. Did you have a nightmare? Iffy could feel that her back was drenched in her sweat at that moment. Did I say anything? Oh, yes, you kept mumbling that I'm a beast. I'm a beast, the little girl said with her arms open. Why did you say that? You're not a beast. She bit her lips and said, You have no idea. I have, Nana said, while covering her grin with her hand. You're just like me. Aren't we both human beings? Chapter 538, The Wheel of Time. After being supplied with food and equipment, the First Army was ready to set out once again. This was the mission for the latter half of the spring offensive, seizing Willow Town and Fallen Dragon Ridge. Capturing Willow Town would unify the Western region, and taking control of Fallen Dragon Ridge would enable them to have the easiest access to the Southern Territory. Since these two towns were well fortified, Roland entrusted the command to Iron Axe, and he himself would not partake in the expedition. Because they just conquered King's City, the soldiers were having high morale. Besides, those professional soldiers had gradually formed a prototype of soldiers in a modern army, which meant they could faithfully carry out combat orders without being led by Roland personally. Therefore, Roland was sure they would take the two towns. As long as they made a thorough investigation and used the artillery troops to steadily push forward, they would not face great resistance from the enemies. The reconstruction of the post-war order should be his focus of attention. Fortunately, Willow Town was not a large-scale town. He did not need to set a fully functional secondary city hall as the one in the Longsong area, but only to set up offices for each department correspondingly. Nowadays, the border area could offer a batch of fundamental management staff, so it would not be hard to add Willow Town to the political system of the city of Neverwinter. As for Fallen Dragon Ridge, he would hand it over to Countess Spear for management. After the fall of Timothy, Spear had sworn allegiance to Roland and agreed to accept the overall management model of Western Region. In order to help her take over the city and cleaning up the rebel nobility, Roland believed it was necessary to garrison the First Army there. Plus, in the future, whether to further annex the Southern Territory or to conquer Iron Sand City, Fallen Dragon Ridge was the key traffic artery, so the other purpose of the garrison was to prevent accidents. No matter what, Roland had to take hold of this city. In this way, there won't be many left in the First Army. After knowing the plan, Iron Axe said, frowning. 500 of them are guarding King's City. 1,000 will be dispatched to Willow Town and Fallen Dragon Ridge. And the number of soldiers I can freely mobilize is no more than 1,500, most of whom are artillery. Given that, City of Neverwinter probably will temporarily lose the ability to launch the attack. How is the training for the new soldiers recruited during the months of demons going? Not even close to the regular troops, Iron Axe said while shaking his head. They need to be trained for at least 2 to 3 more months. Roland could not help laughing. He remembered when he originally set up the militia to resist demonic beasts. It went to the battlefield only after 1.5 months training. Now, with the increasingly comprehensive construction of the army, the criterion of acceptability also greatly increased. In fact, as long as the soldiers could line up based on the order and take aim to pull the trigger, even in this era it was a strong army. After all, they only needed to aim and shoot without necessarily being under the attack of the enemies and risking their own lives. Don't worry. By then the garrison could be replaced by those new recruits, and it'll be a sort of training for them to fight against the guards of the noble. Roland said in a leisure tone, when the emissary delegation for recruiting refugees returns, the population of City of Neverwinter will reach another peak. We can continue to expand our army then. Seizing King's City was far from an end, and seizing Fallen Dragon was only a start. If everything went well, he hoped to annex the whole southernmost ridge before the arrival of the months of demons this year. If he could get a stable supply of black water, he might be able to lead the industries of City of Neverwinter to a new stage. Soon after Iron Axe left, Nightingale quietly appeared in front of Roland. Iffy wants to see you. Looking at the witch from Bloodfang Association slowly walking into the office, Roland could feel some changes. Her steps were not as firm as the time when she first arrived here. Her maroon long hair was a little messy, which showed that she apparently did not care to take care of it. She did not look as vigilant and proud as before. Instead, she looked rather confused and at a loss. At this moment, she looked more like a girl at her real age. Iffy bowed first, and then after a long silence, she opened her mouth. "Your Majesty, what's the weapon that Maggie used?" Roland had expected that she would ask about it. He nodded at Nightingale, and then Nightingale took the revolver out of her waist and put it on the table. What she used was a gun. It kills enemies with projectiles fueled by gunpowder. He skillfully removed the cartridge and poured out the bullets. The projectiles used to shoot at you were modified in a particular way. Otherwise, you would have been killed on spot. Iffy's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but yet she swallowed her words in the end. Roland picked up a bullet and raised it in front of everybody. "Do you see it? It is not much bigger than a finger, but yet it requires an extremely complicated procedure to manufacture it. The whole procedure required the joint work of hundreds of ordinary townsmen and 3 witches. Neither of the 2 groups is dispensable. And those are the non-combat witches who you think are useless. Do you still think so?" She looked hesitated, but could not utter a word in the end. Roland did not give her too much time to think. He continued, "Maybe they cannot compete with you in terms of abilities, but that doesn't prove anything. Although a commoner can't knock down a fierce beast with his bare hands, it's the human beings that rule the world, not the beasts. I prefer to call the non-combat witches as assistant witches. Through their own abilities, they can give the vast majority of ordinary people new forces, such as those guards who fight with long swords and shields. With the help of them, human beings can easily beat the beasts. In a sense, assistant witches are greater than combat witches. But the weapons you invented can play a more powerful role in the hands of the combat witches. Iffy said in a low voice. The difference isn't very obvious, at least not obvious enough to change the outcome of a war. Roland shook his head. Imagine this. While faced with 10 ordinary soldiers armed with such weapon, what's the odd for you to win? In my territory, they can produce 7 to 8 such guns every day, but how many combat witches are there? Moreover, owning the weapons alone isn't enough. We also need to maintain them. To this end, we need a massive production and logistics team in which assistant witches play irreplaceable roles. He reassembled the gun and returned it to Nightingale. I know that it's hard for you to understand the fact instantly, but the reason human beings are greater than the beasts is that human beings can use their wisdom to create power that the world has never had. To this end, magic power is undoubtedly the best tool, and yet you're wasting this talent. He paused for a moment. Right, the 1st Army Reserve will have a maneuver using loaded rifles this afternoon. I suggest you watch it so that you can use your own eyes to observe what the real power is. The time has changed, Iffy. Chapter 539, The Melting Ice. Agatha had a busy day. By the time she returned to the castle, the sky had turned completely dark. Pushing the door open, she was surprised to find Wendy waiting for her in the living room. "Why did you work till so late again?" Wendy asked, frowning, but in her tone there was not the slightest meaning of blame, only a little bit of concern. "I hope you can come back earlier next time so that we can at least have dinner together." "Sorry, I lost track of time," Agatha said as she took off her coat and hung it by the door. "My mind was all on producing the last batch of nitrogen, so I didn't notice the sky already turned dark when I left work. You should blame the Lord, turning on the lights in the chemical plant, making it as bright as daytime." "I brought you dinner," said Wendy as she sighed helplessly. "It's on the table. It's still hot. So hurry." "Thank you," Agatha said, feeling touched. Wendy is the most respected witch in the Witch Cooperation Association and is deeply trusted by the Lord. If she were in Taquilla, she would have been at least an executive officer under the 3 chiefs. It's absolutely impossible in the Union for such a person to bring me dinner. "You're welcome." Wendy patted her on the shoulder. "If you feel tired, don't hesitate to ask Echo to sing a hot spring song for you. Don't forget you're also a member of the Witch Union." The Witch Union. After the door was closed, Agatha kept still for a moment, and then went to the table and opened the metal insulated box. The box contained 3 dishes and 1 soup, a fragrant barbecue steak, fried mushrooms, sliced bread, and egg soup. To her surprise, in a corner of the box was stuffed a small dish of honey. She could not help but swallow her saliva. Even Wendy noticed that. During their decades of fighting against the demons in Taquilla, all kinds of materials became more and more scarce. Naturally, that included food. Although Agatha was a relatively high rank, her daily meals consisted mainly of grains and fruits planted by assistant witches. Of course, she could eat meat, but its supply was not very stable. Things like spices, sugar, and honey were out of the question. The first 2 were a luxury exclusive to the high-level Federation officials. As for honey, witches who were able to keep bees were all sent to the battlefield. This was because the Federation would not waste them on producing such unessential sweet stuff. In fact, she was very fond of eating sweet stuff, especially honey. During the barbecue feast, when most people would choose pepper powder and salt as a seasoning, she just quietly brushed a whole jar of honey. She did not expect that Wendy had noticed that. She suddenly felt something strange happening in her heart. Because she could not feel coldness, she was not very sensitive to warmth either. Also, she had rarely used hot water while bathing because she did not want to bother Anna. Considering her own identity and origin, Agatha asked Roland to arrange a separate room for herself, just as her residence on the top floor of the test tower. But now she felt a little cold in the room. Perhaps living with others was not a bad idea. Agatha took out the honey, evenly smeared it on the bread, and slowly put it into her mouth. At that moment, she genuinely felt the warmth brought on by the fragrance and sweetness of the food. After dinner, she planned to read elementary chemistry for a while before sleeping. The knowledge within might not be able to help her to further promote, but at least it could save her from feeling embarrassed in front of the common people. Recently, a batch of strangers came to the chemical plant. Paper told her that they were all from the alchemist workshop of the king's city. Every day, Agatha could see them walking between the laboratory and the chemical plant, sometimes led by Kyle Sitchai, and other times by Kyle's student, Chavez. But whenever Agatha saw them, their faces had an expression of disbelief. One could stuff an egg into any of their mouths, as if that was the only expression they could show. Besides, several of them were excessively curious and seemed to take her as a famous alchemist. Whenever they got a chance, they would pose questions to her. In the beginning, the questions were extremely simple, but gradually became somewhat difficult to cope with. In order to maintain the dignity of the senior witches and the honor of the Quest Society, Agatha decided to keep her image in their eyes. After spending those days with the commoners, she once again confirmed that what the Union did was wrong. Roland has proven the wisdom of the noble, and the wisdom of these ordinary people is no less than that of the witches. It only took these ordinary people a few days to master the operation of the nitrogen equipment, while at the same time understanding the process of extracting nitrogen. In the beginning, they were arguing about the number of elements in the air, but now they were already discussing the composition of synthetic ammonia. Even a few white-haired old men, while smiling shyly, consulted with Paper, who was greatly startled. Obviously, they're rapidly learning everything around them. At this thought, Agatha felt overwhelmed with emotions. The witches are neither the fortunate chosen by the deities nor the unfortunate abandoned by the deities. Essentially, they're no different from the common people, which is a certainty of the destiny. In this battle of divine will, all should bear their corresponding destinies, and the witches are only a small cluster of people. Perhaps this is the original intention of the deities. With any part missing, human beings can't win in this battle of destiny. Suddenly, there came a knock on the door. "Come in," Agatha said and turned around. "The door isn't locked." Then, a tall, blonde, unhooded woman came in, but Agatha felt this woman was always shrouded under a shadow. It was Nightingale. "Anything you want?" Agatha asked her. "His Majesty Roland wants to see you. If he wants to emphasize the theory of balancing work and rest and convince me to come back earlier, I already knew it and will pay attention to it in the future," Agatha said, twitching her lips. "No need to waste his precious time on me." "Really?" said Nightingale. She blinked and felt Agatha was not bad-natured if one did not make an enemy of her. "This is only one of the reasons. His Majesty also said he wants to fight the demons." Agatha was startled for a moment. "What?" Tossing the book on the table, she said, "Quickly, take me to him." Agatha rushed into the Lord's office. Before Roland could say anything, Agatha asked anxiously, "For the moment, we can't even put together 10 Longsong cannons, and you want to attack Devil's Town. Do you think they're as fragile as human beings who throw away their helmets and flee after thousands of them are killed? You'll ruin the city and the good situation here." "Huh," Roland looked astonished. "What are you talking about? Aren't you planning to fight against the demons?" He looked at Nightingale and chuckled. "No, that's not my plan. I don't want to destroy their camp. I only want to catch a few living demons." Chapter 540, Different Concerns. "Is that all?" Upon hearing it, Agatha felt slightly relieved. The demons' strength lay in their numbers. If faced only with a few mad demons, 1 or 2 senior witches would be able to defeat them. "Have you found a way to confine them?" Agatha asked. "The newly arrived witches are perfect for that," Roland told her their abilities. "After Iffy catches the demons, the cage can be easily carried by the balloon. Of course, I'll prepare some shackles, so it's not a big problem to tame them either." What I want to know is how long the red mist carried by the demons can last, and can the demons' blood be used to produce sigils after they die? No wonder. Until that moment, Agatha had fully understood what Roland was up to. In general, a can of red mist can last for about a day. Demons will decide the number of mist cans to carry based on different tasks. For example, to carry out a surveillance or patrol mission, a demon's mount will carry 3 to 4 cans, which is also its ability limit. Why so? Roland asked curiously. After leaving the strange Blackstone pagoda, the mist will gradually lose effectiveness, she explained. Otherwise, the Quest Society would have been keeping demons and chaos beasts and mass-producing sigils. The 3 chiefs of the Union also tried that before. For example, they took the initiative to attack some of the demons' outposts to seize the small Blackstone pagoda. But the enemies would always destroy it before their defeat, leaving the blessed warriors a withered stone pagoda. Withered? Roland asked in great surprise. Could stones wither too? Nobody knew exactly what that thing was, but judging from the stone we brought back, withered was the proper word to describe it. Its once smooth surface became rough and dark. A lot of stone chips fell off when it was rubbed. It was totally different from its original appearance when the warriors first saw it. I see, Roland pondered for a while. If we can bring back a demon, can you produce the sigil of magic stones? If you can provide me with sufficient experimental materials, an independent laboratory, and 20 common people as assistants, Agatha said while counting on her fingers, I have an 80% chance to produce simple sigils, as to advanced sigils. Anyway, you don't have the related magic stones to produce them. These aren't the problem. Roland hesitated and then asked in a low voice, the problem is, what if the entrapment mission draws too many demons? Agatha could not help but laugh. You looked very confident. I thought you never worried about it. I just want to be absolutely certain about everything. Agatha then said with a relaxing tone, just take Miss Anna and me with them. You and Anna, you still lack a full understanding of the witches in your territory, Your Majesty. Agatha sighed. You know, the Union, whose power covered the entire fertile plains, had just over 100 senior witches. Not more than 40 of them were combat witches. They held high positions in the Union and were the backbones of the blessed army. On the other hand, in your witch union, there are quite a few senior witches, and together with your strange weapons, their strength can be compared with the wing of Holy Army. Defeating a group of demons won't be difficult for us. Even if we run into the Lord of Hell, Miss Anna can activate the Sigil of Gods will twice. I almost forgot about it. Roland suddenly understood, so he said, thank you for the suggestion. You're welcome. Defeating demons is my lifetime aspiration. Please don't let me down, Your Majesty. When Agatha was about to leave, Roland stopped her. Well, there is another thing I don't understand. What's it? Why did you resolutely oppose me attacking Devil's Town? Roland raised his eyebrows. Your previous attitude was very different from now. I remember at that time, you not only demanded to attack the demons actively, but also wanted to seize chaos beasts that may live in their camp at any cost, didn't you? Agatha suddenly felt her cheeks burning up. She knew they must be red even without checking. At that time, I didn't believe that you had the ability to defeat the demons, but you were bragging about your military forces, so I was saying that in a fit of pique. But it would be awkward to tell Roland the truth. But now the situation in the domain was sound. Given enough time, she believed the powers of humans would be increasingly stronger, so of course, her attitude had changed. Did I? I don't remember saying anything like that. But you were. Your Majesty, I feel very sleepy. She forced a yawn. Please excuse me now. Then she immediately left the office. While she walked through the corridor leading to the witch house, Agatha could feel the cool breeze gently blowing on her face, which gradually cooled her mood. Looking at the numerous stars in the sky, she suddenly remembered what Wendy said. One day, he'll become the king of Grey Castle, and lead us to defeat all our enemies. This is what I believe." When looking at Wendy's convinced expression, Agatha felt both envious and slightly sad. She envied that Wendy had not been overwhelmed by the brutal reality, and she was sad to the fact that Wendy's conviction could not reverse the strength gap between humans and demons. But now, she began to believe it too. Iffy did not remember how she got back to the bedroom. Her mind was full of the memories of guns and cannons firing and roaring. Hundreds of soldiers, neatly arranged in rows, aimed at the targets in front of them and pulled the trigger. She could see nothing but thick white smoke, and even if she could feel the bullets with her magic power, she did not have enough time to trap them with her cage. His Majesty didn't lie. The metal bullets are much more powerful than the special bullets Maggie used when she fought with me. The metal bullets can destroy wooden targets 100 steps away, while in that distance, all the witches can do was to wait to be beat. As for another weapon called cannon is even more terrible. Its attack range is several times of the guns, and one even needs a telescope to observe its shooting results. Moreover, the head of the guards said that's only the old-fashioned field artillery, and a weapon called 152, Longsong cannon, is the real trump card of the artillery troop. Various sounds of explosion echoed in her head, which led to one thought. Heidi Morgan lied to us, Iffy murmured. Maybe Heidi Morgan doesn't even know such a power is possible. Softfeathers looked complex. Apparently, she was also shocked by the army training scenes she saw in the afternoon. What should we do next? Iffy did not answer. No matter what purposes Heidi had previously held, at the moment, it means nothing because the Bloodfang Association simply can't afford what His Majesty wants. Tilly Wimbledon's assistant witches are more useful than the combat witches of the Bloodfang Association. Looking back at the past few years, she found her abilities and growth experience, which she was once proud of now looked more like a joke. Except for Annie, there was nothing else worthy of cherishing in her memory. After quite a while, she raised her head. "I don't want to go back to the Bloodfang Association." Softfeathers nodded with an almost unperceivable movement. "Me neither," and she was shocked. "Are you crying?" Iffy then tasted something salty flowing into her mouth. Wiping her face, something wet reached her fingertips. "I don't know." It had been a long time since she tasted tears. Beasts never cry. Even if they do, they don't do it for themselves. If only Annie and I had run into the witch union from the very beginning. Closing her eyes, Iffy felt the salty rain trickling out from her heart. "Annie, forgive me." Chapter 541, The Mists of Bloodfang Association. 2 days later, Roland met Iffy in his office again. Her complexion was much better now. In her eyes, they seemed to have more complex emotions, which made her look more fresh and alive, more human. "Heidi Morgan wants to see you, but she's not able to come over, so she asked Tilly Wimbledon to send us here." Iffy bowed to Roland, and her opening remarks surprised Roland slightly. "Lady Heidi doesn't like Her Highness, Tilly. She believes that combat witches are the real core of Sleeping Island, so the Bloodfang Association shouldn't just be treated as an ordinary witch organization. She wants to make a breakthrough with your help, and she promises to offer more than what Tilly offers. Of course, I know Your Highness doesn't need them." "Tell me the details of the Bloodfang Association," said Roland, with a hand propping up his chin. Yes, her storytelling lasted about an hour, while Roland was frowning more and more. In the end, Roland could not help but ask, "Does Tilly know about all of this?" "I don't know." Iffy shook her head. "Lady Heidi forbids us from revealing the past of the Bloodfang Association, and seldom talks with Her Highness." "How about the other witch organizations in Sleeping Island?" "They're closer to the witches from the Kingdom of Greycastle, especially after the building of the sleeping spell. Although some combat witches agree with Lady Heidi secretly, most of them don't want to confront Ashes. It turns out the pressure on Tilly's shoulders is not much lesser than mine." Roland felt impressed. different from the situation that I'm the perfectly justified ruler of the Western region. Witches of Sleeping Island are more like in a loose organization based on covenants. Although Tilly is the organizer, she actually doesn't have the authority over those small groups who came to join her. Especially because of this, it showed Tilly's merits were superior to others, uniting most of the assistant witches and positively establishing connections with the secular rulers of other islands. In particular, the invention of the sleeping spell gave her a chance to manage all the other witches. After all, assistant witches are equally important, should not be just a slogan. The Witches' Bounty Guild just offered those assistant witches with various odd abilities an excellent stage to present themselves. When they completed missions and obtained a large amount of remuneration, they could then use it to improve the quality of their lives on Sleeping Island. Such a mindset would be formed gradually. After all, no powerful combat witch would like to spend her days chewing salted fish. Especially when the assistant witches had their status promoted, they would naturally favor Tilly. When the time came, as the leader of the guild, Tilly would undoubtedly gain a great power of speech. This was probably why Heidi Morgan could not wait any longer. In addition, the Bloodfang Association was full of doubtful points. As the daughter of Archduke Morgan, how could Heidi not be able to afford a group of non-combat witches? It was only fair to say that she did not intend to take those useless people in from the very beginning. Different from the fact that witches from the Witch Cooperation Association wanted to be united to help each other. All that she wanted was a team which could fight for her benefits, plus her obsession towards the kingdom of Wolfheart. All of these made Roland vigilant against her. He should probably write a secret letter to Tilly, telling her to carefully watch out the moves of the Bloodfang Association. Didn't Heidi forbid you from revealing the secrets of the Bloodfang Association? He lightly knocked on the desk. Don't you want to follow her instructions anymore? Iffy bit on her lips. I want to join the Witch Union. Roland stopped knocking and looked at her in surprise. Although he knew that the exhibition of the powers of the thermal weapons would greatly strike the powerful and arrogant combat witches, he did not expect the effect would be so extraordinary. But you hurt Maggie. He contemplated for a while. Right now I can't. About that, you can punish me as you wish. Iffy unbuttoned her robe. Almost at the same time, a pair of hands covered Roland's eyes from behind. But Nightingale seemed to have forgotten that she was in the mist and that her transparent fingers could not block Roland's vision. Iffy lowered her robe and turned her back to Roland. Roland could not help but gasp. He could see, on Iffy's back there were all sorts of whip scars. The restored wounds looked like numerous earthworms lying crisscross on her back, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding delicate skin. As the wounds had been healed, even Nana could not do anything to them with her healing ability. Those scars remained as they were. When Iffy talked about the rigorous fighting trainings in the Bloodfang Association, she only used very brief words. Now when Roland thought back, he could vaguely smell the bloody atmosphere in her words. "Put on your clothes," he said with a low voice. "But, Your Majesty," Nightingale had shown herself and pulled up Iffy's robe to the shoulders. "If you want to join the Witch Union, then don't bring the Bloodfang Association's ways of handling things here." Roland suddenly felt a suppression in his chest. "You can apply to Wendy. As to whether the other witches would accept you, it'll depend on your performance." He paused. "Anyway, City of Neverwinter is the home to witches. Even if you don't join the union, you can settle down here." Upon hearing this, Iffy's shoulders loosened. "Thank you for your kindness." After watching her leave, Roland stood up, walked to the French window, and let out a deep breath. Till now, his team for arresting demons was fully assembled, and yet he could not feel relaxed. "Actually, she's very lucky," Nightingale walked to him and said. "Can that be called lucky? Compared with her friend Annie, at least she survived. If the Bloodfang Association is really the only witch organization survived in the Kingdom of Wolfheart, then its members will end tragically in case they get caught by the church or the noble. That's also why the member witches yearned so much for the holy mountain. A doubt suddenly emerged in Roland's heart. Were those non-combat witches really sent to other witch organizations by Heidi Morgan? To avoid the exposure of their whereabouts, the witches seldom contacted one another, and their gathering places changed frequently. How did Heidi gather such information? After all, the foothold of an organization is a matter of life and death. If not to particularly trusted persons, the organization leader probably won't tell other people of their gathering sites easily. Even if Heidi knew all that, sending the witches to other organizations was highly risky of an exposure. Would the other organizations willingly accept whatever she threw at them? The more he thought about it, the more he found it weird. But Nightingale confirmed that Iffy was not lying. Obviously, the problem lay within the founders of the Bloodfang Association. In conclusion, Heidi seemed more dangerous now. Roland realized that he should convey the information to Tilly as soon as possible so that she could carry out an investigation and make some early preparations. The daughter of Archduke Morgan was most likely not royal to witches. Chapter 542, The Wicked Journey. Sister, we've arrived. Cole Cant happily rushed into the cabin. I've told you twice during this trip to not call me sister. Edith raised her head and took a glance at him. Have you forgotten? No, Cole shivered. No, I still remember. Then who am I? My clerk, Miss Edith. Who are you then? Father. No, the ambassador sent out by Calvin Cant, the Duke of the Northern Region. Great. Make sure that you don't make the same mistake for the third time. Edith stood up, stretched her stiff limbs, and walked out of the cabin. Call all the members of the emissary delegation. Let's go to the inner city. This was a little trick Edith liked to play. She liked to secretly observe the person she was about to negotiate with, and then only revealed herself after having a rough understanding of what kind of person the other party was. In doing so, she could take precautions beforehand and impress the other. If the one she negotiated with was male, he would most likely be interested in her. She never tried to hide her gender. On the contrary, she used it as a social advantage. Since she was called the Pearl of the Northern Region, she certainly needed to make good use of it. How about the heads, then? Leave them on the boat, unless you want to hold them in your bedroom. She twitched her mouth. They have gone rotten. Walking off the trestle, Edith noticed that there were many boats on the canal. Many people were at the dock, most of whom carried big luggage. Judging from their clothing, they looked neither like slaves nor businessmen. She was quite curious about it because, as far as she knew, people in the other walks of life seldom traveled at the spring plowing season. She sent for a servant. Go ask them where they're going. What does it have to do with us? Cole asked in bewilderment. Since Roland Wimbledon has taken over this city, he must have issued some new policies to declare his authority. What he said can, in a way, reflect his characteristics. So, it certainly has something to do with us. Edith smiled. Of course, you can pay a few gold royals for the rats to gather the information, but I personally prefer first-hand information. Is that so? You need to observe more, think more, my dear ambassador, she said. This is a rare opportunity. On the other side of the city gate, the streets were filled with more pedestrians. There were booths on both sides of the road. He could hear constant cries from vendors. A few years ago, Edith had been to the King's City to participate in the 5th Princess Adulthood ceremony with her father. This city had not changed much. It was still as busy as it used to be. If it were in the city of Evernight, one could have never seen such a crowd except for a holiday or a celebration. All of a sudden, a speaker on the street caught her attention. Hold on for a while. Edith ordered the troop to stop and join the crowd with Cole. Can you saw wood? Can you lay bricks? Can you take care of cattle and sheep? As long you specialize in something, you're the talents His Majesty is looking for. Go to Western Region. There, His Majesty is building a new King's City city of Neverwinter. Your talent will bring you a huge reward. Talent? Edith pondered on it for a while. What an interesting name. However, what does it mean by a new king's city? The city of Neverwinter. Is there such a city in Western region? Pacing forward a little bit, she saw another group of people. Witches are innocent. This is the repentance the high priest wrote down right before his execution, another speaker said, waving the document in his hand. They may be your close relatives, your daughter, your sister. If you're still afraid of them, send them to the city of Neverwinter. They'll be well taken care of. If you hate to part with them, you can go with them. His Majesty has promised. The witches' families will get an accommodation to protect from wind and rain. Plus, you'll also get a decent job. Has the high priest been executed? Cole said with his eyes wide open. On the other hand, Edith frowned. If this is Roland Wimbledon's new policy, the way he promotes it's quite melodramatic. Isn't he afraid to provoke the church to a full revenge? That'll be nothing like the fight among nobles, but a deadly war against the heresies. No idea whether it's a blessing or a curse to serve such a king. It took her an hour to walk through the street leading to the inner city. She found, actually, the street was full of such speakers who basically repeatedly told whatever His Majesty had done after conquering the king's city. Anyone who came to the king's city only needed to listen on the street for half a day to understand the changes His Majesty had made, without the need to get any help from the rats. My lady, I've found it out. The servant who was sent to inquire about the news caught up with the team, panting. They're all going. City of Neverwinter, right? Edith interrupted him. You knew it. Don't bother finding a hotel now. We're going to the palace to submit the emissary document. Her heart was filled with a vague sense of foreboding. Now, hurry. What? Cole asked in surprise. His Majesty left the king's city a week ago, without even holding an inauguration ceremony. That's what the receptionist said, the attendant reported. At first, His Majesty left a man named Barav Mons, his chief minister, behind to take care of daily affairs. But Barav Mons left the king's city yesterday, too. Apart from the servants, there's nobody else in the palace. The receptionist said if you want to talk with the city hall, he can pass the message for you. That's fine, Edith said in a cold voice. She did not expect her hunch was right. She had been traveling nonstop all the way, yet still was too late to catch up with Roland. Roland was really planning to move the capital, leave this splendid city behind, and rebuild a new capital city in Western region. What's exactly in his head? To build a city on such a scale as the king's city would take at least 30 to 40 years. What should we do? Looking at the stunned members of the emissary delegation, Cole asked quietly. After a long while, she said sullenly, turn around, head for the city of Neverwinter. They've left anyway. No need to hurry, Cole said with a bitter face. It's been a week since I took a shower last time. I feel lice are about to grow on my body. Edith turned her head and found her collar also smelled weird. Finally, she sighed. Let's find a hotel for the night. We'll set off tomorrow morning. In the next morning, when the emissary delegation arrived at the dock, they found their boat had been burned to a skeleton. What happened? For the first time, Edith felt confused. Don't be mad, sis Miss Edith. Observe more, think more. Cole waved his hand and stopped a passerby. The dock will catch fire as well. Ah, you mean that. The passerby enthusiastically explained. No idea who sneakily hid bodies on their boat. The rats who tried to steal something from the boat smelled it. You know, people are very cautious about such stuff. After all, half a year ago, a demonic plague struck the city, which was exactly caused by the bodies distributed by the church. Anyway, to deal with them, burning is the safest way. The captain has been arrested by the guards for interrogation. Oh, do you know him? Edith was startled, not knowing what face she should put on. After a long silence, she uttered, I don't know him. Thanks, it seems we need to find a new boat, she thought. I guess this trip of loyalty won't go as smoothly as I imagined. Chapter 543, The Turning Point. Barov was like a different person when Roland met him again. He looked vigorous and radiant, and even his chest had risen considerably. His footsteps were powerful and conveyed a strong sense of confidence. He was not how a 50-year-old minister typically looked. It seemed that the days he spent in the king's city was highly satisfactory. "If I had known it, I would have called you back a little later," Roland joked. "No, Your Majesty. Regardless of how prosperous the City of Dawn is, it can't compare with the City of Neverwinter personally created by you." Barov responded while smoothing his mustache. "Wherever I am, my heart will always be with you." Why do these words sound so weird and awkward? Roland coughed twice and attempted to change the subject. "How's the situation over there?" "Don't worry. With my students and the First Army around, the new assigned nobles aren't able to create trouble even if they intend to," the director replied smugly. "I've deliberately given them more space to fight for money and power among themselves. As long as they don't disrupt the normal livelihoods of the citizens, that is acceptable. I believe that, for a long period of time henceforth, they'll scheme and scramble among themselves to attain the tiniest amount of power. After all, they've had absolutely no qualification to enter the city hall thus far." "It's indeed a good idea," Roland commented and laughed, although he knew a thing or two about political balancing and other control strategies. He was obviously not as good at actualizing them as these old foxes who had been involved in politics for a long time. While they might not be the wiliest of foxes, they were definitely thick-skinned and vicious enough. It could be said that it was only now that Barov revealed the true extent of his talents. As the king, Roland could stay out of dabbling in dirty political tricks himself. As long as he had the personnel, law, and military power in his grip, nobody would dare to covet his authority. "Your Majesty, may I ask where have you sent Treasurer Lauren Moore?" Barov revealed a little displeasure as he sighed. "The ceremonial officer told me that you didn't execute him. He siphoned off some of the relief rations distributed to the people, colluded with the former prime minister, and was involved in the exploitation of refugees." Roland shrugged. His crimes didn't warrant execution, and while at his age, he wasn't suitable to be sent to the mines. "The only thing I could do was to deport him." "That's a real pity. Why, you need him for something?" "Of course not. Lauren was rather influential in the king's city. I was just afraid that the lower nobles wouldn't be able to handle him." Barov laughed and shook his head. "As my mentor, he bullied me for a long time. I regret that I didn't have the opportunity to see him begging for mercy." Roland joined the laughter. "I believe that he could bring his whole family to the Kingdom of Dawn. Who knows, you may get to see him again one day." "Let's not talk about this. I called you back because I intend to build a few factories. They're related to the upcoming series of major reforms in the city of Neverwinter." "Do you need a lot of people?" "Yes, indeed. Otherwise, I'd only have to call Carl." Roland nodded. "I'll need at least 3,000 people." Barov forced a smile. "Your Majesty, that's a huge demand worthy of you. In other cities, there's no chance that a project would require 3,000 people at the same time. The good news is, not every one of these 3,000 people needs to be literate. I'll only require more than 200 of them to have completed primary education." "What do you want to build?" Roland placed the records, which were prepared long ago, in front of the director. "A coke plant, a steel plant, and a forge." "Is the steel produced by Miss Anna not enough?" Barov asked. "The problem is that it's too inefficient." Roland sighed. "Her magic power should be used for more sophisticated manufacturing, rather than wasted on preparing the materials for steam engines. I hope that I can de-witch the basic industrial productions this year." At present, the industries of Neverwinter had reached a turning point. If a breakthrough was not found, it would be hard to progress. This was because the source power machines heavily depended on Anna's materials, and therefore the scale of production could not be expanded. In fact, the steam engines could be produced without using such a high grade of steel. The first generation of steam engines was made out of iron only. Now, the preconditions for a breakthrough had been fully satisfied. The coal mine was able to handle all of the coking processes. Coke was one of the primary ingredients of large-scale steelmaking. The dozen or so earth blast furnaces in the furnace area also supplied an abundant amount of iron ingots. Steel could be smelted using a simple converter, while the steam hammers in the forge could be used to create components that the other factories could directly process. If these procedures could be made into a cycle, Anna would be completely liberated from her duties, and only normal people would be needed throughout the production process. After Roland outlined the important tasks of the 3 projects, Barov quickly understood the meaning of "de-witch." "I understand, Your Majesty. However, are these things really possible?" He appeared unconvinced. "Can we really obtain enough steel without relying on the demons?" Witches' powers. You may not have known that in other cities, it's common for a piece of forged steel to cost 20 times the price of a piece of pig iron. In this era, steel was forged by the blacksmith's hammer. The repeated hammering of the iron ingots caused excess carbon and other impurities to be oxidized until steel was formed. Of course, the efficiency of this process was unspeakably low, and a lot of raw materials would be wasted. A significant amount of iron would break off due to oxidation, and therefore several pieces of iron ingot were necessary to produce a usable piece of steel. This explained why a full set of body armor that was completely made of steel was the lifelong desire of many knights. It could even be passed down from generation to generation as a family treasure. From a certain perspective, the laborious method of producing steel could give one the false perception that the effort put into it made it more exquisite and higher grade. Now that city of Neverwinter could mass-produce steel, believed by most people to be the witch's work, Barov's suspicions were not hard to understand. However, to Roland, steel was just iron with a different proportion of carbon. "I won't say it's easy. Both coking and converter steelmaking require techniques that were discovered by trial and error. However," Roland paused briefly, "these projects are definitely achievable. When they're completed, there'll be hundreds of chimneys in the industrial area. The monthly output of steel will exceed the current annual output. We'll then have an endless supply of steel to produce bicycles, ships, all kinds of machines, and even houses. Everything that you see will be made of steel. It'll be in everyone's homes, and even the common folk will be able to use steel utensils and tools." Barov remained speechless for a long time before he finally replied. "I'll draw up a recruitment plan and financial allocation plan for you to review as quickly as possible." "Okay, you'll be in charge of the preparatory work for this," Roland said in encouragement. As Barov walked toward the office door, he abruptly turned back and bowed down at Roland. "It'll be my pleasure and honor to see a world like that, Your Majesty." Chapter 544, A New Source of Power. The prospect of a new world, Roland could not help laughing. He then asked Nightingale to summon Anna in. At these times, Nightingale would leave voluntarily to give the two of them privacy. Anna was wearing a light blue one-piece dress, underneath which her knee-length black stockings were visible, and her feet were covered in a pair of moccasins. All these made her appear particularly lively. These modern-styled items of clothing were tailored under the guidance of Roland during his spare time, using flow-coated fabrics that were provided by Soria. They were extremely light, easy to wear, and highly durable. They were thus perfectly suitable for Anna to wear when she was crafting apparatus. Whenever Roland looked into her sparkling eyes, he would feel a surge of happiness and smile uncontrollably. Of course, he no longer needed to act as mannerly as he used to. He wrapped his arms around her and sat her on his lap. Then he took a sniff of her hair and kissed her cheek before getting to the point. "I want to develop a new source of energy. Will it be something like the steam engine? She turned her head back to face him. Her collarbone could be seen protruding along her fair neck. Roland could not resist reaching his hand out to stroke her collarbone. It tickled her such that she began to laugh shyly. "Your Majesty, be proper." He, all right." He placed Anna on the seat and stood up to extract a stack of blueprints from the files on one side of the table. "Have a look at this first. How much can you understand it?" Whenever Anna was studying something, her expression would turn completely solemn. Roland would often feel an unexplainable sense of shame and inferiority when he observed her looking aloof. It felt to him as though he was sitting in a naturally well-lit classroom and peeking at the smartest student in the class. In order to counteract this feeling, he thought of the naughty things he would do to her at night. "I've more or less understood everything." After Anna looked through the last of the blueprints, she thought for a moment and nodded. "It's also powered by steam, except that the piston is replaced by windmill blades, and therefore saves energy on the reciprocating motion of the connecting rods. Am I right?" "You're absolutely right." Roland discarded his wild thoughts and put on a serious face. "It's called the steam turbine. While it's also powered by high-pressure steam, its efficiency is much higher than the steam engine." This was the revolutionary product which Roland had conceived for a long time. It could be said that Anna was the main reason why he wanted to rid the basic industries of dependence on witches. Only this way would she be able to focus on high-end mechanical production. The steam turbine was his experiment within this field. Turbines had many uses. They could be used to power ships and provide electricity, especially the latter. It could be foreseen that after fallen Dragon Ridge was captured, Countess Spear would have to spend a long time sorting out government affairs. It would not be wise to rely solely on Mystery Moon's magic power to provide night lighting for the industry area, not to mention the residential area's electricity supply. Roland certainly did not want to admit that this was a planning failure caused by his lack of experience. In order to make up this mistake, he had to think of an alternative means of producing electricity. Due to the natural flaws of the circulation principle, the electricity generated by steam engines was inconsistent. Furthermore, Roland had weak knowledge of voltage regulation. It was thus a more suitable choice to use steam turbines, which had more stable output power and higher thermal efficiency. "What do I have to do first?" Anna asked. "Remember what you did for the gunboat." Roland showed her a blueprint of a blade. "You'll need to build an operable model of this. It only needs to be about 1 meter in length. The main problem you have to solve is the angle of the blade. It has to allow high-pressure steam to flow smoothly through every stator grill. If you can do this, more than half of the work would be done." Yet, how could a usable end product be built without detailed data? The only way was repeated trial and error. As for the core of the turbine, Roland was not worried about the difficulty of altering the impeller, because the cutting precision of Blackfair was much higher than any modern machining tool. He also did not worry about the strength of the materials. After all, impellers usually operated at a temperature of 500 to 600 degrees C, and the alloy steel discovered by Lucia was more than competent for this task. The key problem was the angular coordination between the stator cascade and the impeller. The former was like a fixed barrier that could alter the angular direction of the passage of steam so as to prevent the steam from impacting with the impeller all at the same time. It also prevented directional disorder and the production of opposite forces. In essence, it was like a comb for airflow disorder. If the model that Anna built was operable, Roland would mass-produce it, and then there would be no more difficulties. After the processing methods and the quality of materials were improved, the industrial results would be inevitably substantial. "I understand." Anna's eyes gleamed, as though signaling that she was ready to begin work. "No hurry." Roland held her hand tightly. You should have heard from Wendy that I've decided to launch an attack to capture the demons. Yes, Anna replied. Will you be going along? Roland shook his head calmly. That's good. Anna rested her head on his shoulder. The last time, I was almost frightened to death when I saw you injured. Really? But I've heard from Nightingale that you were the calmest person around. If it wasn't for your decisive plan, I might truly have. Before he could finish his sentence, Anna covered his mouth with her soft hand. Don't say that word. She only loosened her hand after Roland nodded in acknowledgement. He then continued. Anyway, what I want to say is that you have to take good care of yourself, understand? If anything happens, use the sigil of gods will immediately without hesitation. It's okay even if you don't capture the demons. I'll be waiting at the castle for your triumphant return. Don't worry, Anna laughed. I won't let them hurt the other witches either. After Anna left, Roland stayed silent for a long time before he murmured, Are you around? Of course. Nightingale's figure appeared on top of the study table. But I didn't eavesdrop on what the two of you said. I only returned after she left. Roland stood up and walked over to the window. While looking towards the direction of the snow mountains, he explained to Nightingale the hunting plan that he had conceived. Before setting out, you all will have to rehearse a few times to familiarize with the entire hunting procedure, as well as understand your own and one another's tasks. Moreover, this plan is only effective if you're facing a small number of demons. It'll have to be adjusted based on the situation. He paused briefly before continuing. If you ever run into the worst kind of situation, and I mean the most hopeless and irredeemable situation, you must bring Anna back no matter what. Nightingale did not say anything. Instead, she waited until Roland turned his head back to look at her, before replying with a disconcerting look on her face. Is this the real reason why you aren't going? Roland could not deny the truth. If not, you definitely choose to save me, right? Understood, Nightingale sighed lightly. I'll do my best. It's all on you. Roland patted her shoulders and enunciated. Chapter 545, Battle Rehearsal. City of Neverwinter, north of the border city wall. Upon reaching the former test site, Iffy found that many witches were already gathered there. Among them were Maggie and her perpetual companion, a golden-haired young girl. She seems to be called Lightning, Iffy thought. When the young girl saw Iffy, she viciously shook her fist and grimaced before tugging Maggie to a far distance away. If it were 3 days ago, Iffy would have made it a point to lecture the two of them that they have to maintain respect in front of a combat witch. But this time, she simply laughed silently. The young girl's alert expression reminded Iffy of Annie. When I was at that age, Annie was just like that girl. She was always careful and vigilant, and always walked in front to protect me. It's clearly only by chance that the two of us sought refuge together. Perhaps this is what the Union calls sisters. Since everyone's here, I'll begin to explain the mission. It's codenamed Melting Point, and Miss Agatha will be the commander. Roland proclaimed before he walked into the middle of the audience. Of course, many of you already know the details of the mission. However, for the sake of the newcomers, I'll explain everything all over again. Do the newcomers refer to me? Iffy immediately gathered her focus. No matter what, this is the first mission assigned by the new lord. Since he has asked me to take part, it means that there's some battle involved. This will be a good opportunity to demonstrate the value of my abilities. Iffy thought. In order to understand the enemy's strength and hasten the research of the sigil of magic stones, you all will be heading to Devil's Town behind the snow mountains. You'll draw the demons out to fight and use ambush to capture them alive. After Roland finished his explanation, Iffy was unable to collect her wits for a long time. Surely, there's nothing wrong with my ears. Jesus, is he serious? Were these demons really responsible for destroying the witches' empire that ruled over the entire mainland? This blue-haired woman, who serves as the commander of this mission, is a senior witch from over 400 years ago. The battle of divine will shall decide the fate of mankind. These nasty enemies are hiding somewhere not far from the western region. How is any of this possible? She maintained a stiff face as she glanced over at the other witches. However, she realized that there was not a hint of surprise on any of their faces. It was apparent that all of them knew of these things beforehand. Now, Agatha will talk about the things you'll need to pay attention to during the mission, as well as brief you on the tactical arrangement. Agatha nodded and stepped forth. According to our intelligence, there's a vigilant-eyed demon in the demon's camp. This is crucial to our plan to lure the demons out. Anyone who sees it will be seen back by it. If our position is adjudged to be far away, the first group of enemies to be expected will be the flying devil beasts. There aren't many of these demons, particularly in such a remote place. The last time we went, there were only 2. I don't expect the number to have changed. We are disadvantaged in aerial combat, and therefore the best plan is to draw them towards the ground. If so, I'll be able to handle both of them myself. However, the mad demons, which they may carry on their backs, will be left to Miss Iffy to handle. Agatha glanced at the latter. If you manage to capture them, our mission will be considered a success. She seems to be only slightly older than me, but yet it's said that she has lived for over 400 years. Iffy remained in a daze for a while before mumbling incoherently. I understand. You've never seen demons before, and so it's normal to be doubtful. Agatha seemed to have read her thoughts. Wendy has records of the association's encounters with demons. After the rehearsal, you may go and have a look. This will save you from being completely stunned when you see them in reality. These words made Iffy frown involuntarily. Completely stunned, even if the enemies come straight from hell, they'll soon be crying piteously in the cage I set for them. How do we pull them towards the ground? Lightning asked. Abandon the hot air balloon and enter the misty forest. Agatha crouched on the ground and used stones to create a visual diagram. When Sylvie notices the enemies chasing, you and Maggie will immediately escort those on the balloon into the forest. I've confirmed this with His Majesty. If it's a hydrogen balloon, Wendy will be able to operate it alone. Together with Sylvie making eye contact with the eye demon, the 2 of them will be able to escape at the same time. As the devil beasts approach the balloon, you'll then be responsible to lure them into the forest. Because their lines of vision will be obstructed, they'll descend to the ground and hunt. Be careful of the enemy's spears. I trust that you'll be able to evade them easily. Ooh, this plan sounds exciting. Lightning exclaimed with a wide grin on her face. Count on me. The forest is Leaf's natural home ground. Once the demons enter the ambush area, they'll be trapped. I don't have to tell you what to do next. What if there are more than 2 devil beasts? A witch with jade green hair asked. If there are several of them, the demons will probably split up and hunt. What you can do is to keep a few more people in the balloon to conduct aerial surveillance, while the rest enter the forest. Agatha paused for a moment. If that's the case, Anna will handle any enemies in the air. But remember, the lethal range of the Sigil of God's will is limited. It's best to activate the sigil only when the devil beasts gather together. Furthermore, Anna won't be able to use her own abilities while activating the sigil. During that time, Leaf, you must make sure to protect Anna. How about me? Nightingale questioned. You'll accompany Iffy. Her ability is only effective within a range of 10 steps, and therefore she's vulnerable to the demon's spears when in an exposed position. You'll use your mist to shorten the distance with the enemies quickly. Okay. Nightingale turned her head and took a good look at Iffy. The latter immediately felt the aura of the former's magical power. It was sharp and cold, as though it was a substance of its own. Don't you be a burden. Iffy could sense that the former was also a combat witch. Not only that the former had experienced many bloody battles and had a lot of blood on her hands. All right, everyone shall begin the rehearsal. Agatha clapped her hands in encouragement. We'll start with luring the demons out. An hour into the rehearsal, Iffy already had a general understanding of the abilities of every witch participating in the mission. She was surprised that there were many witches here who could be considered combat witches. Take Leaf, for example. She hid her in a tree trunk in the forest. She could manipulate the entire forest to do her bidding. This type of ability was almost inconceivable and was on a level that completely transcended the usual limits of a witch. Or Wendy, who although was only in charge of controlling the balloon, could summon a small hurricane that turned stones and dirt into painful bolts. Agatha's frost could serve both as a shield and a sharp blade. She was therefore equally proficient in offense and defense, at least when at close range. Nightingale was even more terrifying. Once she entered her mist, she could travel to almost any part of the world she wanted. The physical obstructions of the real world did not affect her at all. Having experienced the power of this ability, Iffy could imagine that in a real battle, it made its user invincible. By moving without trace and being impossible to guard against, Nightingale would make all enemies despair quickly. Yet, the most curious talent of all was Anna. According to the mission plan, this young woman who looked like she was barely out of her adolescence was the real ace in the team. How powerful does her ability have to be to vanquish all of the demons in one go? Iffy did not have to wait long to know the answer. Chapter 546, The Mystery of God's Stones. Anna's task was completely separated from everyone else's. She only began to practice using the Sigil of Gods well after everyone else was completely familiar with the entire hunting process. Although Iffy could not comprehend what kind of ability the Sigil of Gods will possessed, she could observe that the witches were all extremely excited about the rehearsal that was about to happen. Did they rarely get a chance to see Anna display her ability? Iffy's curiosity grew. She watched as Anna strolled towards the middle of the field, carrying an odd-looking sheet of metal in her hands. Anna did not look like a combat witch at all. Her calm expression resembled the crystal-clear water of a lake. From her movements and gestures, it was evident that she had never been in a life-and-death battle before. The sheet of metal she was carrying also puzzled Iffy greatly. It was only about the size of a palm and was perfectly flat on both sides. Glittering gemstones were embedded on it. In no way did it look like a weapon. Let the balloons fly. Agatha gestured towards the direction of the misty forest. After a short while, several colorful balloons emerged from the forest canopy and flew up high into the sky. "Go, shoot them down," she shouted. "Wait, this is probably too far," Iffy mused. The distance from the field to the edge of the forest is at least 250 meters. How would Anna be able to shoot these things down without flying? Unless she's also able to transcend the usual limits of ability and deliver the effects of her magic power to the sky. Anna nodded at Agatha. She raised the sheet of metal and pointed it in the direction of the balloons. Shortly, Iffy witnessed a scene that she could hardly believe. The 4 gemstones emitted a dazzling light at the same time. In a split second, the sheet of metal turned to gold in color. Thunderous claps were heard from the clear sky, while rays of light weaved together in the clouds and spattered. It was as if a new sun was being formed in the heavens. Her ability can actually manipulate the entire sky. Before the crowd could even exclaim in astonishment, a blinding beam of gold light burst out of Anna's hands directly toward the balloons. The light rays in the sky were also controlled, and immediately, numerous thunderbolts could be seen following along the trail of the golden light and violently sweeping through the locations of the targets. It all seemed like a punishment that only God could have ordained. To Iffy, it was as though the deafening roars came from right beside her ears, causing her brain to buzz for a long time. By the time the light rays disappeared, she had yet to recover fully. What kind of amazing ability is this? Iffy's body continued to quiver uncontrollably as she stared at the empty sky above the forest. Even if all of the combat witches of the Bloodfang Association gathered together, They would not be able to handle such a force. Did she rely on her own abilities or that sheet of metal to be able to do this? In the face of a show of strength like this, it would not make a difference if the enemies were the wild beasts which Heidi Morgan mentioned or just a flock of sheep. Iffy suddenly remembered His Majesty Roland's suggestion. Is this the power of the senior witches? It turned out that it was also the first time that Roland witnessed a complete demonstration of the power of the sigil of God's will. The initial light rays seemed to leave an invisible trail behind them, allowing the golden thunderbolts that followed behind to take the same path. Furthermore, the location of the first thunderbolt strike was situated at the edge of the forest. This probably meant that the user of the sigil was able to control it, such that it only split apart when near to the enemies. Another thing that Roland observed about the light rays was that they were only about as thick as an arm when released, but they quickly expanded in the shape of a fan, and the eventual range of each ray was approximately 50 meters. During the age of cold weapons, this was undoubtedly considered an apocalyptic weapon of mass destruction. Are all of those light rays created by magic power? Roland looked at Nightingale. I guess probably yes. The latter hesitated for a bit before answering. Probably. In the mist, I could indeed see the frenzied surge of magic power, but she revealed a puzzled look on her face. Its color is different from any magic power that I know or have seen before. What color is it? Black, or should I say, the color of no light? Nightingale frowned. They looked like black holes formed by the god's stone of retaliation. Roland shuddered. How is it possible that the color of the magic power of the gold-glittering sigil is black in the misty world? Does this mean that the characteristics of their magic power are the same, or at least similar? In his brief trance, Roland seemed to think of something. There's a relationship between the god's stones and magic stones. It seemed as if he was on the verge of an audacious theory. After he returned to his office in the castle, he summoned Agatha in. How many times did your people research on the sigil of God's will? Not many. I've already told you everything that we found out. After all, only our chiefs were able to activate this type of sigil. Because their magic powers were crucial to our battles, there wasn't much that could be spared for this kind of experiment. She then asked curiously, "What's the matter? Is something wrong?" You mentioned before that the sigil was able to penetrate the defenses of the god's stone of retaliation, right? Agatha nodded. Not all the time. It depends on the quality of the god's stones. Have you never observed the characteristics of the sigil of God's will's magic power? Roland asked softly. In the mist, the magical thunderbolts invoked by the sigil are the same color as the god's stone. No, we've certainly done this experiment before. It was necessary that we recorded the characteristics of the magic power. However, during the activation of the sigil, the stone of measuring would lose its monitoring function. And because our chiefs could certainly not visit the Quest Society every day, we simply recorded the observed color as gold. Agatha blinked a few times. Wait, are you saying that it has the same color as the interference area of the god's stone? Indeed, Roland replied unhurriedly. I have a theory that the god's stone of retaliation does not create black holes that neutralize magic power, but instead, it contains a great amount of magic power, such that it affects and nullifies the operation of magic in its vicinity. This is also why the sigil of gods will causes the stone of measuring to lose its effectiveness. It creates a similar interference area as the god's stone of retaliation within its range of influence, and therefore the stone of measuring did not have any effect. But the trainee who's responsible for observing magic power has explicitly said that. Agatha suddenly paused halfway through her sentence. Her observation was obstructed by the dazzling light emitted by the sigil, like shadows being covered by light. Roland quickly opined. Whereas in Nightingale's misty world, only magic power possesses color. She can even stare directly at the sun without being affected. This is why you weren't able to make this discovery. Observing magic power was a derivative skill of the witches. It was limited by the witch's individual visual level. Furthermore, observations done in the day and night would yield different conclusions. Sylvie could fully prove this point. With her eye of magic, she could discover magic activity performed several kilometers away. Her detection range was far superior to Nightingale's. This was why the Quest Society heavily trusted the results tested by the Stone of Measuring. Its accuracy was independent of the person operating it and the environment it was operated in, and thus it provided an overall highly accurate assessment of the magic power involved. It was almost as good as being able to observe under Nightingale's mist. Therefore, the Quest Society would only accept the conclusion of the observer when the Stone of Measuring was unable to operate. Chapter 547, Operation Melting Point. Agatha exasperatingly paced to and fro in front of the mahogany table. So, according to you, the sigil of gods can penetrate the god's stone of retaliation because of its stronger magic power. The reason the chaos beasts modified the god's stone was actually to reduce its magic power and thereby turn it into a specific type of magic stone. That's what I think. No, that isn't right. She paused abruptly. If the Dark Hollow results from immense magic power, why does nothing happen to the witch? The witch? Roland was stunned. I mean Anna, Agatha pondered and said. Her magic power is strong enough to activate the Sigil of Gods twice. She is even more powerful than the God's Stone of Retaliation. Her Blackfair, however, will still be affected by the God's Stone, and she cannot neutralize the magic power in her vicinity. It doesn't make sense based on your theory. Well, Roland was silent for a moment. A reasonable explanation to Agatha's question escaped him. A God's Stone of Retaliation of the poorest quality could easily render a witch powerless. Even Anna's Blackfire, strong as it was, would succumb to such a disturbance. Besides, Anna's magic power was shaped like a solid metal cube in the misty world, completely different from the hollow black hole. Another question: why can magic stones only be activated by magic power? Agatha went on. Even the magic power has become less intense, and the amount of the power left in the stone shouldn't have been reduced. In fact, common people cannot operate the stone at all. The Quest Society has also confirmed that the magic power in the magic stone is not transferable. Therefore, magic stones cannot be used as resources. She paused for a moment and then continued. My supervisor believed only living beings can retain magic power. Magic power just won't work on dead organisms. Its proof is witches' and demons' blood. Most researchers thought so. I don't mind you overturning their conclusion, but magic stones are no different from ordinary gems before they're charged with magic power or become sigils. Roland was silent. It seemed his assumption about magic power intensity was a bit irrational. The thunder of the magic power, however, which looked like black light, was so similar to the god's stone that there must be some connections between the two entities. What else had he overlooked? It was a pity there weren't any reliable observation or analyzing methods in this era. The only way to study magic power was through witches' abilities or via Stone of Measuring. Even so, what he would learn through this method was merely a very generic description of the features of magic power, which was hardly helpful to further research. Roland thought for a while and finally decided to set the matter aside for the time being, hoping he would be able to find an answer during the sigil manufacture process afterwards. 3 days later, the plan for the melting point operation was prepared. Roland sent off the soldiers at the dock in person. This was the first military operation on a big scale where witches acted as chief combatants. There were 2 ships in total, both of which were filled with experienced veterans from the First Army. Brian was the captain. These soldiers all had fought with demonist beasts with Roland upon the city wall before, and fully respected and trusted their lord. When Roland was screening them, He had stressed over and over again that the enemy would be very likely an extremely fierce monster, even more dangerous than demonic hybrids. He had emphasized that anyone who did not wish to participate in the mission could speak up. Nobody had quitted, however, and Nightingale also confirmed that all of them made their decisions at their free will. Despite their resolution and courage, Roland did not overestimate the fighting capacity of these 100 soldiers he was forced to choose. For people in this world naturally feared demons from the bottoms of their hearts. Unlike him, who had seen all kinds of violent scenes on television or in the cinema, and would not be surprised by any ferocious monsters, these ordinary people would be horrified. The memory of this upcoming battle would possibly become a nightmare they would remember for the rest of their lives. As such, the carefully selected soldiers would not directly participate in fighting, but would protect along the river 2 or 3 miles away from the actual battlefield. They would only take action if the witches were forced to retreat in the event of an accident. The witches Roland selected were the most powerful ones in the city of Neverwinter, including Anna, Nightingale, Wendy, Leaf, Agatha, Sylvie, Iffy, Lightning, and Maggie. According to Agatha, such a combination might be even more than enough to kill the Lord of Hell. "Stay safe. Your personal security is your top priority," Roland remarked gravely. "You don't have to complete the mission. I'll wait for you all at the castle." Anna went up to hug him. "Don't worry, I'll protect them." "Me too, Your Majesty." "Coo!" The little girl and the pigeon hugged Roland as well. In the end, everybody hugged Roland except Agatha and Iffy. Agatha snorted and muttered to herself. "It's just a simple hunting operation, not goodbye forever. If we bid farewell like you guys just did in Taquilla prior to every departure, demons would have been right under your noses long before." Iffy, on the other hand, was astounded. It was her first time to hear such a casual order. "You don't have to complete the mission, but just need to come back home safely." His Majesty was too lenient with witches. Was it not considered an encouragement of cowardice? When she was in the Bloodfang Association, she viewed every battle as a fight to the death. Indeed, there had unfortunately been a few combat witches killed in action during the past several years. The witches who had been unable to complete the master's tasks were severely punished, and were even regarded as useless by the association members. Roland Wimbledon, however, appeared to carry a totally different attitude toward witches. He treated witches neither as beasts nor lambs, but simply as human beings. Strands of smoke escaped from the chimney, and with a whistle, the paddle steamer slowly thrust itself forward and took off. Suddenly, Roland felt a pair of invisible hands holding his face. They were cold but soft. "Take good care of yourself when I'm away. Don't leave the castle randomly." A familiar voice whispered in his ear, "I'll be back soon." After, he felt something had lightly touched his lips. Entirely different from the sensation on the face, the touch was a little sweet and wet. Above all, it was warm. It was a fugitive and illusionary kiss. When Roland finally realized what had happened, he snatched at the air with his hand, only to find nothing was there. As the steam-powered boat was far slower than the balloon, it took them nearly 2 days to reach the end of the Redwater River. At the sight of the towering snowcap, the group of people was awestruck by the magnificent scene before them. As the snow on the mountain melted much slower than that in the forest, the snow water had been accumulating for months. The water ran straight down from the precipice and branched off into various streams upon the projected rocks. From a distance, those streams looked like multiple thin and feeble threads. Upon further exploration, however, they found the streams were as broad as rivers. The water roared and thundered when it flowed into the lake at the foot of the mountain. Obviously, the Redwater River was only one of the exits to the lake. Otherwise, the river would overflow due to the surging water. After a night's rest, the hydrogen balloon rose into the air as it was inflated. In the meantime, The fleet also retreated somewhere 3 kilometers away from the bank and started to build a defensive front along the river. The melting point operation officially began. Chapter 548, Ensnaring the Demons. The Farsight carried Wendy and Sylvie to the swirling sea, while Lightning and Maggie hovered on each side of the basket, waiting to fetch them whenever needed. Since their mission was not to investigate the Devil's Town, they did not fly too high. As soon as they flew over the snowcap, Sylvie could look straight through the rocks and cliffs along the bank and catch sight of the Eye Demon on the top of the Blackstone Pagoda. According to Agatha, Eye Demons did not need to really see people, because they could sense and locate their enemies upon being noticed. Nobody could possibly escape their scrutiny, neither the invisible nor the ones descending from the sky unless blindfolded. Because of this, Eye Demons had caused a great number of casualties among the commando of the Blessed Army. Another option was to restrain from looking at Eye Demons. However, this was fairly hard to achieve due to the fact that Eye Demons normally stood at the highest point of the campgrounds. How did things go? Did you see it? Lightning flew over to ask Sylvie. I need to get a bit closer, otherwise I can't hold up well, Sylvie answered while rubbing her eyes. It took her a lot of magic power to look through obstacles with the eye of magic. Her sight was largely restricted, too. Although she had cautiously managed to reduce her vision to a straight line of sight, she still felt quite dizzy when she captured the details of the fractured precipice. I see. Wendy summoned a gust of wind. Hold on. As the rocks gradually got clearer, the thin red mist slowly entered their sights. Although it was a clear day, a cloud of mist still lingered around the cliff, except that it was a lighter color than the last time they had seen it. Sylvie fixed her eyes once again on the mist. This time, she was finally able to see some earth through the dense mist. A few edifices shaped like towers loomed against the red mist, and the whole scene was like a deserted land. She soon spotted the biggest black stone spire. Compared with the random intrusion last time, the operation this time was carefully planned. They would first startle demons and then induce them to launch an attack. Unlike Lightning, who was always airy and energetic, Sylvie just wanted to live an ordinary life. By no means, she wanted to be an explorer. However, as she was destined to fight the battle of divine will, there was no way for her to stand by no matter how much she hated wars. Just like she had promised Tilly to come to Border Town for the purpose of checking whether Roland was manipulated by witches. She obeyed the order in the same way when Roland disclosed his attacking plan without much hesitation. She had come to check upon Roland for the benefits of all the witches on Sleeping Island. Now, she fought for the Witch Union and the entire kingdom of His Majesties. Sylvie took a deep breath and moved her sight upward. In an instant, hundreds of eyeballs came into her view. The black jelly-like monster was still sitting at its usual spot. Its body had fused with the tower top as if it had grown out of the stone. All of its eyeballs turned to Sylvie simultaneously. She could even catch a glimpse of her own face in those black gleamy eyeballs. For a second, all her hair stood up on its end, and a chill went down her spine. They're coming. She withdrew her power and shouted aloud. Let's go. Ah! Maggie immediately turned into a gigantic devil beast and paused below the basket. Sylvie jumped off the basket and landed firmly on Maggie's broad back, while Lightning carried Wendy on her back and flew toward the misty forest. Unlike the last trip, where they had been panicked and frightened, this time they were fully prepared. According to the plan, Lightning would return to where the empty hydrogen balloon was alone and further lure the demons into their traps. Meanwhile, Sylvie turned around and looked back. 5 black dots emerged on the cliff. This number was higher than what Agatha had predicted, but it was still within the safe limit. Nevertheless, she noticed something unusual with the help of the Eye of Magic. Out of the 5 enemies, only 4 rode devil beasts, and 2 of them were very different from regular mad demons. They did not have a big body build, nor did they have strong arms. They were not wearing animal skins or armors as mad demons usually did either, but were in a colorful cope that glowed like a rainbow. Sylvie could not figure out what the cope was made of at first glance. However, she could see something swarming and wriggling underneath the cope like numerous vipers. The heads of the two demons were bigger than those of regular mad demons, yet their eyes and noses were not distinctive. Their faces were the creepiest kinds she had ever seen. They looked like two big scars, with red furrows and ridges extending from the center. When she rested her eyes on the last demon, Sylvie was stunned. The demon was wearing a weighty but delicate armor, with a giant heavy sword on his back. Nonetheless, he was not slow in the slightest, but flew right after the four devil beasts. His face was totally covered by a helmet. Unlike the skull helmet mad demons normally wore, this particular helmet was made of metal, in perfect match with his armor. On both sides of the helmet engraved, sophisticated patterns. Several sharp horns, which looked like Blackstone pagodas at first sight, stuck out from the top. The part where his eyes should be was gleaming with red light, making the demon look vicious and aggressive. What kind of demon is he? Thought Sylvie. Sylvie was taken by fright and horror. As Agatha had never told her how to cope with this situation, she wondered whether she should still follow the original plan. Sylvie felt terribly uneasy. She followed Wendy to the deep forest. When she descended from Maggie's back, she saw a golden figure sprang up into the air and flew toward the balloon at a tremendous speed. It was impossible for her to stop Lightning. After some hesitation, Sylvie felt necessary to inform Agatha of the news. She patted Maggie on her wings and said, "Take me to the ambush area." "What's wrong?" Wendy trotted to her. "Don't we need to meet with the First Army next?" They had been instructed during the maneuver to leave the main battlefield and meet with the First Army as soon as possible after successfully luring demons into the ambush. Given that they too were not strong enough to compete against demons. "I saw some strange demons." Sylvie shook her head. "The enemies are not only mad demons. I've got to tell everybody. But the ambush area is pretty large." Maggie threw herself flat on her face. "It may take you a while to find them even if you go." "That's fine, just take me there." She returned to the beast's back and turned to Wendy. "You go meet with the army at the riverbank. I'll be right back." Lightning flew as fast as she could. The wind whistled in her ears. She saw the earth, woods, rivers, and beaches below quickly shrink and obscure, turning into various color blocks and distorted lines. She must get back to where the hydrogen balloon was before the demons did so. In order to attract the enemy's attention, she had to pretend to be fleeing in a hurry. When the vast ocean gradually came into her view, she finally caught sight of the far sight, as well as the demons. Chapter 549. Agatha's Decision. Lightning flew to the bottom of the balloon, found the powder sack affixed to the airbag, and pulled out the fuse. Upon seeing the white smoke exiting the powder sack, she immediately flew straight towards the sea. It was a simple, self-destruct device. Once the enemies began following the balloon, the decoys must destroy the farsight to avoid an embarrassing situation where the demons became too occupied by the novel device instead of chasing the witches. There was a loud explosion just as lightning touched sea. With a flash, the sky lit up. Lightning looked up and saw the airbag puff up and become a huge red fireball with a bright orange color in the middle with dark red smoke rolling on the edges. The flames, like the setting sun, stayed ablaze for quite a long time. She watched a demon come too close to the roaring flames. It flipped over and set itself on fire before falling to the sea with its mount. The other 4 demons, who fled from the smoke below, sprang up toward Lightning. Until now, everything had been going as planned. The demons were not that clever after all. Lightning raised the corner of her mouth and flew close to the sea towards the forest. The plan was to lead them to the depth of the woods where Leaf could control everything. Everything was ready in the hunting ground, and Leaf was waiting quietly for the demons to fall into the trap. The dense branches, vines, and saw grass would inevitably be a nightmare for the enemies, if they could dream. Sylvie used the eye of magic to search the ambush area. The woods under Leaf's control glowed green. From the sky, it was like a flask had embedded in the earth, with its mouth facing toward the swirling sea, while its neck remained several kilometers away. Despite feeling dizzy, she scanned the inner part of every tree. The numerous details swarming around her head caused great pain. Sylvie finally found Agatha, who hid in a large tree close to the mouth of the flask. "Why did you come here?" The trunk cracked open as Maggie fell to the earth. Agatha poked out her head and asked, "Was the plan for enticing demons unsuccessful?" "No, it worked. 5 demons followed." She jumped down from the mount's back and lifted the white-haired little girl who had returned to her human form. Sylvie hid in the tree hastily. "But 3 of them are different." "What's the difference?" Sylvie detailed the odd demons she had seen and found Agatha in shock. Her heart sank. "Are they difficult to deal with?" Agatha took a long time to recollect herself, and then said with an anxious look, "The demons with ropes are fearsome demons. They are horrible killers to common people. But witches don't need to fear them, as long as we avoid looking them in the eye. Underneath, their charred face hides the real eyes of fearsome demons." "I see," Sylvie muttered. In ancient witches' stories, their enemies would be terrified immediately by these demons, and then they would feel afraid, timid, confused, and desperate. A mortal troop of around 100 men could often be routed by only 3 or 4 fearsome demons. Most people were too fearful to think. They just knelt down in tremor waiting to be slain. Even if the god's stone of retaliation could weaken this effect greatly, it could not remove such feelings completely. The demons seemed to be born with this ability to control people's emotions, and no obvious fluctuation of their magic power could be perceived. "What about the armored demon? It can fly alone. Is it the Lord of Hell?" "No," Agatha spoke in a rough, low voice. "If your description is correct, my guess is that it's probably a senior demon. We're in trouble." "Senior demon?" Sylvie was bewildered. The Union knows little about them, except that they possess many abilities and look like humans, except they are much larger. Both their strength and magic power are quite strong. She swallowed hard. It's said that only transcendents can compete against them. Transcendents? We don't even have an extraordinary now. Sylvie was nervous. "Inform Leaf to stop this plan. We should retreat and meet the First Army." Agatha bit her lip. "It can fly alone because of the Stone of Flight. In fact, it's not a big problem if there's only Lightning and Maggie because they can fly. However, we're impossible to escape from their attack once we're out of Leaf's protection. Although I've never seen a real senior demon, I was told by Alice before that witches must be concentrated on fighting with these crafty and strong demons, or we're likely to die because of just a tiny miss." She beat the trunk until Leaf's voice came from above. "I'm listening." "What's up?" Agatha said firmly. "The plan has changed. Please inform all the witches we are changing from Plan A to Plan B. Let Nightingale watch over the armored demon. Don't hesitate to kill it if Anna gets the chance." Plan B meant dropping the pan of capturing and using the sigil of God's will to wipe out all the enemies. Will we really combat with the senior demon? Sylvie could not help holding Maggie tight. Escape only leads to death, while there will be a chance to survive if we try our best to combat with them. Agatha spoke slowly. "A senior demon always comes out with a number of other demons, but now they just have 2 fearsome demons as the guards, so we are likely to win even if there isn't a transcendent." "I see lightning," Leaf said again. "They're coming." "SHH." Sylvie held her breath. She heard roaring sounds from the treetop, and then she heard heavy objects falling to the ground in front. The sounds of the demons' rapid paces echoed in the jungle and soon died away. Only the devil beast's low roar remained. How is it going now? The armored demon hasn't landed yet, and it's still following lightning. The other demons left their mounts outside the woods and followed her too. Wait, a demon is missing. Sylvie looked carefully at the surroundings. There were only 3 devil beasts left near us. Good. Let me kill these fool reptiles first so that they can't escape even if they want to. Agatha opened the crack. You're not a combat witch. Please just stay hidden here. But they can fly, Sylvie worried. What if they want to escape by flying? Take it easy. She looked at the little girl who wanted to join. Don't worry, we have Maggie. A devil beast suddenly fell from the sky, appeared behind them, spread its wings while rotating its tail, and roared loudly at the 3 devil beasts. They were distracted immediately. To Sylvie's surprise, the 3 devil beasts imitated Maggie and also spread their wings and wagged their tails, as if they were dancing. In order to gain more performance space, they pushed each other and refused to back off. Were they entertaining her? On the other side, Agatha snuck out of the forest. A layer of white ice crystal formed on the ground. Chapter 550, The Slaughter. It was Sylvie's first time seeing such an incredible method of movement. As Agatha moved, a mirror-like road, paved by crystal ice, would appear just ahead of her. She seemed to be floating along the road, almost as if the ground was pushing her forward. In a flash, she had arrived at the rear of the first devil beast. When Agatha stretched out her hands, the frost suddenly appeared around the grassland, and it even started to snow. After a moment, the devil beast gave out a shriek, and it tried to fly, only to find it could not move at all. Each of its 4 strong limbs had been frozen in place, and the ice crystals continued to move up along them, completely freezing its body and wings in no time. Almost simultaneously, Maggie threw herself onto the back of the dancing devil beast and snapped at its neck with her huge crimson mouth. The devil beast was in such a panic, and it wanted to get rid of Maggie. However, Maggie was much larger. The devil beast was like a baby beast that was being suppressed by a full-grown beast. Then Maggie got a grip and broke its neck completely. At last, the devil beast was defeated, and with a final swish of its tail, it shattered the poor frozen beast, smashing it to pieces. At this moment, the 3rd devil beast began to realize what had just happened. Although it did not understand why its kind would kill each other, he knew something bad had happened, and it spread its long wings and rose into the air. But it was too late. Agatha followed it and also flew. Or rather, she was walking in the air. The ice crystals also extended to the devil beast, and for a while, it formed a bridge in the air. Agatha ran along the ice bridge, and soon she was close enough she could use her magic power to attack this devil beast. Sylvie could not help but cover her mouth in shock. Like a swift viper, the ice bridge froze the tail of the devil beast and then quickly turned the rest of it into an ice sculpture. Probably due to the heavy weight of the frozen beast, the end of the ice bridge tilted, cracked, and then snapped. Agatha began to fall from the bridge. Fortunately, Maggie caught her. However, the ice sculpture fell to the ground and broke into thousands of pieces. It took less than 20 seconds for them to kill all 3 of the demonic beasts. This was the way in which senior witches engaged in a combat. Sylvie could not help but feel envious of Agatha. Catcha! After checking the bullets in the barrel, Nightingale shut the cartridge. Just then, she heard Leaf's warnings about the changes made to the enemy attacks. And that Plan A for the melting point action had changed to Plan B. That meant Iffy's task had been cancelled, and it was her turn to combat these enemies. But what was most important was for them to provide opportunities for Anna to discharge the sigil of God's will. Nightingale could not help but recall Roland's words once she thought of Anna. Anyway, take her back, please. I'll leave it all to you. She clutched her chest and bit her lip. This plan should be completed with ease, but she found an indescribable emotion in her heart. As the task became increasingly tougher, the emotion became unexpectedly stronger. If the most terrible thing happened, That would mean Anna could also die, she thought. Oh, no, unless I die. Nightingale shook her head and suppressed this horrible idea. Roland trusted her the most, so she could not let him down. Even if Roland did not instruct her to do so specifically, she would protect Anna at all costs. In a sense, Anna was the savior of all the witches in the Witch Cooperation Association. She would never forgive herself if Anna died because of her selfishness. The enemies are coming. Leaf gave her a warning, and Nightingale gathered herself. She was ready to outflank the enemies as soon as their direction was pointed out by Leaf. Her world of mist was commonly a desolate and dull place. Anything mundane and not related to magic power would become nothing more than twisted lines and changeable black and white blocks. This was her first time seeing so many colors, thanks to the demons. Beside the green forest, she could see a muted yellow arm from one of the mad demons, and its inside emitting a shade of light blue. The other two demons should be the fearsome demons that Leaf had just mentioned. They had a stronger magical resonance, and she could see many magic swirls inside their bodies. The one on their forehead was the most obvious. Another senior demon, which they needed to keep a particularly close eye on, was not among them. If their intelligence was correct, it should be monitoring everything from above the forest. Without a doubt, the fearsome demons, which would cause fear, should be the first to kill. And it should be done before they opened their eyes. After the three demons passed through the ambush points, Nightingale held the gun with both hands and used her instant leap to travel more than 10 meters in the twinkling of an eye. She pointed her gun at the back of the fearsome demon's head. It was so close to her that she did not even have to leave her mist. As long as she had some luck, the gun barrel would not be split in half by the powerful magic. She immediately shot, and for a moment, there was a thunderous roar. In the mist, the fearsome demon's head abruptly puffed up, as if the unstoppable bullet had been shot from inside of its head and blown outward. Its brain exploded, spilling brain matter in all directions. Next, a hail of fog soared skyward. Nightingale noticed its red mist vessel was hidden directly inside its body. The other fearsome demon turned around quickly, and its bloody scar expanded across its face, trying to reveal its fearsome eyes. Suddenly, several vines shot from the top of a tree, intertwining its head and pulling its head back before the eyes could be revealed. At this moment, a mad demon in the front turned around at the sound of the gunshot and ended up staring at the fearsome demon and could not help but tremble with fear. Nightingale shot the 3 remaining bullets into the fearsome demon, which had been forcibly pulled back by Leaf. Meanwhile, Anna leaped from her hiding place in the tree and cut the beast into pieces with her black fire before the mad demon could recover itself from the fear. "Be careful," Lightning, who had been enticing the enemies into the air, shouted. Nightingale looked up and found that a large sword was about to slash her. She instinctively tried to enter the mist, but unexpectedly, her misty world was broken into pieces by the enemy who was wielding the sword. "What's this ability? It can break my magic power," she thought. It was too late for her to escape. Suddenly, a black curtain spread out above her head and withstood the sword's attack. Unlike an actual curtain, it seemed to have more of a mirror-like surface, and she could even see her shocked expression reflected on its surface. "This is the Blackfire." Bang! The sword hit the Blackfire fiercely, and Anna looked pained, her body shaking, but her Blackfire remained intact. Without any hesitation, this time, Nightingale caught Anna quickly and summoned the mist again, escaping to a safe place over 20 meters away, instantly. Meanwhile, the armored demon also slowly fell towards the ground. The death of its partner did not seem to have any impact on it. The demon calmly lifted the large sword, engraved with a strange pattern, and suddenly the magic power surged toward the blade of the sword. The blade gave off a dazzling glow.